So my vision for Ghana Tech Summit is to help cement Ghana to become an international tech hub by 2030.
Take the shackles off my feet. Make I go, make I go. It's a battle with the beast. Take your shield, here we go. Kwame Nkrumah take over. New Africa makeover. Let's bow our heads and pray your Lord. Our Father help us fight the war. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo. In Africa, but a black man in America, African in England. Don't forget where you are from.
400 years ago, that's why 2019 is dubbed the year of return. And it's a time for us to now change the narrative about Africa.
Please don't shoot me, we are one. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo. Refuge, 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 na ye kenwo.
Now have a look through history's binoculars, and please don't tell me you've forgotten us. Your lost children living anonymous in a very strange land where them carried us. And it must be a natural phenomenon, how we still can remember where we're coming from, even through the brainwashing curriculum, up through the ages and millenniums. Last 400 years has been fabulous. We've been working as slaves, living ravenous, but to overdo your stay can be hazardous. Now a time to go home, thanks for having us. Please make I a promise, oh promised land, and welcome me home anytime I land, and make I feel like I belong with us. Until that day, no giving up.
Well, hello and welcome everyone to Ghana Tech Summit 2020 Digital Edition. This is the third year that we're hosting this iconic global program, and we're so excited to welcome all of you to this edition. Please, as always, we always tell everyone, please share where you're dialing in from, what part of the world that you're logging in, and sharing insights. And let's get excited. Let's get pumped for all day activities, discussions, keynotes, and panels, workshops to engage about Ghana tech, but also the global tech and business community. So I'm so excited to engage with you all today. My name is Christine and Tim. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of the Global Startup Ecosystem, and I'm so excited to be your host for today. Keep the conversation going with hashtag Ghana Tech Summit. Again, hashtag Ghana Tech Summit or hashtag Ghana Tech Summit 2020. So let's kick off the day. Now, many of you know this program is being live streamed across all social media channels, including our website at www.ghanatechsummit.com. Feel free to engage live through all our social media feeds. And of course, every question, every comment that you're engaging with, the speakers will be able to assess and interact with them. So feel free to, again, introduce yourself on all the chat feeds, share why you signed up to be a part of this program, and let's have an amazing day filled with activity and programming. Now, of course, you already know that the lineup is amazing. We have over 50 global speakers from across Ghana, across Africa, and around the world. It is going to be an intense schedule of many different thought leaders from government sectors, from private sector, tech, and business ecosystem. It's going to be an amazing collage of community members from all across different industries within this year's summit. So we're really pleased to say a round of applause to our 2020 speakers for the summit. And of course, this would not be possible without our 2020 partners, from LinkedIn to AWS to IBM to HubSpot to Google to, of course, media networks like News Ghana, Tech Geeks, all of them. We want to say a huge thank you to all of them for being a part of making this accessible, because as you know, this is a free program and their support has made this iconic program possible. So a huge round of applause to our 2020 partners. We also want to say a huge thank you to our VIP patrons who are supporting this program by being VIP guests and supporting, because again, this is a free program. We make it free and accessible to the community, but these VIP guests make it possible to make this program free and accessible. So please, if you see them on any chat feed, please give them a warm thank you and a warm congratulations. Our VIP acknowledgements, our patrons for the day. We'll be shouting them out throughout the day as well. So huge thank you to them for their support. And finally, I want to say huge welcome to our main partner sponsor, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is our lead partner for this year. We are so excited to work with LinkedIn. Of course, you're going to be hearing so many dynamic sessions from LinkedIn. There's going to be keynotes, workshops, panels from the LinkedIn team. So get ready for this. You're going to hear from 6 phenomenal speakers within the LinkedIn Media Network for today as one of our lead partners for the summit. So we're so excited to welcome them back, because this is their second year back working with us at Ghana Tech. So we're really pleased to work with the LinkedIn team, and a huge round of applause to them for being our sponsor for this year. Now, of course, as stated before, we have an action-packed agenda. We have a lot in store for you today. Of course, many of you have received the brochures via email. We share that contact information. So feel free to engage and see the lineup. It's packed, back-to-back keynote sessions. So feel free to review that. And of course, we have our morning sessions and our afternoon sessions. And today's agenda is very unique in that, main sessions are from 9 to 3 p.m. But of course, we're engaging between 7 to 9 a.m. with our global startup ecosystem community sessions that will be ongoing for the next 2 hours. So you're going to really enjoy the kickoff for this year's event. So we're really excited about welcoming this 3rd annual edition to all of you today. Now, of course, again, later on today, you're going to be hearing from so many different thought leaders, so many amazing influencers. And of course, we're going to enjoy the experience. We're going to have really great content to share, some music, some engagements. It's really going to be a dynamic experience for all of you to engage in and really enjoy not only the work that we've done with Ghana Tech, but of course, all the work that we've done over the past 3 years within the Ghana Tech community. And of course, the position of Ghana of being a major tech hub in Africa. I'm sure many of you have watched Ghana's economy explode over the past couple of years, but more importantly, their ability to really engage diaspora around the world, to really engage the local community. They just completed their recent elections this week, so there's a lot happening in Ghana and so much to be excited for. But of course, this is a global program, so we welcome all facets of partners, ecosystems, and stakeholders to this conversation, because we are in an interconnected world where what happens in one part of the world affects global experiences. So feel free to feel welcome. So Akwaba to all the local Ghanaians, of course, all the diaspora Ghanaians, and of course, the Friends of Ghana international community. Welcome again to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Now, again, we're going to kick off with the first panel from the Ghana Tech Summit team. But before we begin, of course, we do want to make sure that you are experiencing the previous engagements that we had with Ghana Tech Summit. So I'm just going to do a really quick transition to giving you guys some excerpts of the Ghana Tech Summit experience. So feel free to take a look at this quick video, and then we're going to kick off with the first panel session of the day. So get ready for this because it's going to be a very, very exciting one to watch.
I think it's emotional for everybody. Every African American should experience it for their own soul. It's for your soul. You know, your soul is here. And so it's nothing but greatness being here. I mean, you know, this is home. It's when we get here, the first time I came here, I couldn't stop crying because I had come to a place called home, which I had never been. And I felt robbed. And so I'm good now. Now, you know, we're doing some business over here. We're going to create some opportunity over here. We're going to change the thought process, you know, and this is going to help shape, especially bridge the gap between African Americans and Africans, because that's what you have to do. You know, we all know what America is. You know, we've done some wonderful things. They accomplished a great deal, but you don't know what it is. You got to go home, though.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm a human being in Africa, but a black man in America. African in England.
There's one thing that no country can ever claim in this world except Ghana. We are right plumb in the center of the world. Ghana is the only country that is on longitude 0, closest to latitude 0. No other country can claim that. So even as a logistics hub, we are uniquely positioned. We are equidistant from everywhere else, but we are uniquely positioned to draw everybody into this small country of ours called Ghana. That is why it's very important that the year of return is being celebrated in Ghana today, because we play that sport and we will lead Africa into the promised land, as we say.
Now have a look through history's binoculars.
Because of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which brings all of us, all 55 countries in Africa, into one big market. Entering into Ghana gives you an African opportunity. That is a market just waiting to happen.
The last 400 years has been fabulous. We've been working as slaves, living ravenous. But to overdo your stay can be hazardous. Now what time to go home, thanks for
It is no coincidence that this is the year of return for you, that you have declared. But we have come to declare too that we want to close the circle and we want to build the Atlantic Bridge. And we too are your offspring, your family, and that we too believe that we can work to build a stronger global civilization with the contribution of the people of Africa.
As we draw the curtains on this bold initiative, we should now look beyond the return and build on the dividends chalked. The time has come to engage Africans in the diaspora and all persons of African descent more positively in areas such as trade and investment cooperation and skills and knowledge development. The Ghana Tourism Authority, the implementing agency under Ghana's Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, will be in the forefront of bringing all stakeholders together in what will be a focused drive at the empowerment of black people using Ghana as the hub.
All right. I'm sure that got you really, really excited, of course. Again, just reminding you of just the vitality and the excitement around Ghana and the year of return, and just getting people of the diaspora mandate to really get excited about coming back home, coming back to the continent and reconnecting back to the identity. Now, of course, as shared before, this portion is about the GSC community coming together, doing some pre-conversations to kick off the summit. And our first speaker that I'm going to be introducing for this program is Einstein Kofi and Tim, the CEO at the Global Startup Ecosystem. So get ready. He'll be our first keynote speaker of the day. He'll be engaging with a great open introduction to give you an overview of how the genesis of Ghana Tech Summit has come to be. So with that, I'm going to engage with another really quick, exciting video before we engage and welcome him to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. So great job on being ready. Let's get the excitement going. Let's give you another excerpt into what the Ghana Tech Summit experience really is.
The Ghana Diaspora and Homecoming Summit 2019 aims at mobilizing Ghanaians in the diaspora and encouraging.
Now, speaking at the second annual Ghana Tech Summit here in Accra, he said that Ghana must create more jobs to help facilitate economic development in the country.
The second annual Ghana Tech Summit is aimed at repositioning Ghana's economy as the global case study for catalyzed innovation within an emerging market. The summit brought together hundreds of entrepreneurs, investors, and digital marketers to address challenges of entrepreneurship and innovation. Executive Director of YMCA, Kwabena Nketia Adai, said the summit will help the youth acquire the needed skills in the changing world of technology.
At the heart of Africa's challenge is the non-recognition of our youth as creators of wealth and drivers of innovation and development. 60% of all Africa's unemployed are youth. Yet between 10 to 12 million youth join the labor market each year across the continent. These statistics reflect a crisis that requires innovative, sustainable solutions.
Einstein Intim is the founder of Ghana Tech Summit.
We've had incredible responses. I'll start with, because last year we had 100 global speakers, over 1,000 attendees at the Accra International Conference Center for the main summit and the VIP gala at Kempinski Hotel. And from there, you heard about the Google AI Center. It was launched at the Ghana Tech Summit. Microsoft was one of our partners that we brought to Ghana, and they had a recruitment campaign at the summit and recruited 12 people on the spot. The Ghanaian entrepreneurs have a long way to go. But it's not just up to them alone. It's up to the ecosystem to provide the support networks to make it possible, like the facilities, the legal firms, the accountancy, the stock exchanges, and the like.
Unless we really come together as an ecosystem, as a collective, and I'm not just talking about the technology players, we're talking about the different sectors, the agriculture sector, the mining sector, the business development managers, the project managers, the textiles, the fashion artists, the creatives. Everyone needs to come together, because within 5 to 7 years, unless we implement some kind of tech within our sectors, we're going to become obsolete because of the way that technology is moving so fast.
Director of Ghana Think, Ato Olzenapia, encouraged young entrepreneurs to have role models to develop ideas for their business.
Once people, pick on something that they're interested in, learn it very well, be part of the right networks, talk to the right people, and join the right organizations, they will be able to do most of the things that they want to do. So I think in choosing mentors, it takes time to be able to get a mentor who has similar interests as you and wants to help you, can benefit from you, because it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street.
The business news segment was brought to you by MTN 4G Plus for fastest connectivity.
Hi, I am Anne Rosenberg, Senior Vice President of SAP Next Gen. We are in Accra in Ghana, where we are launching the first huge Ghana Africa Future Tech Hub.
First and foremost, let me give you an overview of what Ghana Tech Summit is. This is a 12-year initiative that we're going to be doing every single year until 2030. And we started it today with a bold initiative, with 100 global speakers for the next 2 days, 1,000 attendees. Some of them will be coming on African time, and it's okay, right?
The energy is incredible out here. People are excited. There's a lot of galvanization towards the same goal. And I think what's very interesting is how the diaspora from other countries have come back to Ghana to plow back and develop the ecosystem.
Meeting a lot of great entrepreneurs and a lot of great companies, and learning about what technology and advancement in Ghana looks like.
as well. We have incredible minds. They say that Ghanaian migrants are some of the sharpest people across the US and the UK, and thus when that happens, we can actually have accelerated growth. So with that, Ghana could actually become one of the dominant tech hubs in Africa in the next 5-10 years.
We have to reach the 17 global goals by 2030. It means that every day we drive innovation. It means that companies are opening up, building joint innovation labs with collaboration between accelerator, academia, and the industry and the public sector.
One of the big conversations there was blockchain and AI, and we're literally sitting right here in Accra, where Google is going to be opening their AI office, and I think that for me that's the immediate link. These are technologies that could possibly help us eradicate poverty, eradicate malaria, eradicate all sorts of issues that we're still dealing with as a developing nation. So for me, I think that that's what's exciting about this.
So one thing is for sure, we're doing history here. This is the first summit in Ghana on tech, and it's going to be many, many more to come. So if you miss it this year, we hope to see you next year. Don't forget Cannes Lions first, and then we go to Ghana Tech Summit.
Super. Hi, everyone. Warm welcome again to the Ghana Tech Summit. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, your energy for being a part of this program. My name is Einstein Kofi Intim, and part of the remarkable team that's brought this program to you. And we owe a huge amount of thanks to all of you for joining in, for tuning in, and to our amazing partners from especially LinkedIn this year, to our partners throughout the years from SAP to the Diaspora Office to Google, Facebook, Sendgrid, so many to count. Thank you all so much. In the interest of time, because we are still under time constraint right now, given the level of intellectual leaders who are going to be sharing insights with all of you, I'm going to just dive straight into my presentation. Share my screen right here. Super. Okay. All right. So just very quickly put, I just going to share some insight with all of you guys around the concept of why Ghana Tech Summit is such a significant initiative to do, because of what I believe is all part of this accelerated layer of innovation that we're seeing across Africa and the world. And this talk I'm going to share with you guys very quickly is called Singularity Africa. And I'm going to talk to you specifically about this new recession that we are experiencing right now, and how best to use these technological principles and lessons to navigate this recession that I call a digital recession, right? And how one can hack it. And I'll just quickly go through some just quick things around tech transformation, globalization, demographic shifts, issues around unemployment, and what that pertains to you as an individual, and how you can use all these elements to help accelerate your own personal development. And we can dive straight into the conversation with the team about why they got involved with Ghana Tech Summit in the first place, why it matters, and why this conversation around innovation and the future of Africa is so important. But first of all, my name, as I told you guys, is Einstein Kofi Intim. I stress the Kofi element a lot because of my Ghanaian heritage and my Ghanaian background. And even though I sound quite British, I am a proud Ghanaian child and a proud son of Africa as well. And right now, I'm the CEO of the global startup ecosystem, which brings to you these programs like the Ghana Tech Summit, the Haiti Tech Summit, Space Tech Summit, Africa Future Summit, and many other programs of the like around the world, because we are on a mission to upskill people and help accelerate people into the digital age. What does that mean? We help teach people about, the principles around technology, digitization, and help people find quality work, as well as entrepreneurs to help scale their businesses in the remote world that we live in right now. Prior to becoming the CEO of the global startup ecosystem, I, had my own businesses in the UK, Enabled Health, which, tackled mental health issues, and Bloomertech, which was used building sensors to tackle heart disease in women. I also attended the London School of Economics, Nanjing University in China, the International Space University in Strasbourg, France, Draper University in Silicon Valley, and Singularity University at NASA Ames. And I have a very varied background, from being a professional athlete, playing rugby for England and the Harlequins, to working at investment banks like Deutsche Bank, UBS, and asset managers like State Street, and being even in the army. So what it's done for me is given me a very interesting view to how different industries and different perspectives converge together to help advance an individual around being able to be adaptable to situations. And the world that we live in is very, very important for you to be able to adapt. And as Africans and as Ghanaians and people who are friends of this region, how can we adapt to this rapidly changing world that we're getting into right now, right? And I stress that at GSC, we pioneer this accelerator concept and taking this accelerator concept into the digital sphere. And we help power individuals to find quality work and to grow their businesses, and the companies to find quality talent as well. And we have these summits and academies to help rapidly teach people about these innovations and these tech transformations. And I want to say, first of all, it's not your fault that things are the way they are right now. I know it's been a very difficult year, and many of us are very, very hard on ourselves. And I stress to everyone, be kind to yourself, be warm to yourself, be friendly to yourself. But remember that even though it's not your fault that things are the way they are, it's also not an excuse. Digital means that opportunities become a lot more democratized around the world. So you have to tap into these elements, and that's why I'm so glad that many of you, about 7,000 people in total, are on LinkedIn to Eventbrite registrants, who all believe in the power of connecting with people digitally in mediums like these to understand technology and how it applies to our regions of the world. But let's dive straight into it, right? I stress that this is before the pandemic. Every 40 seconds, somebody in the world died by suicide, right? With the pandemic as it stands right now, I'm guessing that number is even more scary, perhaps 38 seconds. The World Health Organization predicted that by the year 2030, mental health will be the biggest disease in the world, and suicide will be the biggest killer of people by 2030. And I think it's very tragic that an ailment or a challenge that as people we can deal with and tackle will become our biggest challenge in the next 10 years. So please remember, don't be hard on yourself. There's fundamental issues taking place, and that's what I'm going to delve into within this quick talk as to all the elements that's happening to make life and perspectives and things feel a lot more uncertain and more difficult for people. But if you are going for a mental health challenge right now, you need support. Don't be ashamed to reach out for extra support in that sense. And I stress that the pandemic, we often now with what's going on, we blame the pandemic for almost everything. Depression, unemployment, bankruptcies. But I always try to remind people that there were already challenges taking place in the world before this pandemic came into effect. People were already going through tremendous amounts of pain and many issues that were taking place all around the world. And the pandemic has only exacerbated issues and revealed how bad things already were in our world, right? Things like unemployment were already at record highs before the pandemic, and now it's on very, very tragic how bad things are in the Americas, in Europe, across the continent, and many other parts of the world. And we're seeing that because of elements like industrial automation and technological shifts happening, we're going to see even more of this. So in the image you all see right now on my screen of these ladies doing these jobs, all these types of work are going to become automated. So what's going to happen? All these people in the image would need to become upskilled to be more relevant in the workforce in our society right now. And that's what Ghana Tech Summit and that's what programs like these are aiming to do, to help educate people and upskill people to accelerate their careers and also thrive and, of course, survive in this era that we're going into. And I use my grandma as an example. My grandma, her name was Mama Intim. She was the matriarch of my family. And she passed away in 2011 at 105 years old. A remarkable woman, raised entire towns, been around the world, did incredible, incredible things. And you can imagine the world that she was born into, the world she grew up in, and the world that she passed away in. And my grandma, my last conversation with her, she told me, and my family called me Pa, she said, Pa, this world is not mine anymore. It's not my world anymore. And I understood it when I thought about this 105-year-old span that she lived through, right? A world where there was no television, to black and white, to color, to bendable television, to projector television. A world where there was no planes, to helicopters, rockets that go through space, to rockets that go through the oceans as submarines. A world where there's no phones, right? To telephones, smartphones. It's crazy all the things that she's experienced in her lifespan. And you can imagine that in the world that she lived in, which had 98% of people working in agriculture, where now only about 2% of people working in the agriculture sector, we live in a very, very different world. And what's even more scary is that all the things that she experienced in a 100-year lifespan, we're going to witness that in less than 10 years' time because of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, biotechnology taking place. And this means that many of us are going to have a very, very difficult paradigm shift, because the world that we grew up in, and the world that we're seeing that's changing rapidly in our eyes will be shifting very quickly. And that's why this quote by Einstein, reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one, is so important, because the reality that we all know and are accustomed to is going to be very different from the reality that we're going to be living in. And that's why I believe the mental health issue in our society is so high, right? Because this different changes taking place is very, very hard for many of us to contend with, many of us to deal with. But it's time for us to assess these systems and find a way for us to navigate that. And that's why this whole Singularity Africa concept is so important, right? Because you can see that most of the tech changes we've seen in our entire world that we're used to happened in the last 200 years, right? And we are just at the inflection point, which means it's going to rapidly change even more, right? Caused by things like, as I mentioned, robotics, solar hydrovoltaic solar plants, which are going to power the world through solar energy, to asteroid mining and satellite navigation that's going to help advance internet connectivity around the region, to autonomous cars and autonomous trucks, autonomous planes in many ways, and how that's going to change the world we live in. Even more scary are things, I say scary, but are things like editing the human genome to editing the genome of like foods that we eat. What's that going to do to our society and our world, where people are combining themselves with technology and becoming infused with technology in that sense? Augmented reality and virtual reality, or mixed realities in many ways. So things are changing very quickly. And the UK, as you might not know, but we just came out of a second lockdown, right? So you combine all the tech shifts that's happening in our society to the pandemic that's taking place, and we have a recipe for a very, very challenging period in our society. And the first word I stress is the globalization, right? If you think of how quickly this pandemic spread in our world, we've never seen that before in human history. Usually with pandemic, it takes about 6 months to a year for it to spread around across a region sometimes, right? But it went from the east part of the world to the west side of the world in less than a week's time. That's how globalized our society has become, which means that pains that are felt all around us are felt much more keenly no matter where you are in the world right now. Things like demographic shifts, right? We saw the biggest human migration in human history take place, where billions of people were moving from one part of the world to the other, even in India, which was a scary, scary situation, right? And we're seeing that with the world changing so rapidly, we went from a situation where just about 200-300 years ago, we had less than 1 billion people on the planet. Now we have about 7.5 billion people, right? That number stands that with Africa, we're sitting about 1.2 billion people so far. But that's going to change very rapidly in the next 2-3 decades. We're going to go from 1.2 billion people to over 4 billion people on the continent. And what's even more interesting is that 40% of that entire global youth population are going to be, in the next few decades, are going to be African, right? What does that mean for all these young people joining the global workforce right now? And what that means for people who might not have the right skill set to navigate and perform the tasks that the future requires of them, right? And I stress the whole demographic shift is taking place. And one thing that this demographic movement that's taking place it's very tragic. We see it on the Mediterranean Ocean, where we have Africans trying to cross the coast to get to Europe, right? Because of seeking of better economic opportunity, better lives in many ways. And if we don't do a better job to highlight these tech shifts, these tech changes taking place, it will make we're going to see more and more cases like these of people dying across the ocean trying to find better opportunity. But in the world that we're getting into right now, we can take opportunity from wherever it is to people wherever they are right now, right? And that's why GSC and the power of digitalization is so important, because now we know that no matter where you are in the world, if you have the right skill set, you can do the job that you can get work, get paid, and support your family. You can build companies and institutions and really make a real change in your life and the life of your people in your community. And so I don't want to put all this stuff into and put us into a bad note because of the recession that I believe that we're going to be going into in a more serious manner. But because we've overcome situations like this before, like a global depression in society, right? So although we know that we're going to have, of course, more unemployment issues, a bigger recession taking place, even more wars, right? It doesn't mean that it has to stay that way for longer, right? We can use this time period that this pandemic has caused for us as an incubational time period to learn about technology and digital transformation so that we can empower our communities, so that whether somebody's in Bolgatanga or Tamale or Takoradi, they can still do effective work, get paid, and actually advance their society and their communities. Through technology, Africa can truly leapfrog this innovational curve that we're going through and become a front runner in our society. And I believe that Ghana can be the black star, the champion that moves this needle further forward. And right now, with the way the world is, it's not a situation where we have a choice in the matter. If we fail to do this right now in the next 5 to 10 years, we really run a huge risk of people going through severe pain and challenges. And that's why programs like Ghana Tech Summit, programs like the Africa Future Summit, initiatives like the career program that was hosted by GSC to upskill people are so vital and so necessary, because we have to teach people how to navigate in the world that we're getting into, learn skills as basic as programming and code, or advanced as programming and coding, or as basic as email marketing and design work, to be able to do the tasks that the future requires of them, right? Especially as our population is going to grow so intensely. So I say this to stress that I remember when Ndaba Mandela spoke to all of us during our Year of Return Roadshow in New York, talking about how we can solve the problems that we have right now through education, right? And we can, that way, the problems that people are facing in our society right now will not be the problems that we have to contend with in the future. So my kids and potentially my grandkids don't have to deal with the same issues that we are dealing with right now. So please put your full self into this program, connect with people, whether it's on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, connect and join our community, of course, and learn about how you can contribute to help make a real difference in your community, and how you can better advance your career perspectives, your business, and your ecosystem and your community. So I'm going to pause right here and say that Africa's future is a singularity, is a situation where we can rise to the challenge of this rapid acceleration of technology, and we can meet the task and build the cities of tomorrow that we can be proud of, and that will be self-sufficient and serve our people effectively. So with that being said, I'm going to pause right here, and because I'm getting the buzz by the timekeeper, and move the program swiftly ahead. Thank you very much for your time. Connect with me on LinkedIn, Einstein and Tim, and I look forward to your involvement with this Ghana Tech Summit today. Thank you very much.
Zagadat.
Awesome.
Oh sister, I know be your rider. Give me one chance, make I be your fighter. fighter, provider. Toto for my man, make I be a pasta. Me and Jumuti, make I be a sponsor.
Gonna take summit, let's say. Gonna take summit. Gonna take summit.
Anapane ising so adasa. Yamena be me to a papa. Anapane ising so adasa. Yamena be me to a papa. Yamena be me to a Ulali. Ashiwi,
Obeti boom, bats, get a king.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So that kicked off the event with Einstein, Kofi, and Tim, CEO of GSC, kicking off with opening remarks. And now we're going to dive right into the opening panel of Ghana Tech Summit, by far probably my favorite panel of the day. This is the Ghana Tech Summit team. These individuals have been a part of the Ghana Tech Summit story since inception, whether they joined the team in 2018, 2019, they've been a part of the storyline. So without further ado, let's get excited to welcome our panelists. We're going to have Sam, Cami, Christina, Arnold, Derek. The whole squad of the Ghana Tech Summit family is going to go live in 30 seconds. So let's get the engagements going because they're going to come on live in 30 seconds right now.
Super. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
We got the whole crowd in the room. This is fantastic. First of all, how are you? How are you all today?
Good. No complaints.
First of all, a big thank you for all the support, the love, and the contribution you guys have made to Ghana Tech Summit, of course. But before we dive straight in, I know you guys very well. I believe you might do so. Just a quick introduction of who you are, what you do, and why you even got involved with Ghana Tech Summit. And we start with Cami, then Sam, then Derek, then Christina, then Arnold, of course, in the pattern of that we have so far. So yeah, let's do it. How are you, and what got you involved in what you're doing?
Yeah, I'll start. So, hi everyone, my name is Cami Arkwaful, and I'm the founder of EK Online, which is a fashion agency based in Ghana. And I'm also the founder of Mummy and Mind, which is a platform which promotes mental well-being for mothers. So we currently have a podcast, which is available on all major platforms, where I interview special guests about their experience of motherhood, whether it's pregnancy or after giving birth. I was involved in the Ghana Tech Summit last year with EK Online, where we held a fashion show for the VIP experience as part of the gala, which was amazing. And we had 5 designers showcased to the VIP guests, which they showed their collection. And I got involved because for me, being a diaspora, getting involved anything back home for me is really important. It makes you feel like you fulfilled your purpose. Even though you might not live in Ghana, it's nice to know that you are giving back to the country that you originate from.
That's super. Thank you very much. How about you, Sam?
Hey guys, I'm Sam Ansabonsu. I'm a designer based in London.
I specialize in product design mainly, as well as overall creative direction. One of the founders of an organization called Future of Ghana as well as other organizations called Youth Worldwide and Creative Supply. So overall, my mentality is always to empower creatives, to empower designers around the world, to allow them to realize that, we are the true creators. We do actually design everything around us, like, there's so much power and weight we have in our skill and in our destiny as well. So I've been fortunate enough to work for a lot of companies around the world, throughout the world, developing products and services for large companies, developing loads of products as well. I think the reason why I got involved in Ghana Tech Summit specifically is, like everything in life, I try to have purpose in what I do, purpose in what I'm involved in. And, what GTS stands for, like, there's so much more than just, another event or another, social gathering. There really is purpose in terms of what we're doing and what we're trying to build for future generations to come. And it was a no-brainer to get involved and actually say, you know what, driving design, driving the creative, and being part of this community is definitely something I'm asked to be part of. To amplify the future of tech, the future of design, as everything that I believe in essentially. So yeah, very happy to be here.
Super. Thank you very much, Sam. How about you, Derek, the main man?
Hey team. So my name is Derek Addo, and my background is in information systems and management systems. Currently helping deploy and build, manage communication systems here in the UK. But I spent some time living in Ghana, which is where I actually met the team, met Einstein at the Diaspora Summit. This was about 2017, I believe. And before this, before I moved to Ghana, I lived in Japan helping government agencies build knowledge transfer ecosystems. So the opportunity to kind of be based on the ground in Ghana and help build or take technology to the community, build initiatives where we could use technology as a kind of launch pad. That was kind of the origin story. But yeah, been working with GSE for the last 3 years on the operations side, getting the Ghana Tech Summit up and running.
Thank you very much, Derek. Christina, how about you?
All right, my name is Christina Glancy. I am a marketer and I'm based out in DC in the US. And I am a founder of At First Glance, where I do business development strategies for underserved community business owners. My goal is to achieve parity for all of the like Black and Brown business owners in DC. For example, only 3% of the population in DC is Asian, but they are the leading demographic in small business in the area. So I want that to be the same for people that look like me or from a place like me. I've joined the team in 2018 from the Africa Future Summit, and it was only right for the segue for me to go on to Ghana after all of the energy and all of the connection and community that I was introduced to in New York. So that's how I got on the team, and that's how I'm going to continue to be on the team because of the community and the power of the network here and what I can bring back to my community.
That's super. Thank you so much for that. And of course, the team wants that when I say the best for last.
No, that Einstein, stop it. Behave, man. We're a team. See, I'm coming with the energy. I'm feeling the energy. See, I see a lot more teeth now. Excellent. So yes, my name is Arnold Suffolk and Tanka. I'm actually chief executive of the organization called Future of Ghana, and I'm also part of the Ghana Tech Summit team. Future of Ghana, it's been in inception officially since 2012, but we changed our name and we've been running with Future of Ghana since 2015. And we have a vision of seeing young Ghanaians globally uniting to drive positive change in Ghana through innovation and collaboration. So in English, what that means is, we see technology as a tool that could really harmonize collaboration globally. And when you ask the question, why did I join GTS? It stemmed from that conversation, 2017, the Ghana Homecoming Summit. You called me, I saw your shoulder muscles, Einstein, and I thought, okay, I need to listen. But you told me about your vision for Ghana Tech Summit. And immediately I connected. I understood what you were trying to do. I understood the vision, because really and truly what we're doing with Future of Ghana is building that ecosystem, trying to build that ecosystem, one of many, for the Ghanaian community and building a model for the continent, actually, one that's replicable. So when you told me about, trying to build out the ecosystem and how important technology is, because I'm not a techie person per se, but I understand how it's influenced the technology. And I thought, no, our motherland, our continent, we need to do more, and we need to leverage our networks to build those connections as best we can in a productive way. So yeah, that's why I wanted to help to make it productive and, ensure that we will never get left behind. Let's be real. The continent has been innovating from day. If you can survive and build a business with lights off, like, you're already innovating. So, it's just about building the capacity even more and helping to build more structure, I would say, in some respects. So yeah.
I mean, that's super. Thank you so much, guys, for that warm introduction. I know Arnold's showing us we got our best behavior and our best foot forward right now, and firstly, incredibly proud to have you guys on board and for the support you guys are providing with this initiative. And to everybody listening from around the world right now, there is a much bigger team behind this machine from folks across the world who are making this summit possible. But the reason why I reached out to these members of the team in particular is because of the fact that they are actually all based in the outside of Ghana, in the diaspora, right? And also because of the level of travel and global experience they've had living in different parts of the world in many ways, whether it's Japan, whether it's in Germany, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's all different parts of the world. And that lends to the next question I want to ask all of you. And we can all answer this question. We can go in the same pattern, which is, given your international exposure, right? What are some of the things one or two things you love about Ghana, first of all, right? And even though you love Ghana, we've clearly doing something to help solve a problem. What are some of the challenges that you've seen or disadvantages you've seen about Ghana? So start with things you love and the advantages of Ghana, and then disadvantages, so we can keep it real and resolve it, and so we better solve this problem. Start with you.
Yeah. So me, I first went to Ghana because I'm born in London. First went to Ghana in 2003, and honestly, I did not enjoy it whatsoever, and I said I was never going back ever again. And then I went again in 2013, so 10 years later, and honestly, I didn't want to come back. I was so shocked at how much the country had developed in 10 years, because being from London, where it's a developed country, we don't have that much change in 10 years. So from when I went from 2003 to 2013, it was a great change, and I loved it. I didn't want to come back, and I just felt like I was at home. So here in the UK, obviously being Ghanaian or being Black, you're still a minority. But when you go back home to Ghana or any other African country, everyone sort of looks like you in a way, and they're so welcoming, and you don't feel any different. And it was such a nice atmosphere to be in. It didn't feel like I was just on a holiday. I felt like I was definitely at home. And that's something that I think a very good thing about going back home is that everyone is so welcoming. They want to make you feel at home. It's disrespectful if they're not nice to you in a way, or when you go to their house and the way that they treat you, it doesn't matter where you're from. They're always going to be so nice to you. And another thing as well is the weather. It's a lot more nice and a lot more hotter in Ghana in December than it is here in the UK. So obviously going back home, it's just nice. I think weather plays a big part when it comes to your mental health as well. So when you're working full time in a hot country, it's a lot better than when you're working full time in a cold country. And yeah, it was just nice to see where my sort of family came from as well. All the sacrifices that my parents had to make to come to the UK, and the fact that I'm going back, I think it made my mum really proud, because it was sort of not all in vain, because she was never able really to go back and settle back in Ghana. But the fact that her children can go back and do what she wasn't able to do, I think was a really nice touch for whenever I go to Ghana and I decide to buy a property there or set up a business in Ghana. It just makes her proud. But it is difficult. That's moving on to the negatives. Setting up a business in Ghana or working in Ghana can be quite hard, especially when you're coming from diaspora. Mainly because in the past there's been instances where the locals feel that diasporans think that sometimes they're better than the locals, or we know more. And it's when you are coming from the UK or America, it's really important to humble yourself and really take advice from the locals. Try and learn the language as much as possible. Not everyone wants to learn English or is going to learn English straight away. So try and conform as much as possible and show that you're eager to learn from them, not that you're trying to enforce your culture, your way onto them. I think that's something that us diasporas need to really take into account when we go there. And once that barrier is broken, then honestly, it's one of the really good experiences.
That's remarkable. Thank you very much for that. And I'm sure Sam has got Sammy, you got some real strong thoughts. We've had some good chats, so I know you've got some good thoughts here too.
Yes, indeed. My background, I was actually born in Ghana, so I came to the UK when I was around 4 or 5 years old, essentially. I was only meant to be here for a couple of years, but I decided to just stay indefinitely, of course, as you do. But one of the main things about that I love about Ghana, is the history and the heritage. So when I was younger, I used to hate my name, because it was so long, and I didn't really understand why everyone else's name was so short, and why I was so outcasted in that way. But then when you learn and you go to realize, the history behind your name, and I'm Ashanti, right? So we're descended from kings and queens, when you understand the heritage, and the gravity of where you come from and what your lineage is, just how beautiful and rich our culture is, and everything that we've actually done and accomplished, you really become so proud. Now I can be proud of my name now, and where I'm from, and what I look like, and and everything about this. And I think that's one of the main things that I take for granted. But at the same time, it's literally just right there in front of you. Your story, your background and history is so crucial to defining who you are, and who you're going to be as well. So yeah, that's one of the things I love. Furthermore as well, is the sheer creativity of our people, man. Arnold mentioned, if you can make a business and light off, then yeah, you're doing something special, right? There's a phrase that goes, do more with less, and I feel like we are the kings of that. Doing more with so much less than what the Western world has, or whatever maybe other people have as well. Essentially, we're able to create so much with so little. Our sheer creativity, an ingenuity, is boundless, essentially, because of where we are, where we're from, just our overall background. I think it's African youth in general, really, we really are the future. And I feel like our creativity is boundless, and, our problem solving skills are second to none, essentially, if you ask me. So, that's one of the other things that really stand out to me, in terms of, what I really love about Ghana. The things that, definitely could use some improvement is leadership. So Ghana, we're in a position where we are one of the best sort of leaders African continent, in terms of actually pushing the culture forward and actually making vast improvements in the economy and overall general global awareness as well. But there's so much more that we can do as well. So when it comes to handing the reins to a younger generation, for younger leadership, I feel there's so much potential there, and I feel like things won't really start to change, things won't really start to evolve and really become full potential until leadership is given to a younger demographic, a demographic that has more vision, takes more risk and more investments into the youth, into the emerging generations, So that's why I feel like, when that is finally solved, we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars, we'll never stop, essentially, So yeah, I look forward to the day that happens.
That's super. Thank you very much for that. How about you, Derek? We've had many conversations about this topic, your loves and, of course, the challenges and difficulties of Ghana in many ways.
Yeah, so I guess it's a well-known fact that technology and innovation in itself has a exponential potential for emerging markets, Africa being one of the biggest, South America, Asia, all seeing massive impact, taking technology and, into the hands of innovators, entrepreneurs. And yeah, Africa is a good example because we're solving real problems. We got climate change, we got food security, we got trade. So when I was based in Japan, that was the primary reason for my kind of the desire to move back. It was like, where can we take this technology, which is, you can kind of see the law of diminishing returns, where you have a piece of technology which is already well established in the West, but it has exponential impact for solving a problem back home. So I was like, okay, let's move back and see what we can do with solving some real challenges. So redefining what the future of Africa is based using technology. And Ghana specifically is a good example, because we're currently the seat of the AFCTA. We're looking at regional integration. We're powering a lot of inter-Africa trade using fintech payments. So before taking the mega trends, taking the micro and macro trends, Ghana was a good kind of a good opportunity to see what we could really do with the technology that exists in the West. I'll say the things that were discouraging at first was similar to what Sam said about leadership, more on the policy side, because there isn't a lot of guidelines, there isn't the public support. It was difficult to get certain projects off the ground. But I think that's also where the potential is, because there isn't the kind of there isn't the limitations. If you need to get things done, and you have the ingenuity, you have the resourcefulness, you can bring projects to life that you wouldn't be able to do. Well, when I was in London, when I was in Japan, there are projects that you can bring to life. There are networks you can tap into that you can't necessarily do elsewhere. So the challenges also present some interesting advantages. So I think that's
That's super. Well, thank you for sharing that. You guys can all see the comment feeds coming through, right? So we're getting a lot of love right now. Christina, Ghana has become sort of like the mecca of the whole Afro future movement, and last year was your first time coming to Ghana, right? So from your perspective, again, things you can be honest. I know you keep it real, Christina. All right, so
why you go
things
like
you
that?
love, and of course the challenges that were very, very clear to you that you think can be solved and resolved.
The thing that I absolutely loved about being in Ghana was, as soon as I stepped off the plane, it felt familiar. And like, everybody in the States says Ghana is a place that you have to go to, right? But nobody ever explains why. It's like, you just have to go there and you'll see. And then when you go there, you see. And it's kind of hard to put it into words, because it's more of a feeling. It feels like you're rooted. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't have any Ghanaian ties that I know of, because I don't know my ancestral history. But as soon as I got there, I'm just like, oh, this does feel like home. This does feel familiar. And then I loved the power of community, the power of like confidence, because the people of Ghana know exactly where they're from. They know exactly what values that they move with. And I think that is like, it's so different from where I come from, because people feel broken here. People don't know exactly where they come from. They're searching for that. And in Ghana, it feels like everybody already knows that. So they're looking for something else. Like they're looking to define something else in their life or about themselves. So I love that about them. The biggest challenge for me is I was not able to blend in, right? So when I'm walking down the street and I'm a target, and not in a negative way, it's just like, in the market, it was overwhelming for me, because I'm not used to people touching me. If I go to a store in like America, people aren't touching me trying to get me to buy stuff. And I'm like, whoa, back up off me. I need some space. I don't care what you're saying. Just give me a minute. And I think that the perspective of I had money because I'm American rubbed me the wrong way at first, right? And I had to understand perspective and humble myself to be in that environment. So that was the biggest like challenge, but in the beginning, but it ended up ironing itself out after I was like able to acclimate to the environment.
Exactly, Christina. When you start rocking the African gowns and doing the dances, of course.
Oh yeah.
All right, Arnold. The loves, and then of course the challenges that you definitely see that can be resolved.
Yeah, sure. I kind of concur with the majority of what's been shared. I would say I'll start with the challenges first, because I don't want to end on a negative. But I'll say the challenges for me is the lack of access to capital that a lot of startups and SMEs have. For me, because that can really reposition and create a lot of jobs if we have better access to capital for these startups and the SMEs. The lack of appreciation of the talent within Ghana, within Africa. Like, if you go into those that live outside of their country of origin, and you look at, let's look at the UK, for instance, some of the leading designers. You got Oswald Barton, Ghanaian. If you look at architecture, Ghanaian. You look at fashion in America, Ghanaian. You look at music. I think one of the UK leads is for Spotify is Ghanaian. Like, killing it, absolutely killing it. And even locally, you look at some of the talent. It's just crazy. So I think the lack of respect and appreciation of talent. No, appreciation of talent and the lack of respect for talent. And that kind of fizzles into the first point of the access to capital, because even when you are trying to access capital, because that lack of respect is there, when they're trying to access capital, because of this, and this is the fourth one, the perception that the media and the historical picture of Ghana and the continent, I feel that's also causing these challenges to exist. You know, I remember your first presentation that you did in 2018 at Ghana Tech Summit, Einstein, and people don't realize that in the UK, there was manure in the middle of streets, you know, but that picture is not drawn up about the UK. You know, about 50, 60 years ago, they used to have wash houses. So people didn't have bathrooms in the UK. They used to go to public wash houses, but you don't hear that. So some of these challenges that we have been created by history and media. We need to do better at, I feel, sharing our history a lot more. But some of the beautiful things I love about Ghana, it's such a long list. I'll give you 5. Culture, energy, innovation, creativity, and opportunity. I'll say culture. There's a way of doing things in Ghana, right? And there's a way of operating. And Christina, you talked about, you know, some of the cultural nuances that obviously differ from the US, but I feel that creates an energy as well. And there is an energy in the morning about 4 a.m. If you're on the roads, you will feel that energy. 5 a.m. when you're stuck in traffic, you still feel that energy. You're not moving, but you feel that energy, you know. And innovation, I love it, because I know my guy in East Lake Ghana, America house. He just set up in the corner to do tires. You know, he innovate. He found a spot. That's his spot. This is what he does. He can fix a tire. He could probably change a light bulb. He could probably do this, X, Y, Z. You know, and these are some of the challenges that some of these challenges create innovation, and the opportunity. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when was payment by tap introduced into the US? Was that quite recently?
By mobile money, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very recent, yeah.
Yeah, and the same with UK. Like you've even got a limit to how much you can use, right?
Yeah.
But that's been around for how long in the continent?
Yeah.
You know, so the opportunity, we've leapfrogged a few things. Like mobile phones, there's more mobile phones than people, right? Like we've leapfrogged a number of different milestones that the West has taken. You know, so the opportunity is just endless. We just need to really organize and mobilize ourselves in the right way to really, you know, push forward.
And that's super. I mean, first of all, thank you all so much. Just because time it's funny how time flies, right? And there'll be a lot more conversations like these, especially with the team, to the ecosystem and the network out there. So I'm going to dive straight into the individualized questions that pertain to all of you. And this blends really well with what Arnold just said, right? Cami, this to you, right? When it comes to appreciation of talent in Ghana, right? People say, you know, how can you be talking about fashion show when the people who are hungry, right? So people I need food to eat today, and you're talking about me dressing up in a fashion thing. It doesn't connect. What is your motivation behind creating that fashion show, and what you did with the Ghana Tech Summit at the VIP Gala, and and why do you think initiatives like that are so important?
So for me, the fashion show, the importance of it and the gala was to be part of the experience. So we had many guest speakers from all across the world that were coming to see Ghana, not just for the tech summit, but to have the experiences, the tools. And for me, you can't go and visit Africa or any African country without either tasting the food or having an experience when it comes to the fashion industry. So being able to showcase designers to these very important guests was, for me, was a great achievement, not just for me from the fashion agency side, but for the designers. Some of the designers we had would be people that wouldn't be able to walk past some of the guests that were at the gala on a day-to-day basis or have access to these people. And what we found as well was that they were able to network with these guests, and these guests were asking so many questions about where they came from, what inspired them to create these designs. We had designers that were but all of our designers had a special course to their heart. So we had one designer that was all about fashion and tech and wearable art. So her designs, again, were very innovative. We had a designer that had been featured in Vogue and was a finalist in the Gucci Fellowship Program and was sort of recommended by Naomi Campbell when she came to Ghana last year in November. And then we had diaspora designers as well that came from the UK that flew out for the fashion show to showcase their collection. So we had a mixture of designers, and again, like I said, they wouldn't have access to some of the speakers that we had from Forbes, that we had from LinkedIn, and then we also had, for example, Stoneboy's wife. She has her own fashion stall that was present at the gala, and it gave access to some of the guests to buy, homemade African ties with African prints, and and it was really important for me that the guests had that experience. They know that you can go to a high street store. You've got many fashion designers such as Stella McCartney and Dior that have imitation print that they sell on mass production in shops or online for a ridiculous amount of money, and it's not credited to the ground of where it really came from. And being able to have the guests come to Ghana and experience it and see firsthand some of the designers that from the country from where the patterns and designs originate from, I think was really important. And they can see the quality of the garments that were made, the stories behind each garment as well. So for me, that was one of the reasons that I thought the fashion show was a great touch for the gala and something that the guests needed to see and have access to.
That's super. Thank you very much for sharing that. And thank you very much for sharing that. And actually blends really well what I want to ask Sam, which is again around the term of appreciation, right? When it comes to design-based work like fashion and things that are definitely more attuned to the right brain side of thinking, Ghanaians and the leadership in many ways, like even parents, tend to not value it as much. But we live in a world where you are seeing now that designers are starting to earn way more than programmers and coders, right? So just like why did you get involved into design and branding? What made you stick with it to now that you're kind of reaping the rewards of what this transition is taking place? And what advice do you give to people who want to get involved in that kind of line of work?
Yeah, very good point. I think, when I was younger, I was very passionate about science, and I was on track to actually be a doctor. But something happened in my GCSEs, and I wasn't able to get the grades I needed, and my plans changed. But effectively, like I told my mom, this is that I believe I can change the world more by being creative than by being a medical doctor. And that still sticks with me. I said that when I was 15, it still sticks with me in terms of the path I've chosen, and the purpose I'm on essentially as well, is that, I truly believe, this is how to influence the world, in my way. Like everyone has their own way, like everyone has their own direction and their own flow and purpose. But this is what I decided was my way essentially, right? And obviously at first, mom didn't understand it, but when I dedicated myself and I actually sort of worked hard on my craft and actually, sacrificed and ensured that, this is what I'm going to do, like I'm going to succeed at it, the fruits of the labor came, and now you're right, we're in positions where now designers are making more than, than doctors and lawyers and like engineers and all these people, and it's a case where it's just the beginning. Like it's only now that our values actually really being translated the way like it should be. It's actually now only been understood as well. For so long it's not been understood exactly what designers can do, like, and what they can achieve, like, and what their impact really and truly is in a measurable standpoint. Like if you talk about things like user experience, user interface, UI and UX, but then there's $X as well. Like what's the dollar value of a designer? Like, how can you really sort of translate the value of this design, to a dollar amount? Like it's damn near impossible. So it's, we're getting closer in terms of where like our real valuation is at. Like in terms of our skill, like in terms of our craft, but like it's still nowhere near where it needs to be. But we're getting closer. Like, and it's great to see as well that in this day and age, design like is very democratic. No matter where you are in the world, no matter what you have as well, you can be a designer. Like it's a very flat, low threshold entry point, like in terms of trying to be a designer. Depending on what your craft may be, like if it's a product design or branding, like, or graphic design or anything, it's very simple to start. And the ascension points, like, is boundless, like as always, so therefore encouraging our youth, to get involved in more creative pursuits, like in design or like other creative outlets is imperative, because of the fact that the entry point, like, and the success rate, like, is so high. Like you can't really turn it down these days. You can't really turn your back at it. You can't really say it's not working either. As we've already mentioned, like all these leaders or industries, that they're all Ghanaian. There's a reason for that. So we're doing a disservice to ourselves and to our people to not invest in what we've seen has already worked. For so many people who have the same background as us. So it's really rather we pursue this. Like an overall, the information is there. We just have to actually go for it, like, and actually do it. Like, and apply ourselves, and like, and go forward as a community, like, and really value ourselves and what we do. But I when I was 15, like, I decided I'm not going to be a doctor, and I think it was the best decision I ever made in my life.
That's super. And actually, this is literally what I want to ask Derek. Derek, you lived in Japan for quite some time. You live in different parts of the world, right? And Japan's probably a great example of a place where they've leveraged different industries to become powerhouses. From, like, we know about manga and of course even like how people treat pets and all these different industries that become powerhouses around the world, right? With Ghana Tech Summit, you did a remarkable job to get a strong buy-in from the ambassadors on the ground to even like the governance side of things. When you're going to the Ministry of Information, Ministry of Communication, to get them to be involved, right? How do you go about activating people into areas like tech where people didn't initially see such strong traditional values into it?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me about running around. I think we spent days looking for certain embassies and consulates. So shout out to the ambassadors that had our back. But what's interesting is, thank you for mentioning Japan. Japan's biggest resource, actually, a lot of people don't know, Japan's biggest resource is their human capital. So you look at what we had. We were fortunate. We didn't have much, but we were fortunate that we had a really enthusiastic community of young, talented, energetic ambassadors that were keen on, getting the word out, keen on building, keen on, contributing to the community and the ecosystem. So, Japan's been able to be this leader in industry and be this leader globally from using its human capital. And if we look at Africa now, UN says Africa, I think we're the youngest population in the world. I think 20% of the youth population in the world sits in Africa, and that number is only getting bigger. So if we look at Japan or even any emerging, Japan, about 40, 30 years ago, Japan was a recipient of aid, and now is one of the biggest donors of aid. So if we can look at that trajectory and see how they've been able to take some of those learnings, we see that they've been able to use their people to their advantage. And then thank you for mentioning also manga, one of my biggest, probably the thing that took me over to Japan initially in manga and anime. One of Japan's biggest exports is their pop culture. And we're looking at Africa's Africa is trending at the moment. African music, African film, African design, as as Cami mentioned, we're trending at the moment. If you look at Netflix, I mean, I saw a statistic the other day which blew my mind. It says, Nollywood has the second biggest film industry by output, and there's a potential for Africa to gross nearly 2 billion from the box office. So we're looking at all this money flowing into research and development, all this money flowing into intellectual data and intellectual property, and we're saying, okay, not only is it just exporting minerals and exporting physical goods, but we're exporting our culture, we're exporting our coolness, we're exporting our energy to the world. And I think that's what's exciting. Japan got people on board. They talk about soft power. Japan's been able to build this really good brand and image, and I think Africa's doing a really good job. The diaspora, the people on the ground, we're just showing a good side of Africa that hasn't been seen before. And at the same time we're doing that, we're making moves, we're making loads of deals. So yeah.
And I'm just gonna call out just for memory's sake, remember we went to the Ministry of Information trying to find all the other ministries. At the time, the Ministry of Information didn't even know where all the other ministries were, and we actually built the pool that helped show where all the ministries were by location at the time. So that was technology right there at hand, and that's even immediate value from GTS. So great work those times, Derek. And speaking of advancing culture in many ways, Christina, like you've been instrumental with us cultivating strong communities in Haiti, different parts of the world. Just some quick tips and advice as to how people can cultivate strong communities, or building strong communities in Ghana, or just building strong community in general, but within Ghana as a context from what you've seen when you were there in the country.
I think like a few tips would be like leverage what you already have. But I think that most of the people that I already met there know the value that they have, and they're able to monetize and connect. So I think that once they understand that right there, that's valuable, that's going to be foundational to their career, they're expanding their community, they're going to be set. It's just a matter of understanding how time is on your side. It's not going to be super quick, but it can be if you leverage your resources in your community right.
That's super. Thank you so much. And Arnold, the work that the Future of Ghana has done has been phenomenal. I've been a recipient, opened my eyes to the power of all that Ghana is doing all around the world. So thank you very much for the hard work yourself and your whole entire squad have done. And you published your second generational diaspora research report, right? Which I think was very powerful because it shows some distinction between first generation, second generation, third generation. Can you tell us a bit more about the diaspora community in general, and what makes the diasporas different, whether it's in the UK to Germany to the States, and also within the intergenerational side of things? It's a hard question, but I know you can definitely tackle it for us.
Yeah, how long have you got? That's a multifaceted question that you have there, sir. And just like twins have their differences, communities have their differences too. If we're looking at let's say the Ghanaian living abroad community based in the UK, and we're looking at the second generation, first generation. And when we talk about second generation, sorry, we're referring to those that are born in their country, or it's defined in different ways. Maybe they're born in the country of residence, or they born in their country of origin but moved to outside of their country of origin. So we're talking about those that were probably 40 and under, around that age now. The difference between them and their parents or their aunties and uncles is that their parents, aunties and uncles moved for specific reasons. Most of them was opportunities for work because of what was going on, looking at Ghana specifically here, what was going on locally then, and the lack of jobs or opportunities. Some of them moved for, look, I'm not going to be here to list out the reasons, but what we did see is that when they entered the UK, they started at ground level. They probably had university degrees, but they had to reskill. They had to do entry-level jobs, even though they had degrees. But then the difference between that and second generation is that because of the foundation that our parents and our aunts and uncles have put for us and the battles they faced racially, we are now able to stand on their shoulders and be better educated. So what we found by our report is that a lot of them are university educated. They have not entry-level jobs, professional jobs. And when I say professional jobs, I'm talking about working in industries. So they have salaries above average. But the key difference is that they have less of a connection with their country of origin. But what we saw by the report is that the key industries that they wanted to contribute to was education, entrepreneurship, and agriculture. Yeah. So we've got this data, but what we realize is that there isn't a framework to really mobilize the intellectual capital and the financial resources. So that's what Future of Ghana, we've been trying to develop over the number of years that we've been doing this. And by the grace of God, 2015, I believe it was, or 2016, our Ghana, our Germany chapter developed. And the reason I mention that is because they are doing phenomenal work. They won an award recently for some of their work that they're doing in their community, supporting young people and helping them to understand the different career paths and access role models. But the difference, we have the shared vision, but a different mission and different pillars. And the reason is because of those cultural nuances that you're talking about. Because in Germany, they don't, by what I've been hearing, the majority of them don't refer to them as Ghanaians or Zimbabweans or Nigerians. They refer to themselves as Afro-Germans. Okay. And when I heard about that, I was like, wow, okay, that's really interesting, because there isn't as big a population of them per se as in maybe the UK. And the UK is very spoiled, I would say, in terms of the access to the different kind of associations and networks that they have. The way we operate is different to those to our working partners in Germany as well. So every community has different needs and wants, and you're seeing what's going on in America at the moment. In the States, you really saw the spirit and the galvanizing of rediscovering one's identity last year with the year of return, and now we'll talk about beyond the year of return. But a lot of people and a lot of celebrities, obviously, they were, Samuel L. Jackson, he went, what was it, DRC or Togo? I can't remember which country.
It was he actually went Senegal, Togo, I think it was one of those two, yeah.
Yeah, and even Ludacris, like all of these guys, they're literally they're rediscovering their identity, and it's a challenge, because there's so many different layers that one has to go through to really discover their identity. And a lot of the issues that we as individuals, forget race for a minute, that we face is regarding our identity. Who are we? So the biggest challenge I think that we have faced is working globally and remotely, but also trying to get acceptance and being able to connect with our brothers locally. And we've been doing this since 2010. So the kind of equity we have with organizations, we try and protect that as best we can, because it's taken us so long to build that relationship and trust, and understand why, there is trust issues, because, our brothers and sisters locally have been let down by so many other people. Oh yeah, I'll help you to get access to funding, and then you don't hear from someone, or, oh yeah, I can help you do this, and nothing happens. And that's a human nature. But I think that what we're trying to build is this ecosystem like GTS that can actually be a trusted incubator that can support job creation, locally.
Yeah. And I mean, everyone's got their role to play, and that's life. I mean, we see GTS as more like a platform. People can announce things and bring initiatives to effect. And I've seen Future of Ghana as a great resource to connect with Ghanaian leadership in San Francisco to New York to even, to, of course, Germany and the like, right? But, credit to the work you're doing. And I know Arnold's going to go a bit more in depth during his keynote talk right after this session. But I'm getting the eyeballs from the madame, as you guys know. You know her. So, first of all, big thank you guys for all the work you guys have done for Ghana Tech Summit through the years. I'm enormously grateful. We are enormously grateful. Ghana is enormously grateful. And also a big shout out to all the team, the wider team from the folks in Ghana. I wasn't leaving anybody out. The reason why I got these guys on the call is because they call it from outside. They want to share their thoughts and show people around the world that even if you are in South Africa, even if you are in China, you can still make a direct impact by being part of something that's making a real difference. And these guys exemplify that. And we're gonna have more time to really have conversations. So a warm thank you to all of you. And I'm gonna quickly pass on the mic to Christine to kind of have us all to move the agenda swiftly ahead. But thank you very much. Actually, where can people find you guys? On LinkedIn or on what's the best people to reach out to you guys?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn. All right, super. All right, all right. So thank you all very much, and I'm gonna quickly move the mic ahead. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good one, and speak soon.
Bye.
All right. So with that said, I'm not going to take any more time. I'm so excited to now welcome back Arnold to kick off with closing remarks and his keynote. Arnold, the floor is all yours. Again, you know how we love you. We know how we admire the work that you do, not only with Future of Ghana, but you have probably been like the pioneer in diaspora that's really galvanized the Ghana community, especially our generation, to connect back home. So without further ado, please, everyone, give some warm round of applause to one and only Arnold Safa Kantaka, next speaker on the list.
Thank you so much. I know that I have a specific amount of time, so I'm going to go straight into it. Hello, everyone, and thank you for indulging in this presentation. I'm just going to share my screen. Okie dokie. Let's go. So hopefully you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes, you can. Okay, awesome. I'm going to go into present mode. So thank you to the Ghana Tech Summit executives and the team for allowing me to present. I entitled this brief presentation as what's on screen, Tipping Point, why intentional mobilization of second gen is critical for Ghana, Africa's growth. So I'm going to give a backstory in terms of what that means, but also how we as Future of Ghana are trying to do that, and it's mirrored with Ghana Tech Summit as well. So as an organization, I'll go into like the history of how we started, but our vision is very simple. We are a collective of volunteers that came together with the same idea, the same passion, and the same kind of drive to try and create positive change in our local communities, internationally, and specifically in Ghana. And the vision is about young Ghanaians globally united to drive positive change in Ghana through innovation and collaboration. And collaboration is, we found it's not just with anyone, it's the right kind of partners, because it's got to be productive. Yeah, and innovation, we've got to be agile, we've got to be innovative in our approach, especially using technology. Our mission, as you can see, is to create platforms for young Ghanaians at home and abroad to connect, share skills and knowledge to impact Ghana's development. So that's where we talk about that ecosystem, right? And you can see some of our team members there in that caricature, which one of our partners in Ghana actually drew when we delivered the project last year. So yeah, that's a brief introduction. I'll come back to that, but just to go back to the tipping point. COVID, Black Lives Matters. These are all global initiatives or issues that have really stirred up the global conversation to an extent. But this uprising of young people is not new. It's been going around for a number of years, decades, you know. In South Africa, I think Soweto, about, was it 20 years ago? I think 21 years ago, there was uprising then. severe uprising. But I'm just going to focus on this presentation here. So obviously you can see in the corner there, Black Lives Matter. In the States, it was a number of young people that were self-mobilizing themselves. They thought that 10 or 20 people would turn up when they were trying to mobilize themselves because of the outrage of the atrocities they saw from police brutality, the murders of notable individuals now in the community there. But they had hundreds and thousands of people turning out. In the top right-hand corner, that is in Brazil. There was uprising again because of, police brutality. This was this year. And how old was the president? I think the young man was 14 years old, killed by the police. And again, you can see the swarms of young people mobilizing themselves, And we had the sad incident that happened, in Nigeria, NSARS. And again, young people mobilizing themselves because enough is enough, and that was how you saw how technology really can make a difference and amplify people's voices. And then in the corner, you got Hong Kong. And, they were tired. They're tired, of what's been happening there. And again, uprising, young people standing up. And then if we look at the population dynamics of the continent, was it 60%? Well, Ghana, 60% is under the age of 25. That's a large majority. We just had elections, and I saw that the majority vote for our current president was just over 6 million. Or both of the leading nominees was 6 million. So that's 12 million. But the population of Ghana as well. So for me, I'm trying to dig in to see how many of the people that actually voted were actually young people, because I really feel that in 4 years' time, when the next election happens, that the tipping point will be the young people. But we need to really organize and mobilize ourselves. There's some stats out there. 60% of Africa's population was estimated to be under the age of 25. And this rhetoric I kept on hearing at many conferences that I was going to with IOM, the EU, all of these notable kind of organizations. But it just became conversation points. I'm just thinking, what are we actually proactively doing? Like, how are you actually proactively creating platforms where young people's voices can be heard? 16 million young Africans, supposedly, that's around 13.4% of the total labor force of 15 to 24-year-olds are supposedly unemployed, of which 60% of Africans think that their governments are doing a bad job. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. A lot of people. So we're at a tipping point, and we're seeing it now in this modern day and age. And we can see how technology has really enabled a lot of businesses to survive, has amplified people's voices, and has given people who, whether their opinion is right or wrong, the opportunity to speak. And especially through Twitter, and you see a lot of trolls there, but it's like, how can we use that in a productive way to mobilize our communities, to ensure that we are accessing the right kind of technologies to create jobs? And through Future of Ghana, we have been on a journey, and we continue to be on a journey, but we're a collective of individuals, an executive team of 7 of us, myself, Sam, Ben, Pearl, Irene, Derek, Nora. We are a collective team of like-minded individuals that do things full-time, but we are set on trying to make a difference. And the way the journey started, and the reason I'm going to talk about this journey is because even though we focus on Ghana, we feel that we have a model that could be replicated for other countries within the continent and outside of the continent even. Because it started with that t-shirt there of SCN, Stephen Appiah and Suleiman Tari. And that was a picture that was taken by a friend of mine who managed to get them to wear the t-shirt which I designed. And from then, like the brand of what was then Myth-Free Ghana blew, and it gave me a voice. It gave everyone else part of it a voice. And it led me to meet Richard Branson, talk to him about business. He's the founder of Virgin Group. This picture there with me wearing the multicolored Myth-Free Ghana t-shirt with Sir Richard Branson is a piece I did with MTV. I can't remember when. I think it's 2012 or 11. Or I think it's 2012 and 11. But also that group picture there is WAM campaign, and that was the original name of the charity. And 2010, we because we had a voice, we wanted to do something with it. So we started mobilizing people through volunteering at Christmas time. You have an hour a week or a day of your time. What can you do in Ghana? So we set up educational programs. And because we had a model that was working and we were mobilizing people to contribute to development and have an insight into what was going on the ground, it allowed me to go to places like Davos, which you can see there. I think that's Bright Simmons. Yeah, that's Bright Simmons, one of Ghana's leading intellects that was there. And for some reason, me, just this young guy that was representing, the organization, I was in Davos speaking about our framework and what we were trying to do. You're always trying to work out where you're going, but it was an idea that moved to purpose. It was an idea that created a movement that became purposeful, that became a burden, actually, but it's become purposeful. And you can see Derek and Ben there with an award, the Africa Diaspora Award. It's a small picture, but that picture in the right corner next to the logo, that's a capacity building program regarding entrepreneurship that we delivered just last year. But the one key thing that we wanted to try and do was mobilize the great minds and talents of Ghana, because we realized that there's going to be a shift. We are going to see a tipping point where the majority vote will be the current youth. But how are we mobilizing them? How are we mobilizing the right minds? So every year we look at Ghana's top 30 under 30 young people globally. These are a few of the publications that we've done. And at the moment, we have a collective of 150 of some of Ghana's most amazing individuals from as far as South Korea, and the majority of the people in there are actually in Ghana. You've got UK, Canada, Ireland. There's this people everywhere. But why? What's the why? Well, we look at the remittances. This is 2015. 2 billion was supposedly remitted to Ghana, of which $35.2 billion was remitted to sub-Saharan Africa, and globally it's just under 450 billion. And these are official numbers. This is not including you're going to go to Ghana. Okay, let me give you this envelope, and in there's about $1,000, dollars or pounds or euros, whatever it is. Just give it to auntie. That is not recorded. So these figures are probably underrepresented. But the majority of the people that are remitting are first generation Ghanaians. But if we look at it, second generation Ghanaians, we, by the grace of God and by the sacrifices of our parents and aunties and uncles and carers, those that live outside of their country have benefited from their parents' sacrifices and now are better educated, in better jobs, have more surplus income, but are less connected to their country. So we try to bridge that gap through Future of Ghana by creating this connection point where people can have connection points where they can connect their skills and talents to help create jobs and support other SMEs, startups in Ghana, can connect their resources by understanding what's going on locally through volunteering. And we create this collective mainly through our alumni program, our top 30 under 30 program. What you see now on the screen is kind of just like a one page of our model. We've got 5 pillars: volunteering, livelihoods, alumni, community, advocacy. And we've been doing a lot of advocacy behind the scenes, to the point where even the national youth policy for Ghana, we were the only contributors to the diaspora that contribute to our report, which you can find on our website, which helped to ensure that Ghanaians abroad were part of that national youth policy. But we want to be more intentional about that. And even just recently, we were contributors to the EU's roadmap framework of how the EU can better contribute to the migration and development agenda within the continent. And youth were not being considered until we amplified and said, no, they need to be. You can't talk about development and migration without talking about the next generation, because there's going to be a disconnect. And we see that already with some of our leaders. There's such a disconnect. They're sleeping in meetings. They're doing there's such a disconnect. But we are here to try and build this connection. And hopefully we feel we've created a model. We've launched in Germany as well. And our team there are doing amazing work, affecting change and impacting lives. Some of our achievements here, I don't really like doing these kind of things, but just so you know, we've done things. You know, by the grace of God, I got to meet the Queen of England. I'd rather meet up, we've met people, we've done things, but I just wanted to show you what can be done, because we are at a tipping point. And if anyone wants to try and understand how to build a community, how to build a tribe, GTS is a perfect example. They have a global community, GSC, should I say, who are powering GTS. Perfect example. We're doing it specifically for the Ghanaian community. Why? Because we know that all of the different countries within the continent, everyone has their own nuances. So we wanted to build something robust, something that lasts, and something that can really create lasting change. So we're at a tipping point, guys. So let's be productive in whatever we're doing. Let's be productive in our craft. Even if you don't build your own community, whatever skill or talent you have, be effective. Because just like technology isn't waiting for no one, man is definitely not waiting for no one. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Of course, your call to action and really reinforcing what Future of Ghana has been doing. I'm not sure if you saw the live messages and chat feeds of people reacting to your content, but the future is the youth. And to your point, if we don't engage them now, the other side of what we're seeing in the streets, what we're seeing across the world is going to continue to accelerate. And so thank you so much for reminding us about the power of the youth. Thank you so much for your work. And as always, Arno, thank you so much for sharing your thought leadership and what you have done to really empower the diaspora across Ghana and around the world.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to. Let's see ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another round of applause. Arnold, our keynote speaker from Future of Ghana, also a member of the Ghana Tech Summit team, engaging all of you on the power of the youth. Without further ado, we're now going to transition to our next keynote speakers from the MESS and Catalyst Fund team. You're going to be hearing from them. They're going to have an amazing announcement to share. This is something I'm really excited of. And of course, we worked with MESS for several years in Ghana Tech, so we truly admire the work that they do. So please, let's get excitement. Let's get engaged. They're going to go live in 30 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our two guest speakers, Nana Ado, MESS Scale Manager of MESS Africa, and Jane Delcer, Program Director at the Catalyst Fund IDC. They're going to go on live on screen. Let's give them a warm welcome and a round of applause. They're going to be discussing MESS and the Catalyst Fund Inclusive Digital Commerce Accelerator. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. They've been doing programs about this initiative since November. So without further ado, let's get excited. A warm welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. It's a pleasure to have you. The floor is all yours. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Christine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm Kweku.
Connection is dropped.
No worries, Jane. As we wait for Kweku to come back with the connection, feel free to just jump right in and get the introductions going. No worries.
Sure, wonderful. So my name is Jane Delcer, and you know what? I think Kweku is back.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm with MESS. My name is Kweku Fleming. MESS, we've been here in Ghana since 2008. We're a software entrepreneur training program, a seed fund, and we have a network of incubation hubs across.
So I think we lost Kweku again. Maybe I'll just jump in. in the meantime, and while we have Kwaku come back.
I hope I'm connected again. If you know us, MEST, we offer very early stage training, pre-MEST, intensive early stage venture acceleration. That's how MEST express. And we partner with organizations to deliver innovative programs. And that's MEST partnerships. But there's a big shift that's happening for us. And that's that we're expanding beyond just startups to also support later stage, more established, small and medium enterprises. And that's MEST scale. So we know how hard hit many small businesses in Ghana have been by the COVID protocol.
So we seem to have lost Kwaku's connection, and I believe he was talking about the rationale for MEST's expansion into MEST scale, pointing to our new partnership where MEST and Catalyst Fund are partnering in the new Catalyst Fund Inclusive Digital Commerce Accelerator. So my name is Jane. I'm the Program Director of Catalyst Fund Inclusive Digital Commerce. And we're really thrilled to be partnering with MEST on this program. We want to thank MasterCard Foundation for their support, with whom we've created this program at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we launched it at warp speed. This program seeks to improve the livelihood and resilience of micro and small enterprises through digital commerce. As we know, MSCs are the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, many of which are operated by young men and women and are acutely suffering the fallout from the pandemic. On the back of the latest market research we've just finished conducting on MSCs and their usage of digital commerce in Ghana, we validated that informal MSCs are very actively doing digital marketing. We found that 80% of their customers are acquired through social media. Up to 50% of their sales leads are coming from online. As we saw with WhatsApp's announcement yesterday about the shopping cart feature, it speaks to the high adoption of merchants using apps to sell and service their customers. And we also found high usage of mobile money that was validated, with 88% of informal MSCs accepting MTN mobile money. 65% find Momo more convenient than cash to accept customer payments. But in digital commerce, we also see that the back-end operations, inventory management, logistics are pain points for informal MSCs. 80% of them travel physically to their distributors, 73% still pay in cash for inventory, and 84% don't have the luxury of an app or online service to manage deliveries. And based on this new research which we conducted and will publish as a brief in January, we see opportunities for accelerating inclusive digital commerce companies in 3 areas. The first is agriculture and location-based niche-type marketplaces where MSC producers can compete online and benefit from aggregation and economies of scale. Second, digitization of business management and operations to procure supplies, make purchases, track finances. And third, tech-enabled logistics that offer more than just transport, and that's affordable, the kind of seamless fulfillment type services that merchants need. We're currently evaluating, so this is part of our larger announcement, is that we're evaluating companies, and starting in January, we will select 3 digital commerce companies for our first cohort. And each company will receive up to $120,000 in flexible grant capital, deep bespoke venture-led acceleration, expert-led venture acceleration for up to 6 months, and cohort workshop sessions led by MEST, our partner, at their offices. And these sessions are tailored to the companies and will be delivered by local digital commerce experts and mentors. And finally, connection to Catalyst Fund Global Circle of over 65 investors and circle of corporates. So we're continuing to look for qualified digital commerce companies to select in our program. So companies can submit an expression of interest on our website at bfa.works/EOI. That's bfa.works/EOI. I don't know if we're gonna have Kwaku back. I saw him come in, but let me end on my part to say a big thank you to you, Christine, and Ghana Tech Summit for inviting us to speak.
No worries. And I know Kwaku wanted to speak on behalf of MES. I'll probably say just a quick 30 seconds just because I've monitored MES for a while. They've been around, ladies and gentlemen, since 2008, not only building in Ghana across the continent, but they've done work across Africa. Just Ghana is one of the longest tenured branches under the MES brand. And that's really they've done incubators, accelerators. They're really big in the tech ecosystem. So it's a really great sight to see the collaboration with the Catalyst Fund and the MasterCard Foundation for this opportunity. So just to reiterate and summarize, ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to apply to this program, targeting SME companies, and really nice to see that we're targeting SMEs because I know there's a big community of support for startups, but SMEs are also the backbone of any country's economy. So pleasure to have you. We'll definitely be sending more information on social media and wishing you and the entire team on behalf of Ghana Tech Summit best wishes with this initiative in January.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, another round of applause. Team, please send the information out on social media so people can engage and apply for this opportunity. And without further ado, we're going to introduce our next keynote speaker to the session. So a warm round of applause to our previous speakers. Our next speaker on the session is none other than Marc-Alain Boussicot from Haiti. And you guys know what I feel, I'm saying Haitian, I'm Haitian. So I'm so excited to introduce him. Before we do the 30-second countdown, I want to do a quick video of the Haiti Tech Summit experience so you can see what we brought to Ghana, because before Ghana Tech Summit, there was Haiti Tech Summit, and we brought those vibes and love and passion and culture and power to Ghana. So looking forward to getting your excitement and welcome this amazing ecosystem builder to this session. So I'm going to introduce him fully right after this video. So team, let's play the video. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from the Haiti, the first Black Republic of the world, to Ghana, the first Black Republic of the African continent, I give you a warm welcome to the one and only Marc-Alain Boussicot, who's more than just a teammate. He's almost like a brother, a family. We've cried together, we've laughed together, we've done so much in the past couple of years. And one of the main reasons why we brought three iconic influencers from Haiti to Ghana last year during the year, actually during 2018 and 2019, for the past couple of years to bridge the cultural diaspora into Ghana and show ecosystem builders in tech outside of Ghana in diaspora markets like Haiti. And Marc-Alain Boussicot obviously is one of the biggest pillars in Haiti. He's been featured in Forbes, so many different media outlets across the country. He's like literally the face of the youth movement of Haiti, especially not only as the founder of Bunge, but he actually initiates a lot of tech ecosystems in the country. So I won't take any of his time. He has a keynote to really tell you about his work, his time in Ghana, but more importantly, the power of tech innovation from ecosystem builders like himself. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give him a warm and crazy welcome. Welcome, Marc-Alain, back again to Ghana Tech Summit. Pleasure to have you. Welcome again.
Hello, Christine, and hi, everyone. I'm super happy to be with you. It is actually quite early in Haiti, and I'm super proud to be live streaming from Bunge inside Haiti. So welcome, everyone, and I'm super happy for all of you that are here putting the time and trying to learn more about how you can do more to push the tech agenda. I think Christine made a phenomenal introduction. I don't think I have anything to add to this, but to commend her for her work. I always like to say that Ghana Tech Summit is the little brother or the little sister of the Haiti Tech Summit, but that can create a lot of debate. But I am super proud of the work she's been doing around the world. This started here in Haiti, which is a very, very rare narrative. Haiti is always about, bad narrative, but our goal was to change that. So today, what Christine is doing around the world and Einstein kind of took seeds somehow from Haiti, and that's why maybe it's strong. And she's going all over the world building ecosystems, and we are super proud of her because she's Haitian. We're super proud of her because she's taking over the world, and she's bringing all of you with her, and that is amazing. So back in 2017, we decided that we wanted Haiti to become a tech hub, you're right? And we also set the goal of this 13-year initiative, and we are watching it grow. And I think one of the things that amazed me was when I went to Ghana back in 2018, and that's when I realized one thing that was actually shocking. Was my first time in Africa, and I plan to go back. I hope things go back to normal so I can go back and be there with you and you can have that summit again. But what shocked me, and I think Arnold, who was speaking before me, also touched a little bit about that, was how thirsty the young people were. Like, we were at that conference center, and I was out there. I just came in. I'm just this guy who's coming from Haiti all across, the other side of the continent. And here they were, a lot of people just like in Haiti, with the fire of wanting to do something. And that's something I did not expect. A lot of people, we all talk about how young the Haitian population is. Or more than 50% of the population is under the age of 30. So we have a lot of young people, but realizing that it was actually the same reality, because when I left the stage after my panel, there were so many young people coming at me saying, I'm trying to start this, I'm trying to do that. How do I do this? How do I do that? It kind of was similar to my story. And that was shocking to me. And I think that tells a lot about how much energy this, like the young people today around the world, this is a reserve of energy that's just getting ready to blow. And I think that's already blowing, because when you see the reality of what we're doing today, and I think things like tech summits and events, major events like Christine is pulling out, the kind of partners she's getting around her seem to me to be kind of partnership that were just left for government officials or, big institutions that were actually there. But with technology, young people are actually getting in the front space. And I think the next couple of years that are coming up are going to be the year where young people actually are disrupting in many different sectors. And I think the question I have to ask for you today, who's watching, who's tuning in, what is going to be your role? So, right, before the Tech Summit back in Haiti, I'm an economist by background, and I used to work for the Inter-American Development Bank and the World Bank. These are big institutions, right? That's the same story. But what I felt was, how do I bring my own contribution in a way that can be sustainable? And I think I found that at the Haiti Tech Summit. And that's why I'm hoping that you guys are connecting and networking in the chat, trying to connect with each other and seeing what can your role be. Christine talked about Bunch. Today, Bunch is the biggest co-working space and entrepreneurship hub in Haiti. We started just right after the Tech Summit. That was kind of like my eye-opener. I was like, I have to do this. And at the Tech Summit, that's where I connected with Google and Facebook. Today, we are the only Google accelerator partner in the entire Caribbean. And we are also partners of Facebook with the Developer Circle. And I was super excited to see that the Developer Circle was already in Ghana. And we met also the leads from the Facebook Developer Circles in Ghana, met young people from Startup Grant. They are a global movement that can carry your voice. So join those channels and try to be the change where you are. So at Bunch, we literally changed the ecosystem in a sense where we created a safe space for developers, people interested in tech, to just be gathering all the time. And it hasn't been an easy story. We started, things were difficult. We also had some instability in Haiti. Our space got destroyed last year because of riots, but we rebuilt again with the support of the community, people like Christine who stood up. And that's what tells you about the power of young people. You can't have your business destroyed today and have a community standing up with you, because there's power in community. And that's kind of what my message is today. There is power in community. where do you position yourself as one of those who are watching this, who tune in from the Ghana Tech Summit? You're looking for answers. Are you going to be able to connect with somebody today in the chat that's going to make a difference in your career? Whether it's because you're getting more promotion, whether it's because you choose to become an entrepreneur, or because you're starting a company, or because you're just creating a project, a startup, whatever you are doing right now, you could connect, and there's power in community. So since then, we had COVID, right? So everybody's dealing with COVID in some way, shape, or form. And if COVID was actually coming as a threat for us, I think in the technology world, we realized that COVID actually is an opportunity to make deeper connection, an opportunity to actually connect with more people, because we're all leveraging tech. And we had a co-working space in Haiti, and COVID hit. So we actually started losing clients because people were coming in and out, just trying to stay home. And then we started these digital programs. And I think, who better than the GSE team to understand about how digital? I think the GSE has never been so active in 1 year, running digital summits all around the world. So we also started bringing that technology in our communities, helping organizations, startups, people, just to go online. Just to go online became an opportunity for us to be able to continue growing. And now that Haiti's, we had about 200 deaths and 10,000 cases, things are actually shifting back to a little bit more normal. So we actually been able as a company to do more digital and also doing more physical. So if you look at the problems with the right sight, you can find opportunities in the issues. You can find opportunity even in a pandemic. So there's nothing that should be stopping you as a person to be able to pursue your dreams, but you have to always start small and start where you can control and build a community around it. I am a community leader. I've been a community leader since college. I joined the One Young World, which is a fantastic young leader network that I would actually suggest you also to check out, to become a global leader, to connect with people. If I have been able to build this, if I've been able to build a company and be in tech and connecting with Google and Facebook, building the ecosystem, bringing Haitians together, it's because I believed in community. So a lot of people want to be leaders and get big titles, but they actually don't care about the people. So I think it starts with the people. And if you can connect with people first and build around it sustainably, you can build an empire. And I'm trying to build one, and I hope I'll get where I want. And I really want to connect with all of you here who are trying to build communities in your area, so I can learn from you, so I can share my experience. That's why I'm super happy to be here. But mostly I wanted to represent for Haiti and tell you that if things are happening in this part of the world where there's a lot of bad press about it, wherever you are, you can be doing more, and you should start now. Christine, I'm not going to take any more of your time, and I really hope everybody's getting excited. I want to connect with everyone. I'm on Twitter all the time. I'm always tweeting. So you can reach out to me at Mark Alain B on Twitter, or you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to talk to all of you. Christine, I'm heading it back to you, and congrats on the Ghana Tech Summit.
Thank you so much, Mark. And of course, I want to reiterate again, at Mark Alain Busico, please follow him on Twitter, because he is highly engaged on Twitter. Like I tell you, like big conversations happen on his social media feed. So feel free to engage. And I also want to remind everyone, again, this connection between bridging Haiti and Ghana, and why we've done this over the past couple of years, because obviously when you look at Ghana being this mecca for this diaspora movement, this conversation of bringing the Black collective from around the world and across the country together, no other country, I believe personally, regardless of the fact that I'm also Haitian, can attest to that than Haiti, right? The first Black republic in the world from 1804. We have such a legacy and a culture, and to see what Mark has done to build tech ecosystem in Haiti and what he's seen in Ghana, there was no other person I could think of to like really excite people about coming to Haiti, because I'm sure people have stayed in touch with you, Mark. And I want to conclude by saying, what's next for 2021? Because I know Bunge is doing a lot of new things, and I want people to get excited about, okay, we're bridging Haiti to Ghana, but what about Ghana to Haiti? Any quick closing remarks so people can still follow you and engage?
Before I go off to your question, I really want to commend Einstein, because he's been doing a fantastic job in Ghana. And I'm super excited to see the connection between all of you guys and how it's linking up to Haiti. So this year actually has been a great year in terms of we survived COVID. So that's kind of like one of the best things. And where we're actually trying to head to is really trying to open more branch in other parts of Haiti and maybe in the Caribbean. We've been able to connect with the Caribbean, leveraging other networks that we had from One Young World. But also, the great news is we brought Facebook to Haiti with the Developer Circle program, and we actually helped them breach the Developer Circle program to the Caribbean. So we opened a circle in Jamaica, we opened one in Guyana, and we also opened one in Barbados. So that's how now we're connecting with the developers in all these parts of the region. So, and all of this is starting from Haiti. And I think what I want people to understand is we are a committed group of people. We've been able to start a story from Haiti. It was featured on Forbes. It was featured on many more magazines because Christine is always talking about Haiti wherever she goes. So here is something that started in Haiti that can have ripple effects around the world. And imagine what that represents, and imagine what you can create in your community. And I want people to really start where they control. Don't just wait for that, I'm going to be ready in 10 years after I have a full career. You can start building community today. And how do you do that? You leverage social media, or you leverage connecting with people. If you love it, then do it.
With that, I don't know any other way to end. Marc-Alain Boucicault, thank you so much. Pleasure having you as always.
I'll be tuning in for the rest of the day. Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give him some warm love and definitely get that energy going, because I want you to see the faces behind some of the pillars across the world that's really live here with you today. And without further ado, I do want to now conclude this morning half of the Ghana Tech Summit 2020. You've heard opening panel discussions from the Ghana Tech Summit team, followed from remarks from the Haiti Tech community, and obviously, some remarks about, just like how the genesis of Ghana Tech has come to be what it is 3 years later. And of course, this is all powered by the global startup ecosystem. I'll speak to what we do at GSC around the world later on during this program, but we power over 68 different summits on an annual basis. So definitely we've been exploding for the past couple of years, but this is all about Ghana Tech Summit. This is the third annual edition. It's a digital edition because we are living in very unique times. This is a pandemic year, but it does not mean it's a stalemate year. This is a year to still activate, engage. We are part of the digital revolution. And so with that, in engaging you all about Ghana Tech Summit, I want to reinforce the 3 pillars of engagement of what we do at Ghana Tech, what we do at GSC as an organization, is that our pillars of engagement is around entrepreneurship, employment, and education. Obviously, we invite the entire tech and startup ecosystem to really galvanize around supporting entrepreneurship. We've done many career recruitment programs in the unemployment pillar. And of course, we have tons and dozens of free education courses that we provide to the public. And because of the work that we do on a global scale, we've had pioneers and speakers from across our network. We have over 600 speakers in our network. Previous speakers at our summits include Jack Dorsey to Ben Horowitz, to celebrities and heads of state. And of course, when I look at what we've done with Ghana Tech Summit over the past 3 years, from 2018 when we kicked off the event with 2 days, 100 speakers and 1,000 delegates at the Accra Digital Conference Center, it truly was a dynamic launch. We came in loud and running that tech is going to be a main point of conversation for any stakeholder in Ghana. Came back again in 2019, this time with 2,000 delegates in the partnership with Forbes and the YMCA. Truly a mesmerizing experience as we saw youth from across the country, doubling the number of partners that we work with for that program. And here we are today with our 3rd annual edition, again with all these speakers and 3,000 digital delegates. We actually surpassed that amount in terms of registrations for this year. Truly was an engagement part. And when I look back through the experiences we had from the 2018 Ghana Tech Summit, if you view these photos here, taking over the Accra Conference Center with 1,000 delegates from across Ghana around the world, we really made a statement about how we want the ecosystem to embrace technology, embrace this digital revolution that's happening right before our eyes. Of course, many grassroots activities, because we want to make sure that we're appealing to young people and the masses. So for Ghana Tech Week, we went to several different ecosystem hubs, local schools like in Nima, the YMCA. Every year we have Ghana Tech Week activations where we invite the ecosystem to host their own sessions and workshops to be a part of this conversation, to galvanize even volunteers to really give back their expertise to the community. So if you ever want to be a part of future Ghana Tech Week efforts, definitely email us at info@ghanatechsummit.com. And of course, as we progress into 2019, kicking off with the press conference, this was a unique year last year because we made a decision to go from the Accra Conference Center to revamping the local YMCA in Accra, Ghana, because we want to show and transform youth spaces to showcase the power of these youth centers to empower the next generation of tech and innovation pioneers. And of course, that led to a very iconic summit. 2,000 individuals were with us all day at Olusu Castle as well. So it really was an engaging summit. And as you know, last year was the year of return movement, and the President Nana obviously did a mandate about the year of return, and it was probably one of the most successful diaspora movements of our recent memory and of our time. And we actually did a global tour to 35 cities where there was a Ghanaian community. So we went to New York, London, Silicon Valley, Canada. We went to Haiti. We went to Bahamas. We went to Jamaica. We went to 35 cities where we knew there were Ghanaian nationals and community members to really galvanize them about coming back to Ghana. This is one in New York City with Ndaba Mandela as one of our keynote speakers, where we were galvanizing them about identity, conversation, the future of Ghana, the future of Africa. And this was a tour that we did globally. And of course, as we grow as an organization, we are not, and I want to reiterate this, we are not a summit. We are not a summit. We are a gathering of stakeholders like you, from people around Ghana, of course, around the world, to really incite inspiration, change, and collaboration. There are dozens of people who got hired at Ghana Tech Summit, dozens of businesses that have been launched. In terms of impact within the ecosystem, the Google AI, we partner with them, we're bringing that to Ghana. Microsoft has hired people at Ghana Tech Summit, and so on and so forth. And so there's a lot of collaborations and activations that happen post Ghana Tech Summit at Ghana Tech Summit because of the experiences and exposure we have in bringing these thought leaders and speakers together for this program. And so with that, again, I want to reiterate, my name is Christina and Tim. I'm really excited to now transition you to the second half of the Ghana Tech Summit experience for 2020. Of course, we will be live across all social media channels today, including our website. We're going to be engaging with 50 global speakers from across the continent who will be engaging about tech, innovation, business, and industry development on a massive scale. And of course, a huge round of applause to our 2020 partners. We could not have done it without them. Of course, this is a free program thanks to their support and leadership. I want to give some VIP acknowledgments to people who supported us to make this accessible and free to many of our leaders and thought leaders across the world. And of course, a huge round of applause to our main sponsor, LinkedIn. You'll be hearing from them throughout the day. They have keynotes, panels, and workshop discussions where they will be teaching about business and other personal branding tips and tricks throughout the day. And of course, we do have a cohort that we are graduating live today at Ghana Tech Summit. We had a cohort of 30 Ghanaians that we onboarded for our internship, 3-month internship this year, that will be graduating live digitally at Ghana Tech Summit. That will be followed by our Startup Lab pitch presenters, because as a platform that reaches thousands of audience members around the world, we always want to provide our platform to startups to present their companies and pitch what they're doing as innovators. So again, the agenda is packed. We have a lot coming your way. And with that, I'm really excited to conclude by saying that this is an event and a program and an experience for you all to come together and really not only be empowered, be inspired, and be initiated into really moving Ghana forward. Obviously, with my accent, you could tell the New Yorker and American side. I already told you I'm also Haitian, but through my husband and my kids, my 2 beautiful girls, I am also a proud Ghanaian. So I'm still going to reiterate my love and passion for the country every day, every single day. So thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm now excited to welcome our next and first keynote speaker of the session. She was actually a speaker at a previous event that we had last month at Africa Future Summit. I'm a huge admirer of her. I don't think she really knows, but I track her on LinkedIn all the time. Her name is Dr. Joy. She's a strategic advisor and assistant administrator and regional director for the Bureau for Africa of the United Nations Development Program. But I want to reiterate that she has a long and tenured career in service. She has done many amazing things to not only empower her ecosystem, but I think she's one of the most amazing role models for women to really follow. So I'm going to get the 30-second countdown. Get your applause, virtual applause ready. This is our keynote speaker. She's going to kick off the day with us. Let's get ready to welcome her very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello there. Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Joy. Truly a pleasure to see your happy face again back at one of our programs. I know your time is limited, so it's a really honor to welcome you back, this time to Ghana Tech Summit. So without further ado, thank you so much for being a part of this. I'll pass over the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Hello, Ghana. Hello, Africa. Hello, world. My name is Joy Kategekwa, and I'm very pleased, honored to be part of the Ghana Tech Summit. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm a Ugandan child. I'm an African child. I am a mother of 4 beautiful girls, and I'm deeply passionate about the role of international trade, regional trade, in prospering Africa. I have spent the last 17 years trying to answer this penultimate question. Why do we have the world's most valuable resources and yet have only 3% of global trade in manufactures and less than 2% in world exports of commercial services? And so I've dedicated my career to understanding the details, to understanding trade law, and to using that basis as a space to get the best deals for Africa. This journey has taken me to many places. I started out my career, I'd say about 17 years ago, as a negotiator for Uganda at the World Trade Organization. And in this space, trying to really push the envelope to say, when you give us preferential market access, let us be able to utilize it. And so, over the years in various institutions in Geneva, after getting a PhD in trade law, I started to really do the negotiations, to lead advisory teams, to be the backstop for developing countries in terms of strategy, policy, and so on. And we scored some victories. We got some interesting sort of victories where, for example, you have many key markets across the world giving Africa and least developed countries duty and quota-free market access. In that time, we also managed to amend for the first time in WTO law a trade agreement, the TRIPS agreement, allowing African countries to produce generics or to import from those that have more capacity. We got special preferential arrangements that allow for priority to be given to services suppliers from poor countries, from least developed countries. But after a while, it became clear that the markets themselves are not sufficient. We have to be able to utilize them. And so it started to push in me this idea, go back home, go back to Africa. And so in 2015, I accepted a position to go to Africa and head the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Regional Office for Africa, really opening a new manuscript on how it is that we can do trade integration within and amongst African countries. These 5 years were phenomenal. A lot of drafting, a lot of treaty text, a lot of analysis, a lot of unlearning some of the things that I'd spent at that point 12 years in Geneva practicing, and really asking ourselves, what is adaptability in context? Much of this process led to what we have now as the African Continental Free Trade Area, which in 22 days will be the basis for start of trading within Africa for 34 countries that have ratified the agreement. This is phenomenal. This is powerful. And I'd like to spend the next, perhaps, what's left of my time telling you why it's important, how we make it work, and how you can be involved. Why is it important? Intra-African trade, only 18%. The rest of the world is the extension to 100. Intra-African trade is also where we start to see a bit of a difference in the value and the construct of what we export in Africa. So while Ghana, let's talk about Ghana, while Ghana exports the cocoa beans to the rest of the world, in intra-African trade, it exports chocolates. While you cannot imagine the possibility of a huge mobile phone manufacturer, selling phones across the world to Europe, we can buy made in Rwanda phones. And so intra-African trade is critical because it's there that we have value addition, it's there that we have diversification, it's there that we have quality jobs, it's there that we have more technology in the jobs. It's the place where we can boost the continent. And for a community that's in the tech space, intra-African trade, especially in a COVID environment, is really the future, because there you broaden the scope of the market. And so how we transition from this 18% to the jobs of the future, to the life of the future, to fighting poverty, to defeating poverty, is really what drives me out of the AfCFTA. And in there, we're looking at, within 22 days, 90% of tariff lines being zero rated. This is historic and critical because remember, in Africa, we've often spoken about an infrastructure of extraction. It's not an accident that Ghana exports cocoa beans. It's not an accident that it's easier to export those beans outside the continent than it is for them to be added value inside of the continent. And so we're trying to break with this historical problem by boosting productivity on the continent, boosting industries, boosting the opportunities for young people. And so with those 90% tariff lines is one thing, but that's not all. 5 critical infrastructure services where I hope as I say them, you'll start to see yourself in them. Transport services, telecom services, financial services, business and professional services, tourism services. All of these services have a technology angle which can lever them to the future. This is the set of 5 priority sectors that are the priority which from the start of January 2021 will be subject to more streamlined, less discriminatory regulations and market spaces within Africa. So it's critically important. How then do we make it work? We make it work by ensuring, one, that we go back to that push that got me to think about leaving Geneva and going back to Africa, which is that trade agreements in and of themselves are not enough. We've delivered yet another instrument. How do we ensure that we tackle that capacity building question? Trade facilitation, trade information, trade finance, factor market integration. How do we ensure that the regional value chains start to be a reality that you can base off the cocoa beans in Ghana and add value in Senegal and export to Uganda, the regional value chains? That is a question of productive capacity. And so investment in that is critical. The second point I'd like to make around how we make it work is the power of intra-African investment and global investment. That we must think of ourselves as holding the key to creating those African businesses, to getting into other African countries and producing those products. And so the power of investment in those sectors that are not just extractives, because that is the confine, that is the construct that we see constantly with FDI. Even if it produces 46 billion annually to Africa, it's mostly in the extractive sector, in the commodity sector. We want investment in services. We want investment in value addition. And so see yourselves as having this open space in Africa to do investment. Then how do you get involved? A bit of a tip has already been given there. But before I get to the tip again, it's this question of understanding it. You can't utilize what you don't understand. There's been a lot of talk about this AfCFTA, sort of a tongue twister. But you need to understand, dig deep, put yourself in there, understand what the opportunity is. Once you understand what the opportunity is, start to think about where you situate yourself, create those businesses for the 1.2 billion people market on the continent. As you create those businesses, demand the preferential treatment. Insist on accountability, that you get the preferential treatment. Because as we know, it's not the first time that Africa would have preferential arrangements in different sub-regional groups. Demand that treatment, call for the accountability. And the final point I'd say then is we will not grow, advance, see the promise if we don't make it a conscious decision within ourselves to vote for those products when we find them on the shelves. And so this consciousness about supporting African products. Buy them when you see them. I always pride myself in supporting Ghana's fashion industry because I buy my fabric from there. My tailor is from Accra. She makes me beautiful clothes that I can wear with pride and go to all manner of meetings. In my mind, happy that I'm supporting industrialization in Africa. And so I leave you with that challenge. What is your space in the new continental market? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. And I know with the interest of time, just want to take probably one quick question from the audience because there's been a lot of engagements on the chat feed. The quick question that I see from one of the members is that if you could share with us, with the AFTA agreement that was signed this year, what is your vision now for Africa during this decade that people describe that Africa would now change?
My vision for Africa is to actualize that which we are already seeing from COVID as the reality of the shoots of possibility on the continent. You see, supply chains broke. You know, you don't have the supplies coming in anymore into the continent, but you have a demand because Africans need these products. And Africa has been resilient. Africa has produced PPE. Africa has produced the products of the COVID-19 economy. That tells you that there's a role for trade policy in pushing this ahead. And so my vision for Africa is to really go deep on this question of how do we focus our efforts on nurturing those industries, supporting those women and youth enterprises, making sure that in the African space is good enough representation of African production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And without further ado, welcome again to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. It was a pleasure to hear your remarks, your thought leadership as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. It's been a pleasure. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, again, the one and only Dr. Joy, who again, her experience and perspective, especially during this unique time in African history, was obviously well received. I know there's a lot of people on the chat feed who had more questions. Team, please feel free to share her hashtag links and information from LinkedIn so they can follow and engage with her, because I know 10 minutes is not enough time to get all of her thought leadership and perspective. But again, please engage with her on social and definitely hashtag us so we can follow the conversation and join in. So another round of applause to our keynote speaker. It was really an honor to have her as always. And without further ado, our next speaker, Kevin Ostra, the CEO of Springfield Group. Many of you, especially within the Ghanaian community, has followed his journey, his story, and his sincere leadership in business. Of course, we know about the industry of oil and what he's been doing in that sector, but also his philanthropic activities. He is really an inspirational role model to the Ghanaian community. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting him in New York to hear him speak and hear his thought leadership. So in the next 30 seconds, we're going to welcome the CEO of Springfield Group to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. So let's get excited to welcome this icon of Ghana to the Ghana Tech Summit 2020 edition. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of virtual applause. Kevin Ostra, CEO of the Springfield Group, is here with us today. Truly a pleasure and honor to welcome you to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. We're all huge admirers of yours, so I know you have a keynote presentation just to talk to us about your perspectives. So much is happening in Ghana right now. I'm sure you are well aware. So without further ado, Kevin, I'll pass over the floor to you. It's an honor to welcome you to the Ghana Tech Summit 2020 edition.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, use this opportunity to say thank you for having me on Ghana Tech Summit. I believe that everyone is following, the current COVID protocols due to the pandemic that we have ongoing at the moment. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank all Ghanaians of having a successful election, and also congratulate the President-elect, Nana Akufo-Addo, on his election victory. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. It's with a very great pleasure for me to speak to you at this year's Ghana Tech Summit. I am certain that none of us is in doubt that the fourth industrial revolution, coupled with the power and turbocharging effects of the African Continental Free Trade Area on intra-African trade and investments, are together offering Africa and Ghana a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leapfrog into global competitiveness and a new era of prosperity. What is imperative is that we collectively grab this opportunity and make sure that this time it actually happens. Africa has many advantages, and as we all know, I would like to mention just a few of it. We are blessed with immense reserves of natural resources. We also have the fastest growing population and the youngest average population age, which is currently about 19 years. Never underestimate the power of so many minds who are already showing their prowess in the tech world. There is already evidence of tech startup hotspots across the African continent. This is despite the current COVID-19 pandemic, which will hopefully soon just be in the rear view mirror as the vaccines become available for global rollout. Even in that sphere, Ghanaians become available for global, even in that sphere, Ghanaians have an impact. For example, an Accra-based software engineering company used the Ofine Health Assistant Program to record and track the frequency of coronavirus symptoms and locations through a USSD shortcode. The company's name is Cognate Systems, and this is a local company from Ghana. The October edition of the World Bank's African Pulse magazine, titled Charting the Road to Recovery, pinpoints digital transformation as being one of the key drivers for Africa's post-COVID-19 economic recovery and development. If you ask a man in the street about where technology is delivering convenience for their everyday lives and activities, they will almost certainly mention mobile money, mobile phones, internet, e-commerce, and fintech. And some may also know about artificial intelligence. Technology is impacting every sector, and it's apparent that those sectors with the highest levels of digitization are also those that are typically displaying the largest productivity growth. If we think of Alibaba, Amazon, and the likes. The most advanced sectors in terms of digital adoption include finance, media, retail, telecommunications, oil and gas, and the space industry. Let me share with you an impact of technology in the sector I represent, the oil and gas industry. And this is happening both in the upstream sector and in the downstream sector in the energy industry. We use artificial intelligence, automation, cloud computing, data analysis, digital oil fields, digital twins, machine learning, and many more, including robotics. I stand to be corrected, but from what I know, the oil and gas industry is actually only second to the space industry when it comes to the use of technology. I know that Chevron has a partnership with Microsoft on enhancing efficiency and to make their processes more robust. So people don't usually think of technology as a key thing in the energy sector, but technology is what enables us to work deep in the ocean, deep beneath the core, the seabed, and you can be in Accra and still be controlling a rig which is located probably in Europe. So technology really is part of us. In manufacturing, the opportunities are immense with industry, being driven by data, connectivity, and cyber systems as the leaders become increasingly automated and technology-driven. What they are embracing includes 3D printing, which I think we are all very familiar with, sometimes known as additive manufacturing, which can create almost any component using metal, plastic, or other materials. It reduces lead time and streamlines the design to production process. Accounting systems are linking other books with production, dispatch, invoice generation, and stock replacement systems. If you look at the impact on technology in manufacturing, I think that for me to say is anything beyond essential to our daily lives is an understatement. We all see how things which took a day to make are now taking minutes, or sometimes even maybe less. So in the manufacturing sector, technology is playing a key role to enable companies or entrepreneurs or entities to produce their products, whatever it is that they are making, in a more efficient and environmentally friendly manner. As I've said, Africa is a hotbed for tech hubs. Earlier this year, the Africa report identified 27 different tech hubs in Ghana, with Africa as a whole having over 600. These range from accelerators, incubators, university-like startup support labs, maker, packers, and co-working spaces. Their purpose is to help tech entrepreneurs Their purpose is to help tech entrepreneur startups launch a viable company in a growing ecosystem. African countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, and Tanzania have some of the most developed tech startup ecosystems on the continent. Stephen Johnson, the American author of science books and media theorist, said that if you look at the industry, innovation doesn't come just from giving people incentives. It comes from creating environments where their ideas can connect. Ghana is delivering on this with its established ecosystem of organizations offering support to tech-related SMEs and startups. I will briefly mention some of the players. The Climate Innovation Center Ghana. This entity provides premium business advisory and mentoring services, technical development support, and innovation prototyping and testing for energy efficiency, climate smart, and or waste or water management focused SMEs. The Ghana Innovation Hub offers physical workspaces, business development services, investment matchmaking, and ecosystem support. The campaign for female education enables young women to transition from school to entrepreneurship by providing investments, training, startup kits, internships, mentoring, and advisory support. iCloud provides seed funding for the unemployed aged 18 to 35 with ideas of entrepreneurship. And it also delivers training, incubation, mentorship, networking, and capacity building. The Cosmos Innovation Center invests in young entrepreneurs and small businesses involved in agri-tech. MEST, which was founded in Ghana, provides tech training, internal seed funding, and incubation hubs for tech startups. The Standard Bank or Stanbic Incubator has initiatives creating an enabling environment for SMEs and startups to help make products viable and grow profitable operations. Other investors for Ghanaian startups include the likes of Angels Network, Chanzo, Stanford Seed, and Ingressive. All of this shows that Ghana is open for business, for the startups, early stage and established businesses. And that help is available from multiple sources to support the journey. But in Ghana, it's not just these enabling organizations. The Ghanaian government is also creating an environment for businesses to grow. Let me give you one example. At Springfield, we recently became the first local, or should I say the first homegrown company to go into production in Ghana. And to do so with a world-class, deep offshore asset. This followed Ghana's Ministry of Energy's decision to unitize, or in other words, merge, the Sankofa and Afina fields located within Springfield's West Cape 3 Points Block 2 and ENI's offshore Cape 3 Points Block. It is a pivotal moment for the country's local content development and knowledge and skills transfer. This basically also adds a lot of value by creating this adds value by bringing additional benefits to all stakeholders, especially the government and the people of Ghana. From a wider perspective, this also demonstrates that the government of Ghana is providing an enabling environment for local companies and will preserve the interest of industry. There are entrepreneurs and businesses in Ghana that can and are making huge strides in driving economic development and creating employment. There are incredible investment opportunities in Ghana. In addition to offshore oil, Ghana has many other things going for it. Ghana is still the largest producer of gold. Ghana and Ivory Coast produce about 60% of the world's cocoa. So I think at some point, we need to really look into producing a lot of chocolates to compete with the likes of the chocolates from Switzerland and Belgium and other areas. This is an area of opportunity. Ghana is also the gateway to access of 350 million plus people living in ECOWAS. According to Accenture report, the post-digital world will be characterized by companies who are looking for the next new competitive edge. The next era will be characterized by massive pressure as customers, employees, and society make their demands known. but it will also provide tremendous opportunities for those companies to maximize new digital technologies to enhance their decision-making, make their operations more efficient, and deliver the appropriate product or experience at just the right time. That is an excellent and fitting summary of both the power and possibilities that innovators can deliver. It's about leveraging technology and pushing its boundaries to stay ahead of the competition and to meet evolving needs and expectations of consumers and businesses. In many cases, they won't know what they want until you make it available. But this isn't a new era. Way back in history, the philosopher Socrates, who lived from 470 to 399 BC, said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new." I would like to repeat this quote again. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but building on the new. Meaning change is inevitable, and since we are in the era of Tech 4.0, we all need to start thinking and preparing towards that. So where are the tech investment opportunities in Ghana, and should you target consumer or business market? In the B2C market, it can be expensive to acquire new customers, and their spending power is typically low. For that reason, many startups may seek to tap the business-to-business market, which is more likely to be able to afford higher ticket goods and services. As an investor, you need to identify and evaluate potential opportunities. E-commerce is growing apace and has been accelerated by the pandemic, suggesting that it may be a new normal as individuals' behavioral routines may not avert to what they were pre-pandemic. Convenience is king for many, and future economic development will drive demand growth through increasing prosperity and rising number of middle-class citizens across Ghana. All of you at this Ghana Summit, at this Ghana Tech Summit, are at the forefront of Ghana and Africa's future opportunities. You know about tech, its possibilities, its opportunities, and can play a part in realizing them by accelerating digitization and tech transformation. Ghana is relying upon each of you to help drive entrepreneurship, economic development, prosperity, growth, innovation, and continuously meeting tomorrow's needs and expectations. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin. It truly was a pleasure to have you. And of course, you talked about a lot of different important items about where is the potential for investment. One key stat that you said is that the oil industry is second to the space industry in terms of tech. I saw a lot of reactions on that one. So thank you for sharing that as well. And with that, I want to say if there's any concluding remarks before we let you go, now is the time. Any concluding remarks about 2021? What's next? Because I know, of course, this is the only time we have you. So we're asking now.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to say is that the tech industry is an integral part of our everyday lives. And, you know, I actually started in the tech industry, which most people don't know. I used to program satellite phones, and I've worked in the telecom sector as well. But it's such an essential, integral part in our everyday lives. And sometimes a lot of youth have ideas, but they think that it's far beyond them, or they may think that their ideas may seem crazy. I think if you look at Amazon, when they started, or when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, I am sure a lot of people around him, be it family and friends, might have thought that it was a silly idea. But because he believed in it and he pursued it, now Amazon is actually the biggest company in the world. So knowing Ghanaians, knowing Africans, how resilient we are and how creative we are, I believe that, yes, there is a pandemic. However, if anyone can get through this pandemic, it's Africans.
Yes.
We are able to survive under very difficult situations. So those innovations that our forefathers have been, coming up with, we have those genes. And I believe that our youth are very, very smart and can do wonders. All they have to do is believe in themselves. That's all they have to do. Believe in themselves, keep on pushing. And like I always say, prayer and persistence. And eventually, I believe that Africa would have, a good position in this new tech world that we find ourselves in. So 2021 is just around the corner. I am very optimistic that you're going to be seeing some creative, excellent ideas. Like I said, things that we don't think we need, but we will figure out. The youth of Africa is going to point out certain things that we need, which is going to help also contribute to the world.
Well said. And, especially coming from you, because you're the billionaire coming from Ghana. Your success in the business industry is well known. So hearing that from you about confidence and resilience as African entrepreneurs says a lot. So with that, I won't take any more of your time. I know you have a busy schedule, but thank you, Kevin, for being a part of Ghana Tech Summit 2020 and sharing your remarks and thought leadership with our group. It was a pleasure and an honor to have you.
And good luck to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the one and only Kevin Oshua, CEO at Springprint Group, billionaire, business tycoon, and of course, an inspiration to the next generation of business moguls. Listen to what he just said, and that conclusion was well said about the power of our ability to get through anything as entrepreneurs, our resilience as Africans. We could do this. This is the tech world, and we can embrace it. And so with that, without further ado, I now want to transition to our next keynote speaker. I'm so excited to welcome him to this program. He has been such a supporter, mentor, friend to Ghana Tech Summit. Of course, many other tech initiatives across the country. Obviously, many of you know also that he has also supported us for this summit in many different ways than none. Einstein and Tim is a huge admirer of this next keynote speaker that I'm going to introduce right after this 30-second clip. So please, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive right into his keynote. So let's get 30 seconds on the clock before I welcome our next keynote speaker. All right, I want to play just quick 10-second video of his work in really galvanizing diaspora so you could get a sense of the diaspora office. Then we're going to welcome him to the main stage.
We are here at the Ghana Diaspora Celebration and Homecoming Summit at the Accra International Conference Center. People are here from around the world in the diaspora to celebrate, to network, to build relationships, and see how they can also contribute to moving Ghana forward.
By the end of this great interaction we shall have for the next 4 inspirational days, we shall together be able to mobilize a fully engaged diaspora for the advancement of Ghana.
The Homecoming Summit is instituted as a binary event to rally Ghanaians living abroad to dialogue, network, and explore economic and investment opportunities in Ghana in furtherance of the President's agenda of Ghana Beyond Aid.
Ghana's Pan-African.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give me a warm and virtual round of applause to welcome Akwesi Ababio, Director of Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President. Such a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for joining us again for Ghana Tech Summit. How are you and welcome?
Thank you so much, Christine. It's a pleasure to be here once more with you and your husband, Mr. Ntim, and it's always a pleasure working with you. So I'm good to be here. I'm so glad, and must say hi to all the other panelists and other people who have already spoken, and all the participants who are here gathered, to participate in this summit. It's an exciting time, especially given that we have just come back from such a tough, contest. Yeah, so I'm excited. Nice to be here with you guys.
So I'll pass it over to you for your keynote remarks, and then we'll come back live. A pleasure to see you as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Christine. And should I begin by saying how glad I am to be here with all of you and to be able to say one or two. Let's say a big thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Ntim for giving us this opportunity. We have been dealing with them ever since, we've been in office, and we know how valuable their services are to us and to the country. We have taken every opportunity that they've offered us, and tonight, or today, to this afternoon, we are here to again participate in an event that hopefully, will reach out to all the people who are interested in our country and our development efforts. There are so many things that we have been doing as an office that we know is required by our colleagues out there in the host countries littered across the world. This office has barely been in place since the inception of the last this regime, which is about 4 years from now. Father started working right from February when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa began his term of office. And hopefully, this office is going to be continuing to do the work that is required of us. Throughout that time, we've had the opportunity to participate and lead in so many activities that relate to the diaspora. Of most important and memorable one, of course, is the homecoming of the last 2 years, and then the year of return. And now we are into the beyond the return. These are all packed with events that will enable the diaspora to, interact with the country and to know how they can fit in and to find ways of doing things to enable them to advance our development. I think it's interesting to note that going forward, we are going to be doing more of the same, but even better, perhaps, with the help of all of you out there in the diaspora. Like I said, to Christine, we have just come back from one big contest, and we are still trying to find where to begin and where to continue from where we left off. But I think in the end, we know that we have all the work that we have done and the foundations that we have laid that will enable us to go forward as quickly and as easily as possible. This year being 2021, next year, of course, is going to be another year of homecoming, which is another opportunity for the diaspora to come home and dialogue and network and discuss the issues and see how that one big agenda of Ghana Beyond Aid can be pursued further in the second term of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Going forward, I think there are so many things that we can be doing together, but of topmost priority will be the need to make sure that of those who are interested in relating to us, we have some form of identity, established for them. And therefore, we will be working closely with the National Identity Authority to see how most people can be registered, can be given the Ghana card, can be established so that whenever they come to Ghana or whenever they want to have any dealings in Ghana, that card will enable that to be, used in the facilitation of the several things that they want to do when they come home. You know, we know for sure that the digitization program that has been led so well by the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Bawumia, you know, has gone a long way to make things, you know, so easy to undertake. Can't even mention all the things that we have done already, but notably some of the things that have stuck out is like, you know, with our DVLA, with our import and export, with our importation clearance and things, and so many other things. So yes, we will be working this time around with the National Identity Authority to see how that can be used as a platform in preparation for something that we have always been longing for in the diaspora, which is how do we participate in governance? How do we come home and take part in, say, you know, the management of the country? How do we make sure that we can also exercise our vote going forward, which means that the ROPA, which was being passed many years ago, passed as far back as when President Kufuor was in power, could actually be, you know, brought to life and made something possible for all the people in the diaspora to also take part in our governance, in our voting exercise, etc. That's going to be one key thing. Basically, cementing our e-governance process. And we are also going to be looking to see how, you know, working with our major partners, most importantly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and other ministries, key ministries, to launch that diaspora engagement policy. The diaspora engagement policy is a packed document with full of so many things that can be done. The action plan that goes with it, you know, when it is also unveiled, which detail out all the things that, you know, working closely with all the associated industries, associated ministries, associated NGOs, associated CSOs will enable us to fully engage the diaspora, make them mobilize, and really bring them to bear on our, you know, our development efforts. So those are the things that we are going to be looking forward to. Of course, we are working closely with GIPC on some database initiative, which is long overdue. But this database initiative is also going to, in a way, as I see it, going to be working closely with the National Identity Authority to see how that exercise would, you know, can be done effectively. And there is some interesting developments that is coming along as far as, you know, dealing with the diaspora is concerned. And this relates to some act that is also in the pipeline that is being championed by the Ministry of Finance, because it's all aimed at making sure that we have the capacity, the facilities, the enabling environment that will enable us to mobilize the capital, the resource that, you know, exists out there in the diaspora. So for which reason, finance is very keen and very interested in leading that effort, of course, being facilitated by the Ministry of Interior and others. But working closely, we know that when it comes to the nitty-gritty part, the bits that relates to how these can all be realized, we would be there to champion it. And that is the Homeland Return Act. This Return Act, if it is passed, if it is effected eventually, would enable us to facilitate those among us in the diaspora who would want to come back home and, you know, really be given the special identity, the special recognition of nationality, of, you know, reasons to be, you know, putting where their money, where their mouth is, their investment, where their mouth is into Ghana. And that is going to be something that is going to be interesting going forward. The Homeland Return Act, which is basically aiming at, you know, replacing what, or, you know, side by side or whatever it might be, with that, those who want to stay in Ghana as it is currently, which is the policy of coming to stay longer and being given a long, you know, recognition, a long time recognition before you attain your citizenship, is going to be replaced by this Homeland Act, and that is going to be interesting for those who will be taking advantage of it. And basically, when that opportunity has been given to those who will be coming from the diaspora, and who do not necessarily carry our citizenship or our tag of Ghanaian citizenship, would enable them to enjoy the opportunities, the facilities that are also available to anyone in Ghana. So I look forward to that myself, and I believe others will also be keenly watching the space to see how they can take advantage of it. And I can assure everyone that is almost at the stage of being completed, and it's only a matter of government beginning its full process of governance, and thus getting the opportunity to roll something out as early as possible. I think there's also something that we are going to be doing effectively as far as reintegration and return and readmission of Ghanaians are concerned, which is a consequence of whatever we are trying to do. We have been working with all the NGOs, most notably GIZ and IMO and any other related agencies, for making sure that those who are coming as professionals, those who are coming as highly skilled expertise in areas that we need so very much for our development, can be given the opportunity to settle in as quickly as possible, to belong to the right professional associations, the facilitations, and the opportunities for them to quickly be brought on board their various professional areas. This is something that we recognize, is a big handicap when, certain areas of specialization are needed and they cannot immediately be made to function in our environment. So that is going to be one major area of requirement that we will be looking at. And towards this initiative, we'll be working closely with all the government agencies, the government MDAs, and all those who, come forward to enable us to do things. And of course, organizations like Ghana Summit would be taking advantage of, you'll be taking advantage of them, and all the things that, all these private initiatives can throw forward to us to see how we go forward to do this. And we would also be looking to see how we can consolidate and build on the homeland relationship. So the diaspora homeland relationship. How do we establish a working relationship with the host countries through their embassies to see how they can also enable those who are coming from those host countries to soften their return to Ghana? Of course, we know that countries are responding favorably to us. We already have the British people appointing a diaspora officer, and the Germans doing all they can, and then most of the European countries are doing the same. I hear from the grapevine that Canada and the US are all working towards seeing how, even on country-to-country basis, they could work with us, with the Diaspora Affairs Office, to enable us to have that official sort of channels for assisting those who are coming from those countries that our diaspora people have been living in and contributing to their development. So I bet I could go on and on and on, but yes, opportunity, the big one, as I have said at the beginning, is when at the beginning of this year, of that next year, 2021, as far back, somewhere possibly in July, as always, we will be hosting the homecoming. And that, again, is going to be a big event that would draw everyone in the, who is keen, want to come to Ghana at that time. So summertime, of course, to come to Ghana and then partake in the bigger contest under the umbrella, the bigger umbrella of the Beyond the Return. Just as we had the last 2019 in the year of return, this is going to be organized under the bigger umbrella of the Beyond the Return. So I'm expecting that to be very, very exciting, and I hope most of you would find time and join in towards all the initiatives that we have, we'll be embarking on. We'll be looking to see how the diaspora could come on board, not just as individuals, but with businesses, to see how they can also, play key roles. So I look forward to, exciting times, and I hope you should be excited as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I do want to just like conclude by just reminding the audience of just like how we at Ghana Tech Summit even engaged back to Ghana. If you recall the 2018 or I believe 2017 Ghana Homecoming Summit for the Diaspora Affairs, that's when Einstein was able to re-engage back home and then got the initiative to say, you know what, technology is the space that I am in. Let's launch Ghana Tech Summit. And so I just want to applaud you and say that we're looking forward to being a part of the Diaspora Homecoming Summit for 2021 next year for sure. So count us in, but also reinforce that you did make an impact on a lot of diaspora from that kickoff session. And so with that, I just wanted to ask a quick concluding question before we move on to our next speaker from GIPC, really around your thought leadership around technology. How's the Diaspora Office going to leverage more technology in their future initiatives or activations? Of course, we at Ghana Tech will also want to learn how we could get involved in any activations that you have in leveraging technology at the Diaspora Office Affairs.
I think some of these things that we are going to be doing will definitely need that sort of leverage that we would require for our partners in business and from the technology, background, such as this ROPAL and National ID, National Identity Authority project that would enable us to know who is registered with us and who is available, so that in times of say some of the times when we need to mobilize people for all sorts of things, we would be we would have at our fingertips all the people, the specialities, all the database information that we need. So that is one big area, of course. I think even in the course of this reintegration and return programs, we again going to be using technology to enable us to do all that is required. So there are so many aspects of what we would require to leverage our technological experience from the diaspora, and we will be certainly calling on you and all your colleagues out there to see how you can also come out to us with fresh ideas as to what we can even be suggestive of doing. We would gladly give you a hearing, a listening ear, and we hope that people will take advantage and come to us. And it's interesting to know how people often have come to the office with some ideas that we have been able to push on to, places where they are required. I remember some people coming to us in the space of tourism, how they can, do all sorts of things, and how we have gone ahead to make sure that they can be given the hearings and the need to also contribute in that respect. So yes, every opportunity would be given to those who would come forward with all their own fresh ideas, and for those that we would be embarking on, we would be looking to see how. I think I'm hoping that this government is, in this second term, really going to empower the diaspora and really give us the leverage, the tools to enable us to move forward as quickly as possible. So yes, thank you. We will be requiring all of you.
Thank you so much. And as always, a pleasure to have you by our side. Again, we have such huge gratitude to you, the Diaspora Affairs Office, for being a partner every year for Ghana Tech. And thank you again for being a part of it this year in the digital edition as well. Ababio, it was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure working with you, your husband. I'm glad I was part of this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our keynote speaker from the Diaspora Affairs Office, Akwesi Ababio. Always a pleasure to have him since our inception. Please engage with him on social media and definitely monitor the progress and the incredible work that the Diaspora Affairs Office is doing to engage the diaspora, especially get ready for next year as they engage in the next Homecoming Summit. Now, as we transition to our next speaker, I know we have our following panel coming up, but prior to this panel, we have our next keynote speaker, the Chief Operating Officer at GIPC. Nana Ado is here with us today. She's going to be our next keynote speaker. So let's get the 30-second countdown to welcome her opening remarks before we kick off the next panel. So very, very honored and pleased to welcome the CEO of GIPC to the stage in the next 30 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the COO, Chief Operating Officer, Nana Ado. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. It's truly an honor and pleasure to welcome you to this edition. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Can you see me okay?
Yes, we can see you loud and clear. I'm going to pass over the mic to you for your keynote remarks. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, the COO at GIPC is live with us at Ghana Tech Summit 2020. I'll pass it over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. I just really want to thank the organizers of the Ghana Tech Summit for giving GIPC the platform to speak on the year of return, beyond the return, and GIPC's role in the diaspora movement. So I'd like to start off with why even consider investing in Ghana. So Ghana's story is amazing, number one. We're a land of opportunity, openness, and optimism. Opportunity because we have a strong resource pool. We're the largest gold producer in Africa. In terms of cocoa production, we're second globally. We have oil deposits that are waiting to be produced, and we have large mineral deposits, including bauxite, iron, manganese, lithium, diamonds, and timber. We have a highly educated workforce that's also very competitive. We have an enviable minimum wage within the West African region that promises strong purchasing power. Sorry, 1 second. We have a rapidly increasing middle-class consumer base. Ghana was ranked #1 in Africa and #4 in the world on the Global Retail Development Index within the last 5 years, and is estimated to have a retail market of between 25 billion and 35 billion in the next 10 years. From an openness perspective, we have a stable democratic process as depicted by our recent election. Optimism. In recent times, we've seen substantial fiscal consolidation and reforms in the investment and business environment. We've seen significant improvements in our GDP, obviously before COVID, and have had some of the more enviable GDP outcomes over the last few years. Our GDP ranges are between 6.3% and 8.1% in 2017. So there's a lot of promise from a productivity standpoint. Once COVID is over, we're also poised to, sort of get back on course. From an inflation perspective, we've seen inflation go down from levels of 16.4% in 2016 to about 7.8% in 2020. This was prior to COVID-19. With the reforms that have taken place, we've seen local interest rates go down from mid-30% to lower than 20%. So a lot of borrowing opportunities for different projects within Ghana. And the year of return brought over 750K, visitors to Ghana, and we continue to sort of look to create an environment that will attract more visitors from a tourism perspective and obviously from an investment perspective. Now, investment opportunities for the diaspora community include, we have loads of investment opportunities. We have them in the ICT sector, tourism sector, manufacturing sector, energy sector. Specifically within the ICT sector, we've seen substantial growth in the sector in the past decade. We've had investors in Ghana, the ICT sector, including, we've had Google come in, Siemens, Ghana, Microsoft, MTN, Globe, and subset sectors within the space include mobile financial services, internet service providers, and electronic payment systems. So we've seen a lot of tech startups, within the space, which show a lot of promise, especially if given, the right financial backing. And as of 2020, we had about a 37.8% penetration rate from an internet user's perspective. So there's a lot of room to grow. And from a fixed broadband perspective, we saw about 62.3K users in 2018. So still a lot of capacity there. From a tourism perspective, we have a very exciting project, the Marine Drive Tourism Project. It's about a $10 billion project, and it's looking to be sort of phased over time. So a lot of interesting prospects there, and I would encourage the diaspora to sort of engage with the center to see areas of opportunity there. We're looking to establish regional theaters. From a construction perspective, we have a lot of opportunity within the accommodation space, hotels, resorts, hostels, camping sites, wellness spas. There's a lot of room there from an investment perspective. The energy sector, within the hydropower space, there's a lot of generation infrastructure required. So there are a lot of unique opportunities there for hydropower and irrigation projects as well. Within the renewable space as well, we do have interesting solar energy and wind energy technology projects, as well as some capacity within biomass technology. We're looking to see more solar streetlights, traffic control powered by renewable energy. So very cool stuff if that's sort of your space. In the manufacturing sector, we're looking to establish factories. I'm sure you've all heard of the 1D1F policy that it seeks to optimize our raw materials. We're looking to set up more car assembly plants under our automotive industry hub policy. We're also looking to sort of go down between upstream and midstream opportunities within the pharmaceutical industry. We have a lot of raw materials that need to be harnessed to really expand our pharmaceutical space. Within the raw material space, we have a lot of raw materials, like I mentioned in this. So we'll be looking to processing and basically more downstream opportunities that really capitalize on the value that we sort of lose out on whenever we just ship off raw materials and construction materials as well. I mentioned the raw materials, and a lot could be done there to optimize the value. Where's GIPC in all this? GIPC is an institution that was established to create and facilitate investments within the Ghanaian economy. Our services include influencing policy to create an investment conducive environment, investment advisory, JD facilitation, identification of special projects for investment promotion, granting of incentives, and just offering special investor support services. And we have an administrative function as well, which includes registration of TTAs and just negotiating bilateral investment agreements. And why are we targeting the diaspora? Well, you guys are key transmitters of remittances. In 2019, for instance, we saw an inflow of about 3 billion, which is about, from a value perspective, is about 4.5% of GDP, and could have funded our agribusiness space in terms from a sort of year-to-date investment perspective in 2020. So a very key part of our, economic development going forward. The diaspora community will promote trade and financial investments within Ghana. They'll help us create businesses and will foster entrepreneurship. It's a lot of great entrepreneurial activity happening in the States and other countries, and we hope to leverage that knowledge base and relationships to basically sort of create that environment in Ghana as well. We'd like you to contribute to our diaspora direct investments, and I'll sort of speak to that a little bit later. And like I mentioned before, just transfer of knowledge, human capital, and skills through mentorship, coaching, and networking. And, according to the Census Bureau in America, more than 2.5 million Black-owned businesses in America, had an estimated purchasing power of $1.4 trillion. We would love to channel those investments into Ghana for our national development. Just to give you a sense of, notable diasporas in Ghana who reside in Ghana. My dear friend Sangudeli, Patrick Uwa of Ashesi, Elikem, Nora Banama, and they all sort of are in different sectors. So Sangu is in the financial services, Patrick is in education, Elikem in healthcare, Nora is in the fashion space, or you could say manufacturing as well. Edward Ifa, who's the founder of Fidelity Group. We have, professionals like the country manager of and partner of Deloitte Ghana, Daniel Wusu, and Kofi Anko, our very own Kofi Anko, who's the Mensa CEO. In terms of GIPC's role in the diaspora movement, I'd like to introduce our diaspora investment desk. Due to the success of the Europe Return Initiative, the GIPC, under the auspices of the President of Ghana, has set up the Diaspora Investment Desk to bridge the gap between residents of Ghana and Ghanaians living abroad, as well as diasporas of African and Caribbean descent around the world. The purpose of this is basically to just create a new investment stream into the Ghanaian economy by encouraging diasporas living abroad to invest in Ghana, to build and maintain healthy, and to also build and maintain healthy economic relationships between Ghana and the diaspora community. The goal or mission of this initiative is to provide a central point for the coordination of investment opportunities, programs, and activities between the diaspora community and Ghana, with a view of harnessing the Ghanaian resource potential for accelerated economic development. And how do we hope to achieve this? We will inform and advise the diaspora community about the investment climate and opportunities available in Ghana. We'll encourage the diaspora community to form investment clubs, to undertake manufacturing activities in the country. We'll work with experienced diaspora networks and organizations. We'll build, promote, and maintain active communication, which I know is very key, among resident and non-resident Ghanaians. We will engage the diaspora community, a process obviously that will require sustained attention, and we have platforms, and we're in the process of creating platforms to facilitate that. We will, through these platforms, we'll identify goals and capacity available. We'll get to know the diaspora, build trust, and mobilize the diaspora for development. Experience has shown that these diaspora programs are more likely to succeed with active engagement, and we are committed to do that. And so, I'm sure you've all heard about, our mobilization plans, but, I sort of like to speak to what we actually intend to do. We will establish an interactive database with key stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, and regional integration, the Diaspora Affairs Desk, at the Office of the President, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and other diaspora networks. We intend to organize investment events with key partners from the diaspora community, such as we did this on November 17th. We organized a diaspora business breakfast meeting, and which was sort of a platform that was able to, or facilitated reintegration with members of the diaspora communities between us in Ghana and diaspora community abroad, to basically look to see how we could inject new skills and capital into the Ghanaian business landscape. We intend to organize roadshows to provide potential investors with information on investment opportunities and the business climate in Ghana. Before the COVID pandemic, we had planned for roadshows. Some of these events have been held virtually, while others have been moved to 2021, and we hope those will be more, sort of like physical. We intend to organize mentorship and training programs and workshops for diasporas to engage with the local community and mobilize our diaspora to aid in our sustainable development goals, the SDGs, that I'm sure you've heard about. We intend to develop a framework for effective networking and skills transfer between the diaspora community and Ghana. And we intend to promote the diaspora direct investment in Ghana, for example, just sort of like as a sort of physical skills transfer, also capital transfer. It's sort of included in that umbrella. For example, I currently work in Ghana, having moved back 5 years ago. To conclude, I know my time is almost up, the government is seeking to proactively drive the diaspora influence in Ghana. For example, the diaspora engagement policy is being developed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration and Diaspora Affairs within the Office of the President to leverage mutual benefits while collaborating to find solutions to basically find solutions for any challenges that may come up with our engagement. And the Minister of Finance, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, has announced the creation of the Sankofa Savings Accounts, which is basically aims to facilitate investment from the diaspora community. The account will offer diasporas who wish to invest in Ghana a safe, transparent, and accurate place to conduct transactions. The Ministry of Finance is in the process of drafting a framework for the investment program, so please stay tuned. To conclude, I'd just like to encourage the diaspora community to come and grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana, and I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for giving all the different activities that GIPC is obviously spearheading and leading, and of course all the progress and developments that you've monitored with engaging the diaspora over the past couple of years. And with that, I want to again thank you. I want to engage the team. We're sharing your email and obviously social media feeds for GIPC so people could connect and engage and follow up with those initiatives, because there's a lot of amazing activity on your end. So Nana Ado, it was a pleasure to have you to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of this year's edition.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, again, definitely engage with GIPC. We just had the COO of GIPC on the session today, share not only what they've been doing over the past couple of years, but also more initiatives that they will be launching over the next couple of months. So please stay tuned with that information. So with that, I'm going to dive right into the next session. So in the next 30 seconds, we're going to count down and welcome our next speakers for the panel From Year of Return to Beyond the Return, Ghana, the Mecca for the Afrofuture movement. We're going to have two media influences that I know you all already know. You see them all over on social media. They're big, big influences within the Ghana diaspora community. From Ivy Prosper, I've monitored her developments in social media and engagements for the past couple of years, to Fred Kojo from the US, you know, with what he's been doing with the media group. I'm so excited to welcome them on to the next session. So let's get the 30-second countdown and get excited for this panel session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm so excited to welcome our next panel from Year of Return to Beyond the Return. We have our lovely and honorable guests in the house at Ghana Tech Summit 2020. I'll kick off. I know we are in the interest of time. I want you each to introduce yourself briefly and the work that you do, right? Just a quick introduction, your role, and how you got into the Year of Return festivities and engaging diaspora. We'll start with Ivy Prosper. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you for having me. I really appreciate being a part of this panel discussing Year of Return to Beyond the Return. My role with the organization has been as a social media manager. I was creating content for Year of Return and now Beyond the Return, and we have both platforms that are still running. So I am running both platforms at the moment on both Instagram and Facebook, creating video content as well as social media posts. It has been a fantastic experience. My prior experience is in media, so I do have experience as a journalist, writer, reporter, TV host, public speaker. So overall media experience as well as fashion experience. And in coming to Ghana, I think it was the perfect space. And it was a great opportunity that presented itself for me when it did. And of course, I jumped on it because this was a perfect way to bring together the diaspora communities with the local Ghanaian and to help bridge the gap, to communicate to those in the diaspora, to let them know what was happening in Ghana, what happens on the ground, and let them, you know, have fun and understand that the opportunities for investment, for returning, for, you know, connecting with people here to do business, it's all there.
Amazing. And now I'm just passing over to Fred. Can you please quick introduction on what you do and how did you get engaged with this whole diaspora movement?
Thank you, Christina. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be here to speak about what GAJ is doing. First of all, I want to thank you and your amazing team at the GSC and the Ghana Tech Summit for helping Ghana to leverage the full potential that technology provides. And, you know, as we all know, Ghana has a huge human capital base. And, you know, we need to all kind of jump in and help, you know, build all those ecosystems that we have, that we know, you know, we have, and we can improve it. You know, so what you guys are doing is leading the way, because you don't only have, you know, a short-term plan, you have a 10-year goal to keep doing this and kind of bring that level of awareness. And we really appreciate you doing that. Let me also use the time to congratulate Ghanaians, for being able to conduct a free and fair election for the 8th time in this 4th Republic. We are all very proud because we have a place we can call home, that's peaceful, and that we can, be able to, share with the world. So let me just say that Ghanaian American Journal was started with basically one simple vision, and that is to build a platform where Ghanaians, here in the US, can have a place to share their culture, ideas, share information with each other. Because, living here for many years, I realized we didn't really have a lot of that, where businesses are able to interact and, for us to be aware of where, each other is. As you know, America is a very big place. And if you don't have a platform where we can all kind of get together and commune, it's difficult for us to know what each other is doing. So that was the whole basis for building Ghanaian American Journal. And I'm happy to say that after 3 years, my team and I have been able to deliver on the vision that we said. We're not done yet. We're always innovating and coming up with new ideas. But I feel like we are at the point where, with this whole year of return and beyond the return, even though we didn't know at the time that it was something that we were going to be doing, it has come to be, Ghanaian American Journal has been able to help, kind of putting the message out there and pushing Ghana forward.
Amazing. And now that we have, an overview of the work that you do, of course, not only as media influencers and media powerhouses in terms of engaging the diaspora, but your activations and supporting, obviously, the government and different private sector to get the diaspora to engage back. I now want to tap into your insights. So what insights do you have about the inception of the Year of Return movement? It kind of felt like an explosion of social media, if you remember, in 2019. It kind of was just like, whoa, everyone's in Ghana right now. Actually, late December 2018 is when we really saw the kickoffs. So if you can recall to that time as a social media influencer, what was your involvement at that time? And how do you see that movement changing now that we're transitioning to now beyond the return? And I'll start with Ivy Prosper.
Well, as far as the beginning of Year of Return, all kickstarted when President Nana Akufo-Addo did his announcement in the US. I believe it was in September of 2019 when he made that announcement. And it was in, as you mentioned, late 2018. Sorry, I said 2019. September 2018 when he made the announcement. And it was in December 2018 when the Full Circle Festival with Boris Kojo and Bozoma St. John, and they brought about 100 of their friends from the US. So they brought a number of influencers, in media, in acting, film, television, who came with them to Ghana. And because of their presence, it helped to put a spotlight on Ghana because they were posting and sharing about their experiences in Ghana. So basically, it was sort of like a prelude. So when January kicked off Year of Return, it was already getting some buzz. There were already people who were hearing about it and starting to book their trips and saying, I want to come to Ghana. And although it did have some buzz, it did have a slow start in the beginning of the year because there were still a lot of people who didn't quite understand what it was all about. So you had the influx of people who came for Independence Day and for the Ghana Diaspora Homecoming Summit. So people who would come for things that have been happening already, and then kind of like, hey, Your Return is, it's popping. There's a lot going on here. And then with social media, I would constantly be posting what's happening, and I would find ways to write captions where it connected with the diaspora, because I lived in Canada and I also have lived in the US, and then being a Ghanaian, I had a little bit of insight into the thinking of the psyche of those different types of people to be able to write things that they can connect with and then feel like, oh wow, you're thinking of us, you're caring about us. So I think that my insight was helpful when I would do my posts. And it was also very helpful having some of these high profile people coming and being willing to talk to us, because some of the interviews I did with people like Steve Harvey, went viral. And, he didn't have to talk to us, but he was, more than happy to do that, did the interview with him, chatted with Kofi Kingston. So there's different people who, allowed us to communicate with them, allowed us to share, what they were doing and their experiences.
And I think that a lot of people connect with influencers and connect with celebrities, connect with their favorite personalities, and it makes them feel a sense of comfort that, okay, if that person can go, then I should go too. It's not so bad, because we know that there is the negative stereotype of Africa that's been around for a long time. So this was also a platform to be used to show positivity. So I had the opportunity to use technology to show a positive side of Africa, of Ghana, and share those experiences with people. And I don't think that we could have done it as big as we did without the social platforms, without the technology to do so.
Well said, Ivy. And I remember I was monitoring your social media feeds a lot. You said it well. You were capturing the psyche, you were capturing the spirit and the energy of what was happening. And obviously that's the reason why so many organizations was working with you personally to get the word out there. And now, Fred, with Ivy giving her perspective, she was part of that genesis on the ground and seeing what was happening with the year of return kickoff. What was your perspective on the American side? Because you're, the founder of this media group. It's been doing great work in the American Ghanaian community. Like, what have you seen with the movement, and where do you see it going from your perspective?
Yeah, I think the year of return was such a well thought out, concept, and the execution was just flawless, in my view, because as Ivy said in the beginning, it was a bit slow, but it was expected because people were looking to the climax, right? Towards the December period when we had an influx of people. And what we did in the beginning was just really to put out good content, because as a media house, we're always trying to put out good content. And what better content than to represent your own country in a very positive light? 400 years of slave, the slave Atlantic slave trade, and now our people can return back home, with our African American brothers and sisters, and we can all go back home and put a positive spin on something that's so negative. So we just jump right in, and I always say, when you're representing your country, you don't need to get paid for it. You just do it because it's for the love of the country, and that's what we did. And we're able to share a lot of information with our audiences. Prior to that, we had a couple of exhibitions, museum exhibitions that Gaj was part of. We had helped curate, in New York and in Connecticut, and we used the opportunity to kind of share, what Ghana was all about, the culture, kind of get people to understand why we are so proud of Ghana. So, we, using the social media platforms, sending the information out, just talking about it, doing interviews, those were the things that we did to kind of put that positive spin on it. And in the end, we came home and we all celebrated.
Yeah, we did celebrate. We did celebrate for sure. And then to continue, Christine had asked about it transitioning into Beyond the Return and how that's going to be. So with Beyond the Return, what a lot of people don't realize is that it's basically the follow-up to Year of Return's success, because there are a lot of things that people in Ghana as well as in the diaspora were asking us for. There were consistent questions that constantly came up. So this Beyond the Return is a 10-year initiative, and the theme for it is a decade of African Renaissance. So basically, everything that's being done with Beyond the Return has to tie in some way to the theme. So the theme of a decade of African Renaissance is all about the renewal of Africa. Now, there's 7 pillars that are the foundation of Beyond the Return. So those 7 pillars are Experience Ghana, which has to do with travel and tourism, coming and seeing the sites and experiencing events. There's Invest in Ghana, which has to do with encouraging the diaspora to invest in Ghana or collaborate with Ghanaians and start businesses, whatever it may be. Then there's the Diaspora Pathways to Ghana, and that one is focusing on some of the things that we get asked about all the time, things like citizenship, residency status, ways to go back and forth, and that's being worked on. There is a Homeland Return Act, which the government is currently working on. It has not gone through yet, but this is something that's being worked on under the Diaspora Pathways to Ghana. Then there's Celebrate Ghana, and Celebrate Ghana is the pillar that focuses on celebrating culture and traditions. So we had a lot of people last year who were like, it was great Year of Return, coming for all the events, but what about the festivals? What about the traditional things that are happening? So Celebrate Ghana will talk more about celebrating some of the traditions and festivities. Then there's Brand Ghana, which is about branding the country. So when someone thinks of Greece, when they think of Spain, when they think of France, there is branding behind why people think certain things about those countries. So Brand Ghana is all about focusing on building a brand for the country. Then there's Give Back Ghana. Give Back Ghana is about giving back to the community. And that is something that the diaspora has constantly talked about, because they come and they give back in different ways by serving the community or by making donations, whatever it may be, giving back to the community. For example, the Omega Sci-Fi's last year, they came and they commissioned 2 boreholes at the Akropong School for the Blind. And then at the New Africa event, This is New Africa, Tina Festival, there was a project where they went to a school to paint the school, help them with their library. So those kinds of things are part of the Give Back Ghana. And then finally, there's the 7th pillar, which is promote Pan-African heritage and innovation. And that one is about putting a focus on some of the Pan-Africanism and some of the sites that people don't really know about that connect to the history. So for example, in the northern region of Ghana, a lot of people don't know there's this place called the Golu Wall, the Golu Slave Defense Wall. And that's actually a wall that's still standing, that was from the time that the people there were resisting being captured and taken into slavery. And most people who come to Ghana have no idea that that even exists, and it's in the north. So those are the 7 pillars of Beyond the Return. So right now, there are events happening for December. I know that COVID-19 made things a little challenging throughout the year when it comes to events and activities, but we do have some events that are happening in the month of December. We are posting about it. So there's events like Migration to Ghana, which is a networking event that falls on the diaspora pathways to Ghana. There is a Ghana Trade Exhibition, which falls under the Invest in Ghana. So every event has some kind of connection to one of the pillars of Beyond the Return. So with social media, what I'm trying my best to do is, using the hashtags for the different 7 pillars and trying to explain the different things as I make the post, so that people slowly start to understand, because it is a 10-year initiative. It's not something that's going to be fast. And we're glad that it's this amount of time, because it gives us a decade to really build and really connect and really have this be something that has a long-lasting impact.
Such a powerful summary. And Fred, did you have any additional remarks on that as well?
If I can touch a little bit on that. So what we are trying to do is to kind of build momentum around these seven pillars. And what I'm getting from talking to people is that, yes, they came in 2019, they saw all the excitement, the beauty of Ghana. Now they want to go beyond that. And, as the Beyond the Return mission is, what they are, a lot of the things I'm hearing is, yes, how do we give back to our communities? How do we, ensure that Ghana is not just about Accra or Kumasi or the big cities, but all the other remote areas of Ghana, because we know, those areas are all there and they need to also be beneficiaries to everything that's going on. So those are the kind of feedback I'm getting. And also the biggest thing is the business community. And I hope we're going to get a chance to talk more about it, because the business community is ready, and they want to be engaged. A lot of them are on ground as I speak. A lot of them are getting ready to come home and invest, and, we're really just trying to ensure that there's greater awareness to what is available and how they can come home and leverage that, so we can all, build Ghana together. So if we get a chance to talk on the business side, I'll be opening up some few things, about what I'm hearing.
Definitely. I'll follow up on that. I know we have, in the interest of time, one more question. And it's mainly, I think Ghana has become the envy of the African continent in terms of this movement, because obviously there's been challenges, there's been solutions, there's been so much during the year of return. And I do think there's an element of spontaneity in doing this as well, right? Because it kind of bursts into the ecosystem, this year of return movement. So I'm curious to hear each of you to just give any concluding remarks around, why do you think no other African nation can build the same momentum that Ghana has created with this year of return? Of course, we know that there was the homecoming summit that Ghana initiated. We know that the president did an announcement at major events in America and of course in other regional hubs. So we know the steps that Ghana has taken to kick off this movement, but yet other African nations have not been able to launch a similar initiative. Any quick thoughts from your perspective, seeing the psyche of the diaspora around the world? What do you think we did differently, and how do we get more African nations to replicate this movement on a grander scale across the African continent?
I think that timing was everything. As far as Ghana being the one to be able to do it right now, Ghana has already been a country that has been known for Pan-Africanism, has been known to be inviting people from the diaspora, since the 60s, since Kwame Nkrumah times. People like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and there's so many people who historically came to Ghana and throughout the decades, Muhammad Ali, so many different people. So Ghana already has thrown that out there, and a few people came. And then in 2007, there was the Joseph Project that they also did, which was supposed to be a project to also welcome the diaspora to Ghana too. So I think that the timing of technology being what it is today in our lives is what helped to catapult it to what it became. Because when I think back to previous decades being in Ghana, when I would come for a visit, I'd be here for a while. There was no Instagram at the time. There was no Twitter. There's things that didn't exist. So I remember telling someone even just yesterday that back in the late 90s, I would come to visit Ghana. I would write postcards and mail postcards to my friends to tell them what's happening in Ghana, and I would get back to Canada before the postcard even arrives. So I think that the timing of technology, the way that somebody could be like, oh, I'm at this place, let me snap a picture, let me post it now, and it could be across the world in less than a minute. I think that impact, and then people resharing and resharing and resharing, I think that coupled with the decades of Ghana already being a country that invited the diaspora, along with the timing of technology, is what helped to catapult it to what it became this time around. As far as other countries are now seeing the benefits, and now they're asking questions, because I have had people from other countries contact me personally, asking me, how can we do this in our country? Our government hasn't said they want to do something, but what can we do to try to start this type of movement here too? So it's kickstarted something, and I can imagine over the next few years, there will be other countries doing similar things.
Well said. And Fred, any additions? What are your thoughts? What did we do? What was the magic of Ghana in this time around?
Yeah, I believe Ghana has an amazing history. Our history is just, phenomenal. And we've, over the years, been able to share that, across the globe. And, the fact that the 400 years came around this, this time, it was just a perfect storm, of, oh, Ghana, I've heard about Ghana. What's the buzz about Ghana? Now, here's the buzz. 400 years of slavery. We want everybody to return home. Let's help develop Africa. Let's help develop Ghana. It was just framed perfectly. And, the fact that Ghanaians are all over the world also helps, because we're able to just share the information that we have, about what's going on back home. And, if you go to work, everybody wants to know about Ghana. So that is what helped. And, I think, the Ghanaians have made the right investments over the years to make something like this happen, the year of return.
Amazing. So I know we're running out of time here before we transition to the ambassador remarks. And then, of course, the LinkedIn team will be joining us right after. But I just want to get some concluding remarks and just hear from you all. Each of you, just to share with us, what's next? What excites you as a media influencer in being a pioneer, but also a leader and facilitator of dialogue regarding engagements of the diaspora back to Ghana? So that way we could follow you and follow the journey and follow the developments in this iconic movement that's now swelled into a decade on Beyond the Return. So I'll start with Ivy, and then we'll conclude with Fred.
Well, what excites me is being a part of changing the narrative of Africa. At the end of the day, when I think about the impact that I had doing social media with Year of Return and now Beyond the Return, and to know that some of the things I posted made people change their minds about this country. And I know this because at the airport, when we greeted people, there were times when I'll be there with my team, and someone comes up to me and says, "Oh my God, Ivy Prosper, I came to Ghana because of something you posted on social media." So For me, what excites me is knowing that I have this power to help change the narrative of Ghana and Africa at large into something people never expected. Because when their minds are changed, they're open to coming. And when they're open to coming, that's the opportunity for them to not just come, but to collaborate and to build with the people who are here, because together we can be very powerful in rebuilding the continent of Africa.
Thank you. And Fred?
Yeah, thank you again, Christine. So with the concept of beyond the return, what I'm really excited about is seeing how we can all come together and just build our technology and business ecosystems, ensure that we are benefiting from all the attention that we've received, because the interest is still there. Now, but how do we kind of bring everybody back, back to Ghana to do something? So I'm excited about 3 areas right now, and I want to talk about them. One, there is telehealth. Concept of telehealth, is becoming big, especially during this pandemic. And I just this morning I spoke to someone who's already on the ground, who's working on that. A fellow U.S. Ghanaian based in the U.S. And then there is another company which is in the health insurance industry, ensuring that Ghanaians who are in the U.S. can provide quality health care for their families. So this is a health insurance company called Fleury that is already on the market in Ghana using technology to make this possible. Another company to watch out for is KTA Mobile. They have mobile phones, a Ghanaian based in New York who builds mobile phones, and he's getting ready to establish a company in Ghana that will be assembling mobile phones. They're already on the market, but they want to do it right in Ghana. So talking about technology. Now, the biggest thing that I think is coming is having Ghana's own Google Translate. There is a company called Ghana Natural Language Processing. They are already building, they have an app. I've tested it. You could put any Ghanaian language in it, P, Ewe, Frafra. You put a language in it and it translates it into English. Why is this guy doing it? He's doing it because he thinks that's what we need, because Google built a Google Translator and we don't have a Ghanaian version. The Ghanaian language is not in it. Somebody in California is doing it right now. And, these are the kind of excitement that, is coming out of the Beyond the Return movement. Ghanaians just willing to come home and invest. And I have hundreds of these stories. So let's go. Let's just do it,
Well said. No, but thank you so much for sharing that, Fred, because of course you've seen the business community really engage with Ghana in a very unique way. And with that, in the interest of time, we do have to conclude this panel. I know we're a little bit over time here and transition, but I do want to thank both of you for being a part of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. The conversation does not end here. I implore the social media community to definitely hashtag Ghana Tech Summit, definitely engage with Ivy and Fred on more developments of what they're monitoring, because these are the media powerhouses of our Ghanaian community, and they've been sharing, and it's hard work, by the way.
It is.
Social media is 24/7.
People don't realize how hard it is.
So we applaud you and we salute you, and we really thank you so much for being a part of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I do want to again say a warm round of applause to those 2 media powerhouses. Ivy and Fred have been doing dynamic work to engage people regarding this year of return movement, now beyond the return. In the interest of time, we have to keep the agenda going and transition. Right after remarks from our ambassador, we're going to be followed by LinkedIn, their first spotlight session team. I want to give a huge round of virtual applause as we welcome Her Excellency Shani Cooper, Ambassador of Israel to Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, is going to be kicking off with remarks at Ghana Tech Summit 2020. We're going to do a quick video clip before we welcome her on to the main stage. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get excited for Shani Cooper coming on. Her Excellency. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of virtual applause to Her Excellency Shannon Cooper. Welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Glad to see you again, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christine, and thank you to Ghana Tech Summit. I'm very, very happy to be here, and I would like to share with you a presentation, so I'll share my screen in a minute. And yeah, 1 minute. Okay, so today I'm going to touch a little bit of everything in this wonderful summit. I'm going to touch on business, I'm going to touch on diaspora, and I'm going to touch on development and economic development. Although I see that my screen is not really functioning, I will begin, and let's hope it will be fine. So my name is Shani Cooper, and I'm the Israeli ambassador to Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. I've been here for 2.5 years, and I'm very, very happy for the opportunity to be here today. I have 15 minutes to talk about the economic transformation that Israel have done in the last 70 years, and for sure I'm not going to be on time. So, you know, just let your next meeting that you are going to be late a little bit. I'm telling you, warning you in advance, but I'll do my best. So let's begin with introducing Israel with some facts. Israel is a very, very small country. It actually can enter into Ghana 11.5 times, okay? But when you're talking about the food sufficiency rate, Israel is able to supply 95% of the food and agri items to itself. And how? What happened? It wasn't like that always. So I am going to take 3 case studies today and show you in a very, very shallow way, but I hope you'll get the taste of it, what happened in Israel and how Israel made agriculture, diaspora, and innovation as tools for the economic development and economic transformation. We'll begin with agriculture. You can see here in the picture the first Prime Minister of Israel. Israel, as you can see behind him, is a desert. It is still a desert, but now the desert is green. When at the beginning of the 20th century and the end of the 19th century, the Jewish people came back to Israel, they found not only a desert, but also a political island. The other countries around Israel were enemies, and we could not import or export anything, and of course food. So we had to supply to ourselves our food. And in order to have food, you have to have water. And then this old guy, this is the way we call him in Israel, the old guy, Ben-Gurion, said, okay, we're going to make the desert bloom. And although there was no agricultural tradition to the Jewish people in the diaspora, they came here and they decided that they are going to be farmers. So there was no tradition, no kind of experience in agriculture, but there was a huge commitment from the leadership on Israel that came through also by budgets and by plans and programs to make Israel a self-sufficient country. Along with the commitment of the government, we also had a very interesting approach, which was a market-led approach. When the Israeli farmers were thinking about their next crop, they didn't think of their only supplying to their families. They thought of exporting or even selling in the local market. But still, it was a market-led approach, which led into a lot of innovative ideas and excellence in the production. There was also support from abroad, and we are talking about the diaspora. In a few minutes, I will show you some slides about the diaspora, but still, when Israeli farmers wanted to make sure that their products are getting well and the shelf life are okay, they were helped by the diaspora in the European market and in the American market to see that they are coming, arriving to the shelves properly. So, talking about the innovation in the agriculture, one of the most interesting and I think unique things that Israel made was creating a golden triangle around the farmer. At the top, you can see Volcani. Volcani is the name of the biggest R&D institute of the Israeli government. And then it is connected to 8 regional R&D centers. Each one is seated in a different region and coping with the different climates of these regions, because in Israel at the north we have snow and at south is totally desert. And of course there are the extensions. All these elements are supporting the farmer and connecting with the farmer, asking questions, getting answers, trying to develop the product and the crops for the farmer. So on the meanwhile, the Jewish diaspora also did a lot in order to support the Israeli transformation. Now, if you look at the numbers, you'll see that Israel wasn't always the center of the life, the Jewish life in the world. Actually, until a decade ago, the state or the country with the biggest number of Jewish people in it was the United States. Only in the last 10 years, Israel became the center of the Jewish people. Still, these Jews around the world, some of them have never visited Israel, have never seen Israel. They have a commitment coming from their heritage, coming from their beliefs and the Bible, of course. They have a commitment to support the land of Israel or Israel, the state of Israel. Now, Israel, of course, understands it, and we believe that a strong Jewish community means a strategic asset to Israel. So we have developed a policy that gives both sides, let's say, some fruits we are working together and collaborating against anti-Semitism or on public diplomacy. But we are also receiving donations, and we are also supporting our community in poor countries and giving them emergency aid. So the relations are very fruitful. So let's move to Africa. When look at this photo, these people are using a facility that's called WaterGen. WaterGen is a unique product that was developed in Israel by Israelis, and it turns the humidity in the air into water. So do you remember that I talked about Israel, that was a desert and so on? Now in Israel, we don't have any shortage of water, not at all. We are using mainly desalination. We are desalinating the sea, the water of the sea, but we understand that it's pretty expensive to desalinate, and we need other solutions. So WaterGen came up with this solution, and it's making water out of thin air. This is a product of the Israeli innovation spirit. Today in Israel, there are over 300 multinational R&D centers of corporates. We have everyone, and we don't have time, but I have several slides on this, and I will skip. But all of these companies and more chose to develop and invest in an R&D center in Israel because of the Israeli innovation, because we take something, we think out of the box, and we are trying to see how to solve a problem with a market approach, like the example that we've seen in agriculture. So if in agriculture, first we had the policy, and then came the market or the private sector, here it was born together, okay? Collaboration between the academic research, the Israeli industry, and foreign players in order to make or strengthen the innovation ecosystem in Israel. And it, of course, it's working because Israel is considered to be the startup nation where innovation is one of the biggest interventions that can happen. So we're here at the end, okay? And in a minute I will go back to the screen and you'll see me. But I want to work on the conclusions a little bit. It was a taste of the process that Israel have been through in the last 60 years. And I must say that although we were working, and my fathers and fathers of fathers were working in order to make Israel a successful country, still we got lucky. To say this, the way that we developed the innovation and the startups as our new market could not have been without the strong welfare state foundations that we have in the to study for free. First, everyone have to have a free health insurance, and only then you can work on innovation and high-tech and startups. Of course, establishing an innovation system focused on problem solving is something that the government should aim for. But the market itself, the people, the startupists should think on a market-led and value-led development approach. Another thing that happened, I didn't discuss it, but it was the organized pressure groups. And I can say that here in Ghana, I can see it a lot. People care. People can go and lobby their own goals, and it's working. It worked also in Israel. So it's beautiful, and I think that this is one of the things that made Israel as is, the voice of the people. Not only the government set the rules, but also Israelis or the people and the public are going to the government and telling them what they should do. A crucial role of the government, of course, is needed. At the beginning, the government has to invest. Without a governmental investment, without the infrastructure, whether we talk about agriculture or about high-tech, without it, you cannot succeed. The private sector will not bloom. But the diaspora has a huge role in that. The diaspora can promote the goals, these goals with the government, and can support the people themselves. And this is something that I can definitely see Israel helping and coordinating and collaborating, sharing its knowledge with Ghana. Now, first of all, I would like you to follow us on Twitter and on Facebook, and I will be very happy to see you over there. But another thing that I wanted to say before I finish my speech, and if the camera will go back to my face, I'm sure that in a minute, is that we've seen now the elections in Ghana, and it doesn't matter what were the results. At the end of the day, the elections process that we saw and the wonderful support of the NGOs and the civil society proved that we are able to see that we are witnessing a wonderful, wonderful democracy. Ghana cannot go back. This is, I don't know who is saying, but Ghana cannot go back. I think that Ghana is stepping forward step by step, one of the countries that has the most, the hugest support from the international community. And if there is, I believe, okay, I believe that if there is a country in West Africa that can take this step and have this economic transformation, it is Ghana. So, as I said, we got lucky. We had good friends abroad, and we had the government and the good private sector who invested. But I think that the most important thing is that we had God on our side, and I'm sure that God is on Ghana's side also. So thank you very much. And I really appreciate my time here and your lending an ear. And I really wish Ghana to next year to see as we all like it to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Shani Cooper. It was a pleasure to have you. And of course, we'll be re-engaging you for Ghana Tech Summit 2021. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of virtual applause for the Honorable Ambassador, Her Excellency Shani Cooper, obviously giving her remarks in her perspective from the Israeli perspective. But of course, this embassy has been doing a lot of great work within the Ghanaian community. Now, with that, I do not want to take any more time as we transition to our next major session. We do want to give a warm welcome to LinkedIn, our lead sponsor for Ghana Tech Summit 2020. I want to reiterate that LinkedIn has been a partner to the GSC family for years. This is not the first and hopefully not the last time that they support us. We are truly, truly amazed. And if you saw, many of you have registered via the LinkedIn event page, 7,000 plus community members from across Ghana, around the world, engaged on LinkedIn. That shows you the power of this platform. So without further ado, let's get excited to welcome the next session on behalf of LinkedIn, Building Your Business with LinkedIn. So all our entrepreneurs on this session, SMEs and startups, this is the panel discussion for you. We're going to introduce Ryan Holy, the Senior Partner Manager from LinkedIn, who's going to introduce the lovely panel, which includes Jacqueline Jones, Head of Strategic Partnerships at Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging at LinkedIn. And of course, our Turn Left Media guest from Tunde, Country Manager of Nigeria at Turn Left Media, and the fintech investor and creating funds from women speaker will also be joining the panel. So let's get the 30-second countdown. Let's do our promo experience for Ghana Tech Summit, and then we'll welcome them to the main stage. Get excited, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a fun panel to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's kick it off. I'll pass it over to the moderator of the session, Ryan Holy from LinkedIn. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Firstly, it's great to be here again at Ghana Tech Summit. I'm most disappointed that I'm not with you again in Accra like we were last year at the fantastic event. But the world has changed, as we know, over the last year, and I'm very happy we can do this virtually. I'm also delighted to hear so many people signed up using the LinkedIn events page. Just for your curiosity, everyone, this is a new feature that was released this year by LinkedIn to help basically the world to adjust to the new way that we have to operate as businesses. So super excited about that, and there'll be more to come there for sure. So I'll just introduce myself, and then I'm going to ask the team to introduce themselves as well. And then we're going to go into a discussion about how you can leverage LinkedIn to help grow your business. So my name's Ryan Holy. I am based in London, and I'm a senior partner manager. My role is basically to help grow our LinkedIn marketing solutions business across Africa, alongside my partner in Africa, which is Turn Left Media, which is where Tunde is from, where he works based in Nigeria. And actually, whilst I'm talking about Tunde, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Rylan. My name is Tunde Ajetomobi. I'm the country manager at Turn Left Media in Nigeria. I'm also excited to be here and also be on this panel, so thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much, Tunde. And we'll go to Jacqueline next. Jacqueline, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. We spoke last year at the Ghana Tech Summit. So Jacqueline Jones, I run strategic partnerships in our global diversity and inclusion group here at LinkedIn.
Fantastic. And we have a very special guest with us today, Ifeoma Udo from Nigeria. And could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Ifeoma Udo. I run a technology startup specifically for women. It's a wealth management and credit company for women. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm so happy that you were able to join us. And I've got you when we were discussing this panel before, there are so many amazing stories that you have, which I'm really excited for you to be sharing with the audience today. Just before we kick off, I just wanted to sort of give let's say a little, very, very short introduction to LinkedIn in terms of how we support businesses in the main part and LinkedIn's business. So just so everyone knows, LinkedIn's vision is to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. So this is something that everyone who works at LinkedIn, for LinkedIn, with LinkedIn believes in. And we really see this as an important way that we can help startups and the continent, or Ghana and the continent of Africa, really have a level playing field in terms of doing business and growing your organizations in the world. And the way we do that is through, four main avenues, really. One is through LinkedIn Marketing Solutions, which is the business that I work in. Another is Talent Solutions, where organizations are using LinkedIn to find new employees or show that their company is a great place to work. We also have LinkedIn Learning Solutions, which is our online learning platform where you can take courses in hundreds and thousands of different modules, from learning how to project manage through to how to use a bit of computer software like Java. And then lastly, we also have something called LinkedIn Sales Solutions, which is our sales navigator solutions where you can, as salespeople, target specific people. And of course, our platform itself is there as a social network and is the largest professional network in the world, where we have over 722 million members worldwide. So that's LinkedIn in a little nutshell. And what I wanted to do first is actually go to Tunde, who I'd like to ask you, Tunde, based on what I've said on LinkedIn, would you be able to share some examples of how businesses that you've worked with, specifically in West Africa, have actually been able to use LinkedIn to grow and also reach new audiences?
Yeah, so for us at Tonlef, how we do what we do is actually what makes us stand out. We understand that what essentially powers trade for brands is numerous engagements with key stakeholders, from your clients to your partners to investors, and most importantly, to your employees. And the easiest way to navigate these numerous engagements is to leverage on the world's largest professional social network. And we have great examples of brands that are doing this effectively. For me, if there's any takeaway from the year 2020, is the need for brands to be deliberate about being discoverable, finding an identity, and being efficient with less physical resources. For B2B brands, there is no environment that is more relevant for you to be effective and build your brand awareness than on LinkedIn. You definitely need to have a LinkedIn strategy. And I'll take a very, very important example. After the lockdown was eased, the first physical meeting that I had, which was, very, very weird at that time, after the whole COVID scare, going in with your mask, doing the temperature test and all of that. Anyways, the business is an SME that was into corporate gifting. Their strategy is core B2B. They would need to speak with HRs of top organizations, decision makers, other stakeholders, and C-suites. However, with the whole lockdown, they couldn't do anything. They were practically grounded. So their CEO reached out to mutual friends who recommended they invite me for a meeting. And where essentially was a meeting turned out to be like some sort of training session. I had to take them through numerous LinkedIn products and tools, talking about sponsored content, message ads, showcase pages, using Sales Navigator and all of that. And we practically had to, take them from creating a LinkedIn business page for themselves and personal branding for their employees and all of that. So, we couldn't cover a whole LinkedIn onboarding in one single session. So I actually recommended a couple of courses from LinkedIn Learning, which is another great resource to get, training for yourself and also your employees. And, what we simply reiterate for clients is that whether you like it or not, buyers are making decisions, trying to find valuable resource around your business. So what we do is we simply help brands see the importance of incorporating this into their day-to-day, from content strategy to thought leadership to employee advocacy, paid advertising and all of that. And that's what we do on a day-to-day.
And that's fantastic. And you said so many great things there, Tunde. And actually, well, one of the things you said there was identity, which I think is really important on LinkedIn because we talk a lot about professional identity. And actually, Ifeoma, you were sharing some ideas before with me about how important LinkedIn is for the identity of women entrepreneurs or small businesses. How do you see LinkedIn playing as part of a strategy for businesses across Africa?
Okay, so when we started initially, because we run a credit company for women, and one thing we did differently from other people that were playing in that space was that we wanted to make sure you had social capital. So most women don't have collateral. So social capital for me meant LinkedIn because, for my last job, my boss made it a point of duty that I wrote thought leadership articles maybe once a month. And initially, I was just doing it to tick the box, but I started seeing it converting because some of my articles on LinkedIn were published in different newspapers. So when I started working with women entrepreneurs, it just made sense to say, hi, I want to see your LinkedIn to know if you're credible. And something that shocked me was that many women were not on LinkedIn. And it was surprising because there's this article I wrote about women not being very visible. African women are on the forefront of entrepreneurship in Nigeria, although they are MSME, but the numbers speak that they're powerful. And I keep saying that we're losing insights from that demographic because they are not writing enough. And LinkedIn is one of those tools. We try to push many of them to come on LinkedIn to say, hi, you don't just need your customer to succeed as a small business. You need to know what's happening in your industry. You need to know people that are bigger than you in your industry. You need to be seen. You need to, LinkedIn for me, the way that I see LinkedIn, it's just putting your resume on a global CV dump. So most times, if you're intentional about it to target the people that you want in your industry, it can take you by like 10 leaps. One good connection can, change everything for them. So we started that process of getting more women to come on LinkedIn. And for some of them, it was new. And I'm glad to see that some of them are still writing. Some of them have started saying, when they come on, they're like, what do we do? I say, who are your classmates in school? Who are your partners? Have a first 50 strategy, the first 50 people you want to connect. Every day you come, say things about your business. Have a business page that is different from your personal page, because what we started noticing that they went to sign up their business like a personal profile. I'm like, no, that's not how it's done. Then we said, have a first 50 strategy, and every day talk about your business. Look for people in your business, people discussing the same thing. And it was very nice to see that. It was insightful to see that many people are not using the opportunity that LinkedIn is. So it's something that we try to do on our own end, and I'm very excited about, when you called for the panels, like LinkedIn is a tool that I feel that has put me in panels across the world just because I wrote my perspective, and I feel that more small business should utilize it. Just show up, put good content, be very targeted, very intentional about what you want from LinkedIn, and you get it.
I would just like to share with everyone, I promise Ifeoma does not work for LinkedIn. But she's, what you're saying is really, really great, and actually we talk about this a lot of the time with customers of all shapes and sizes. You've got to be intentional. I love that. It's really important to be intentional. LinkedIn, it's different from the other networks. It's a professional network, and show up every day, and that's really important, like you would at work. And you also mentioned, that the big disparity there of the amount of women entrepreneurs on LinkedIn and how few are using it. I just want to switch over to Jacqueline here.
Yeah.
From your point of view, obviously this is your day to day. How is LinkedIn actually working to empower people from underrepresented communities? I'd love to hear what we're doing there.
Yeah, no, I've also been enjoying what Tunde and also Infoma have been saying, because they're perfect examples of how the platform has been used to give people voice, right? So my job is, head of strategic partnerships for diversity here at LinkedIn. I do a ton of public speaking out in the market, just getting people aware of the power of the network and how the network can be used to empower them. It's 720 million people, as you said, Rylan. And there are all these products that are there to give people voice. So just using the example of Infoma, what you did is, in terms of one of the big things around LinkedIn, is that you can use the profile to define who you are proactively, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can go out there and essentially put your accomplishments, link all your articles. You can use it to amplify your voice, which you've done, right? Tunde, you spoke more about the pages aspect in terms of having a page for your business to really create what that's about and to keep connected with people. One thing I want to stress, especially to entrepreneurs here, basically you can open up and use this to link to the diaspora and link to many different businesses across the world. So as a part of, especially when COVID hit, we found that a lot of groups, businesses, associations, groups that represented women, African Americans, are, international folks are reaching out to us, asking us, how can we go virtual? Like, what are some of the resources that we can get to keep our groups connected and to keep connected? So what we did, we developed a resource called a resource hub to help connect all these associations, groups, partners that LinkedIn partners with. And Rylan, if you could just drop that link in the chat. And I noticed it was featured before this as well. But basically all the tips that Tunde, or a lot of them that refer to products in terms of how to use, we put all the best practices on the site in order to have folks have the best of, how do you set up events? How do you set up LinkedIn groups? There are over 2 million groups on LinkedIn right now, people that are connected. How do you set up pages? So that site has all the best practices, and plus a lot of what Infoma spoke about around amplifying your voice. We also have best practices on how to publish. What are the best times? How best to communicate? So all this information is here so that you can use this right now, coming out of this conference. You really both of you hit on excellent points of how you can effectively use it to basically empower yourself, and very proud of what I'm seeing here as far as practical uses of the platform.
It's an absolutely wonderful resource, and I'm so happy we can share it. I believe the team's been sharing it with you. So it's just about.linkedin.com/dibs, DIBS. So do check it out. It's really a one-stop shop for everything LinkedIn. It's brilliant. And actually on that, I just want to move on a little bit to, you mentioned, Jackie, how the teams are talking about, both Tunde and Infoma were talking about the two different groups. You've got like your personal pages and your business page, or your company page. Sorry, that's what we call them. And actually, I'd love to know, actually, from Infoma, from your point of view, how do you feel like someone should come across personally on LinkedIn? What's your view on that? How do you think they should show up on LinkedIn as a personal professional?
Okay, so from us and what we do, basically, because we're fintech. So one, I want to make sure that you exist, your name on your profile and your name on your ID. They have to be some similarities. Then I also look at your track record. So remember that we use it to sort of profile, is she likely to pay? So I look at the fact that, where has she been working? Has she even been working? Who is she connected to? do I know them? How many connections do we share together?
Mm-hmm.
So those are the sort of things that I look at. And I also look at, just things to show that this person personally takes herself seriously.
Excellent. And from your point of view as well, because you mentioned the thought leadership, how important was that for your own profile? I think you mentioned you wrote an article. Can you just tell us a bit more about that article and what happened when you wrote that?
Yeah, I mean, my one of my first articles on LinkedIn was seven things you should do before you talk to an investor. I can't remember how that is, and I was shocked to see the response, and I was shocked to see that so many other local press. I mean, it was on This Day, it was on Disrupt Africa. Like they found it was on Tech About. I mean, I found out that they found it useful, and I started sending it and say, "Hey, hi, I wrote this article. Do you want to put it?" And right now, I mean, after that, I was encouraged to say, "Hi, let me put out more things," And with what I'm currently doing at Shecluded, which is women financing, and trying to make it in a way that we're not trying to say, because I'm always dragged into the whole, are you guys feminist or are you guys dumb? And I'm saying, no, I'm a representative of a balanced world. I feel that in the financial system, there's a perspective that is low, and that is the woman perspective and how women respond financially. I just felt that is missing in the system, and I felt that as a company, if we have more data, we can be able to make that point of view. So being able to use LinkedIn to state that point of view and get people. I mean, there was one that I did right, and I think I got like 3,000 people actually read it. And I got connections from different people around the world. So it was just knowing that one, people identified with what I was doing, and people knew that I was doing this. So that was very, very important for me and stuff.
Wonderful. And what I love there is that yes, LinkedIn is a professional network, but we're still human beings. We're still humans, and you're telling the world about what you believe in, which is very closely connected, of course, to what you do as an organization and Shecluded and so forth. I think it's fantastic, and it's great to see that article went so far. So you have your personal brand, which is really key to your organization and so closely connected to it, and actually helps to explain that message. Now, I just want to go to Tunde here, and Tunde, in terms of so the term often used to describe what if Irma's talking about is thought leadership. Now it's a little bit different, I guess, from a brand's point of view. So you're obviously working with lots of large banks and other financial institutions. So from a branding point of view, from an organization point of view, what's the importance of thought leadership for them on LinkedIn and in general?
Yeah. So what we preach to brands on the daily is you have to get into this, because the social space has kind of become a leveler for businesses. Sometimes you can't even differentiate from small businesses and large enterprises. You kind of see if you're doing it right, you actually feel like the larger business, and that is what we tell brands. A lot of brands will still see that they are stuck in, being very traditional. They feel like they need to move mountains to get into thought leadership, but we simply just tell them that you have to do it. So now they're getting to see the impact and the result, because people need to see you as an industry leader before they can believe in what you're trying to sell. It's just not going about selling all the time, because at some time I want to understand that you know the business of what you're doing. And if I see that you seem to understand this better, I can relate with you. The global space is changing. How we do business is changing. So we still see brands slowly getting into this, but what's important for us is that they understand the importance, but it's just getting them to actually do it and incorporate it in their day-to-day strategy. And we are seeing some really good examples that are beginning to do this very, very right. So for me, I would say 2020 has actually made it super important, because while everybody's stuck at home, we're doing more reading on our mobile devices, on our laptop and all of that. It's the content we see, the research we're doing about businesses, about brands, that will make us make the buying decision at the end of the day.
Fantastic, and actually, I've got a question now, sort of following on from that to Jackie here. So obviously, we talk about what businesses can talk about on social media, on as content. Jackie, obviously, diversity, inclusion, belonging is heavily ingrained in our business. How important is that for us as LinkedIn to talk about that all the time? It's to our audience, both as potential employees and customers, as an organization.
Yeah, I mean, diversity and inclusion and belonging is absolutely vital, right? We all know that diverse teams perform much better in terms of different, points of view, bringing diversity of thought, perspective to the table. Absolutely critical in every part of the business, right? So making sure that, as a business, that you have different people at the table, it's absolutely critical for you to tap new markets.
Excellent. And I guess it would also help in terms of, I think we see a lot of organizations that kind of often go one way, which is just putting pure marketing messages out there of buy our stuff, this is great, buy this product. And actually what we do at LinkedIn, we talk about a holistic content strategy, because it's not only when people come to your LinkedIn page, it's not only potential customers, it's potential employees. And I think people want to understand more about you as an organization. I guess the human side of it, that's really key, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. As a company, making sure that, it's a vital part of building your brand. People want to do business with companies that understand who they are. Also knowing that, employees, they have a very authentic way of expressing themselves, but also doing business as well. One of the points I wanted to go back to, a point that Ifeoma made around connecting to various audiences, right? This is another part of why it's important to have many different types of people in your business. I loved her point about using the platform to making those connections and building your network and through the content, right? So basically, a business can get on LinkedIn, write about what they're doing, write about their voice, their point of view, their brand, and attract other people who are also interested in the same thing, which is a great way of building your network and building your brand, but also building your audience as well. And I thought the example that she gave was excellent in terms of publishing an article and using that to connect with others. So
Absolutely, Ifeoma, it was a really great example of how it can be leveraged. So look, I think we're about ready to wrap up, and I know we might be able to give some time back for the event because I know it's running a little bit late. But I think what I'd like to share before we wrap up is, firstly, we have two other sessions later on today. I'm sure you've seen. One is with Ty Heath, who will be talking about the new buyer, and secondly, I think a really great session which you should all join is by Ayanda from Turn Left Media, who's going to be doing a Rock Your Profile session as well, which is basically going to help you to get your profile to the place it needs to be. And it's really important that everyone has some basic sort of knowledge around how to build your LinkedIn profile. So that would be a great workshop to run. So I think with that, I think we'll close up. Are there any final passing thoughts from anyone before we wrap up? Let me ask Ifeoma first.
So, I mean, it was so funny when you said, like, I don't work for LinkedIn. And when Tunde said, hey, hi, do you want to be on the panel for LinkedIn? And I said, yeah, LinkedIn is something that, when they say the best way to get a good customer is to make sure they've tried it and they liked it. I tried LinkedIn and I do like it. And yeah, so that's it for me. That's all I understand. So yeah, it's a good tool. I mean, even for recruiting right now for top management, I try to look at what is their point of view, because you don't want to work we're a startup. I mean, I don't want to have people that don't have a point of view. I always like people that have a point of view. So yeah, that's kind of give me an idea, what's their point of view and stuff.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And Tunde, a closing remark.
Yeah, I'll just say that the 2020 buying experience is way, way, way different from what it used to be like. You know, people are making research about product and service. I do this personally all the time when I want to buy any item. I read reviews, I read, you know, experiences. I look at people's comments and all of that. And people are doing this same thing about your business. So you definitely need to be there. You need to have a voice. So that's what I'll say to brands. And also, I'm envious of what Ghana is doing with the Ghana Tech Summit, Year of the Return. As a fellow African, I'm really, really proud. I hope they keep this up and continue this.
It's amazing work, isn't it? It's just such, it's every time I turn on BBC News over here, it's on the news all the time. It's just really amazing, wonderful work. Jacqueline, a closing remark?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's so great to hear how everyone's using the platform to empower themselves. Definitely go to the link, the site that we put up with all the resources. You can get the best practices. We're not going to say all those great things about how you can use it, not leave you with the tools to use it. And so all the best practices are on the site in terms of how to amplify your voice, in terms of how to use pages effectively, in terms of posting and connecting and building out your presence. Like all that information is there. Definitely attend the workshop later in terms of building your profile, because how that's crafted is a great way to make sure that people do find you and that you build a connection that you're seeking to. Last thing I want to say is great job, Ghana Tech Summit and Global Startup ecosystem for the work that you're doing. LinkedIn has been very supportive and appreciative of working with you throughout the years. And just amazing how you're bringing people together across the diaspora. Big shout out to Christine and team.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's just an amazing job, and the amount of people and startups and entrepreneurs that are going through the Ghana startup ecosystem is so impressive, and creating that economic value for everyone, which is so important. So with that, I think, Christine, are you on the line there to come back, and we can hand over. Hey, Christine.
Yes, I was monitoring from afar. Love the conversation, and just want to bring a highlight that the team is sharing right here, live streaming the link to the building of solid relationships here with the diversity. So about.linkedin.com/DIBS is being shared on all social media channels as we speak. Again, thank you so much. This was such an awesome panel. A huge round of applause to everyone and engaging the LinkedIn team today here with this opening panel about how to build your business on LinkedIn. I'm sure everyone are really already diving down on the tips as we speak today. Thank you so much, team. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get excited and give them a warm round of applause. That was just the kickoff session with LinkedIn. There's still more to come on behalf of LinkedIn. Such an amazing session. And with that, let's transition to our next keynote speaker. I know we're running on time here, so many speakers for the day, but our next keynote that's going to be welcoming, we're going to welcome here today. She was also a former speaker at Africa Future Summit, Victoria Arroyo, the Director for Policy Reforms, Prosper Africa, USAID, is going to give an awesome keynote session. So let's get excited to welcome her on the session. So Victoria, we're going to Hello, Victoria. welcome back. Always a pleasure to welcome you to the GSC family. Thank you so much for your patience and taking the time. I know it's been a crazy whirlwind, but without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic over to you for your keynote remarks. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you.
Of course. No, thank you for the welcome. And it's been an exciting day. I've actually enjoyed listening to some of those panels and speakers. So it's a pleasure to join you all here at the Ghana Summit today to discuss the U.S. government's Prosper Africa initiative, including some exciting recent developments and a bit of a look into what's ahead. I was here previously with the Africa Summit, so just really excited to talk to you all today. I know that you will hear from my colleagues at the Department of State, and you may also hear today from other representatives from the Prosper Africa's 17 participating departments and agencies across the U.S. government. We're all working closely together to provide African and American businesses and investors with a comprehensive and accessible support package. I think this experience has shown me that Africa, and especially Ghana, is home to an incredible, diverse group of talented and innovative people, including entrepreneurs and business leaders who are poised to make a significant contribution across Africa, as well as the global economy. I think, I know how much businesses across the United States benefit from strengthening our ties with Africa. And I've seen firsthand how African entrepreneurs have grown their businesses and empowered their communities in partnership with the United States. So let's just start, with what exactly is Prosper Africa? I think that's a question that has been asked. And I want to just clarify for you all and then give you some insight. The U.S. government created Prosper Africa to help both African and U.S. companies harness two-way trade and investment opportunities. We leverage the full range of U.S. government services and resources to help companies identify partners, advance opportunities, and close deals. We have three main objectives. 1, to facilitate transactions. 2, to promote fair and transparent business climates. And 3, to align the tools of our public sector to leverage the power of the private sector. So in other words, to improve how we as the US government support you. Of course, the US government has always offered trade and investment support services. So what's new about Prosper Africa that we bring? Well, all of these services together, we bring into a one-stop shop so that you can come to one of the places, just one place to access all of the US government has to offer. We're also prioritizing and enhancing US government services so they provide you with more effective support. I would say empowering entrepreneurs is at the heart of the US-Africa partnership. And today I'm pleased to share that Prosper Africa is delivering significant impact. In our first year, we directly supported more than 280 deals to close across more than 30 African countries for a total value of over $22 billion. Many of those deals included support to small and medium-sized businesses, which are the engines of our economies and a major focus for Prosper Africa. You can access the full suite of Prosper Africa trade and investment services on our new website at prosperafrica.dfc.gov. Today, I'd like to highlight just 3 of them for you. First, I'd like to highlight, the first one I'd like to highlight is the U.S. African Development Foundation, or USADF, that offers grants of up to $250,000 for African grassroots enterprises and social entrepreneurs. USDF also partners with community enterprises to support organizations that create and sustain jobs, improve income levels, and achieve greater food security. So for example, a mother and daughter company in Ghana recently used a $250,000 USADF grant to expand their West African shea cosmetics company. Mother Shea is now available in over 1,000 Target retail stores across the United States. The second tool I'd like to highlight is USAID has trade and investment programs across the continent that give businesses and investors the support they need to grow. USAID helps African entrepreneurs and business leaders with matchmaking, due diligence, and transition facilitation support, among other services. So here's just another example of how African businesses are making use of USAID support. Field Intelligence is one of numerous enterprises in Africa that have used USAID support to secure investment. With USAID transaction advisory support, this healthcare tech company based in Nigeria completed a $3.6 million investment with Massachusetts-based Blue Haven Initiative. With this investment, they are now scaling up a supply chain finance platform to help pharmacies manage their inventory and stock high-quality medicines, a critical innovation in the wake of COVID-19. And finally, I'd like to highlight the new U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, or the DFC, which invests directly in African businesses. In fact, the DFC currently has about $8 billion invested on the continent. These investments are building critical infrastructure, expanding access to healthcare, energy, and technology, and advancing financial inclusion, particularly for small businesses and women entrepreneurs. For example, Kasha, an American-founded Kenya-based e-commerce company, is expanding its platform with DFC financing. With this expansion, Kasha will create 350 new jobs, 90% of which will be filled by women. So our interagency teams in Washington, D.C. and at U.S. embassies across Africa, including Accra, are standing by and working together to help advance new business opportunities with a new whole of government support package. Moving forward, we will be rolling out new programming that will build on this momentum and deliver even more impact. Like USAID's new continent-wide Prosper Africa Trade and Investment Program, which the head of the USAID announced just last month, actually. This groundbreaking program, worth about $500 million, will provide a wide array of custom services, including transaction facilitation and investment advisory services, as well as targeted policy interviews. We expect it to leverage billions of dollars in new exports and investments and generate thousands of American and African jobs. Before I close, I'd just like to re-emphasize and highlight our new digital resource center at prosperafrica.dfc.gov. The Prosper Africa Toolkit on our website features resources designed to help businesses in Africa tap into the US market. This is a one-stop shop for learning about and accessing all of the US government's trade and investment services and resources. Thank you again for this opportunity to connect with you all today.
Thank you again, Victoria, especially for giving that overview on Prosper Africa and all the work and opportunities that are available to entrepreneurs. I see a lot of people on the chat feed are engaging. So as always, pleasure to have you, and we'll definitely be in touch. And welcome again to Ghana Tech Summit 2020.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there first. Please definitely engage with that information regarding Prosper Africa. She just shared 3 initiatives, major initiatives that you could tap into, and also case studies of companies that have leveraged the resources from this Prosper Africa initiative. Of course, team, please share the website across all social media channels so that with the entrepreneurs on the line are welcome to engage and apply and really partake in the resources available with us today. Now, without further ado, we're going to transition to our next keynote speaker who is on the line with us. We are so excited to engage with our next keynote speaker of the day for Ghana Tech Summit 2020. She, of course, has spoken at previous summit sessions before. And so let's get like the 30-second video and then welcome Dr. Lisa Coleman from NYU to the next session live. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a warm welcome. We're going to welcome Dr. Lisa Coleman to go live. She is the Senior VP for Global Inclusion and Strategic Innovation and the Chief Diversity Officer at NYU, New York University. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of applause to this amazing pioneer and speaker, thought leader, everything in the bag of chips. Dr. Lisa Coleman, always a pleasure to welcome you back. I'm not taking any more time. Let me pass it over to you.
It's so great to see you, Christine, as always. Thank you for having me again. It's such a pleasure to participate. I'm going to go through some slides really quickly with everybody. So please just know that as I go through, it is going to be a really quick process. So I just want to say that in advance. And here we go. I'm going to just present my screen. And so I hope everyone's taking really good care out there. Again, I'm Lisa Coleman. I work at NYU. And I just like to start by saying I hope everyone's taking really good care. NYU is a global university. We have campuses all over the world, including a site in Ghana. And so I hope that some of my NYU colleagues from Ghana are actually on the line now. And then we have places all over the world. And we have two portal campuses, one in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about approaching this work and thinking about how we, instead of thinking about a crisis, how we approach our work from an asset and strength-based model, and really think about the opportunities that are available to us when we think about technology and assets. Today, obviously, the title of my presentation is Generations and Digital Access. And so thinking about the generations we have in many places, right? We have lots of generations in the workforce and then thinking about in our family structures. So all the way to the silent generation. And I always make a joke. My mom is 88 years old and she is not silent at all. So the maturest generation, and some of them are actually still working, all the way to Gen Z. And then we have this emerging generation, the Gen Alphas. And I will just say the digital natives start with Gen X and go all the way to Gen Z. And of course, Generation Alpha, those are the people born starting in 2010. And they are those 10-year-olds who are giving speeches now, and they are totally digitally fluent. We know that technology is their fifth sense. From 16 to 22-year-olds, they'd rather give up their sense of smell than an essential tech item. And we know that many people are using smartphones and have a digital footprint. And I'll talk a little bit about the difference between, obviously, and some of you heard this today, about the difference between, obviously, broadband and, of course, access by your phones. In 2050, 2 out of every 3 older persons will be living in developing regions. And this is really important when we think about that generational arc, because we also have to think about access for older generations. And so this brings me to talk about the digital divide and inequities. And this is just a little map here of worldwide internet users. Obviously, we've seen growth since 2005 to 2019. But if you look at then the differentials in terms of different access, and we know this particularly in the Ghanaian region, obviously, we're seeing different access issues. This is just another map. And if we look at that map of Africa, and this is really important in terms of broadband access, right? And so many people, obviously, here in the United States, been thinking about that in terms of access issues, and then how we provide access issues. Even at NYU, we've had to give out different forms of technology, including laptops and jump drives, to make sure that people have access. If we think about the Ghanaian energy sector overview, right, we think about the generation capacity and investment and enabling environment. The biggest issues, and some of you obviously have already seen this before, is thinking about the energy sector and the legacy debt, the limited credit worthiness of utilities, excess generation and capacity in the short term, and thinking about plant generation and the high cost of those generation, and then the procurement frameworks, right, and thinking about those framework and infrastructures, and obviously the regulatory issues. If we think about the total population, mobile phone connections, internet users, and social media users, here's just sort of a map of what's happening. But there are some very positive things happening in Ghana. And if we think about digital inclusion, affordable, robust internet access, internet-able devices, access to digital literacy training, quality technical support, important. And if we think about even some of the speakers earlier that are talking about some of those connections, global connections, to bring companies and organizations together, that will help us bridge these gaps, both globally, but then internal to specific regions. Obviously, one of the things that we have to think about is the organizational culture and what your organizations have available, and that will think about the biases within organizations and what's happening. We are in a VUCA world right now, thinking about complexity, volatility, ambiguity, and uncertainty, and where our organizations are in that. And so then one of the questions I ask is, are we ready for Gen Z? And Gen Z demands that our companies are innovative, entrepreneurship. 65% of children entering school today will work in jobs that don't currently exist. And so when we think about harnessing that entrepreneurial and innovation, how are we thinking about, we know that the West is no longer, right, the top source for talent. We can think about kids in Ghana or Eritrea who are taking computer parts and building new kinds of technology tools for access. So how do we begin to think about how do we harness those energies, but put that at scale? 36% of the global workforce will be Gen Z. We entered into what we call a digital collaborative revolution. So if you think about coming out of the information revolution into the collaborative, so the information revolution of 2010, the internet revolution of the 90s, and now we're in a collaboration revolution, right? How do we collaborate? And if we think about COVID-19, we never thought that we'd see pharmaceutical companies collaborating, right? Using technology to collaborate to develop new vaccines. So how do we think about that workforce and what's happening, what can be automated, and then what will be collaborative in that automation? If we think about hackers, data science programs, how are we doubling down on those efforts? That will lead us to think about the current state where we are, right? The future state of work, which I've just referenced, but our desired future state, right? Where do we want to be in terms of connectivity? One of the slides that didn't show, and I apologize for that, is that in Ghana, for instance, we know, and we know this from the Global Worldwide Internet Report, that unlike some other places, right, the gap between men and women is only 6%. In Ghana, you've been able to close the gap in terms of internet connectivity. And we're also seeing the gap close in terms of older and younger generations. And I'll give you an example. In Uganda, there's a 43% gap. In Ghana, there's only a 6% gap. So how do you then think about how do we use that understanding to probably enter into a design thinking model so that we can scale up, right? Use the empathy, use the listening to figure out how we close that gap to 6% and how we even close it further. What we have to think about is our nimble fitness and how we are actually, right, harnessing that energy. It's a constant state of evolution, and how are we engaging new generations in that improvement and reinvention possibilities? One of the slides that just wouldn't show earlier is we've put together these opportunities for young people to learn from older people. If you think about the project in Senegal, the Grandmother Project, where older people and younger people are learning about their bodies and also using technology through those teachings and learning. So how do we make our organizations agile? That will be that we engage both younger and older generations in these new technologies and innovation possibilities. Whereas the heroic manager of the past knew all and could solve every problem, the post-heroic manager asks how every problem can be solved in a way that develops other people's capacity to handle it. And that's what I think we're seeing in this transformational learning digital age. And all I can say is now we've got time for Q&A. That's the quickest presentation I think I've ever done. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And then we can just talk on some questions. How'd I do, Christine? I tried to stay within that 5 minutes.
I know. You definitely they don't even know that you could go on for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and they'll still be engaged. The data sets are ridiculously crazy. And there's tons of questions on the chat feed, but for the interest of time, I'll take one from the audience. The one that's coming from the audience was regarding the tech specs that you shared about Ghana. You had a slide there with information about Ghana and internet. And the question here that this person is asking is, can you share with us where do you see countries like Ghana in terms of young people leveraging the internet to scale their ideas and build more companies? Do you think there's a correct correlation, especially considering the collaboration age that you shared?
That's absolutely right. So I actually believe that what we're seeing in the what we're seeing emerge is exactly that, right? We're seeing opportunities. That's why I mentioned, right, Eritrea or Uganda and different places, because people are using even if those gaps exist that I talked about, they're using technologies. One of the most interesting things I saw, and I just saw it recently when I was actually in Abu Dhabi and working with a class, and there were these kids who took old computer parts and then built new computers. Right. So then we can think about how do we use these when we think about the old technologies, right? There are ways that we can use those to create new technologies, and young people are going to take us there, and they're going to take us there by scale. And then I'll also say, right, and then those networks. Little Johnny in India is talking to little Susie in Ghana, and those networks are being created in ways that we never imagined 20 years ago. And that's where we'll get to scale and also VC investments.
Well said on that, because I think, sometimes we hear a lot of inspiration around what's happening, but you come hardcore with the stats and the analysis about what's happening, especially considering the collaborative age. What a way to describe it. I mean, we're all remotely working and collaborating together digitally. So I as always, applaud you and the stats and the information. I know it was a short one, but you already sent the power to us. So thank you so much.
No problem. If you want more info, look me up on LinkedIn. All right. Thank you so much, Christine. It's great to see you.
As always, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her another round of virtual applause. Dr. Lisa Coleman in the house of NYU. She always, every time we invite her to Ghana Tech Summit or any of our summit programs under the GSC brand, she always knows how to pack and condense information about what's happening. So that way you could correlate and see where is your place in this revolution that's happening as we speak. With that, let's go into our next keynote speaker, the one and only Elizabeth Liu, U.S. Department of State Special Coordinator for the Young African Leaders Initiative. Many of you know about this 10-year powerful program. Many of you have applied. Many of you are alumni. I think at this point, someone in your community has been a part of the YALI network. It's such a huge community that everyone truly, truly admires. So please give a warm welcome as we introduce to Ghana Tech Summit 2020, the one and only Elizabeth Liu. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your patience. Apologies for the delay, but as always, we're happy to have you, and I'll pass it over to you, and welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I think there's a little feedback, but that's okay. Hopefully folks can hear me. You can see behind me, we're celebrating 10 years of YALI. Woo! In 2010, 115 young leaders came to Washington, D.C. For the first YALI program, which was the President's Forum for Young African Leaders. And today, like Christine said, YALI is a huge community. You all probably know somebody involved in YALI. YALI is the U.S. government's signature effort to invest in the next generation of African leaders. And YALI has graduated over 21,000 alumni between the Mandela Washington Fellowship Exchange Program and the regional leadership centers located on the continent. More than half of these alumni actually own their own businesses. And sorry, just matching up with the slide. And also, membership in the online YALI network is over 650,000 members strong, which is more than the population of Bujumbura. It's incredible. Why should we care? We should care because, as Secretary Pompeo said in Addis Ababa earlier this year, creating the environment for free enterprise to thrive is the best way for all African nations to boost economic growth and create jobs for their people. For the past decade, YALI has supported economic growth in Africa by empowering youth to take control of their own future. YALI promotes effective public administration, grows networks that connect people, creates conditions for peace, prosperity, and security across the continent, and investment opportunities for U.S. businesses. So if you don't already engage with YALI alumni to advance your business goals, Or if you're eligible to apply for YALI, but you haven't yet, then you need to, and I'll provide some details on that. But first, I want to highlight some of our fantastic alumni. YALI, could you go back to the previous slide, please? YALI is a respected and widely recognized brand across sub-Saharan Africa. YALI alumni are doing amazing things, and that's especially true in Ghana's tech world. This summer, Dr. Laud Anthony Desing, a 2016 fellowship alumnus, won Africa.com's Brilliant African Innovations Against COVID-19 competition for his efforts to lead his team at Inca Diagnostics in partnership with Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to develop a rapid diagnostic test for COVID-19. This test is combined with a comprehensive app that incorporates symptom assessment, data capture of test results, tracking of patient location using GPS signals, and dissemination of all of this information to public health authorities. And then I wanted you to meet Regina Honu. She's not just an entrepreneur creating jobs, but a trailblazer who's also an advocate for women in STEM. She's the recipient of numerous awards for her work to close the gender gap in computer science. And believe me, it wasn't easy for her coming up as a woman wanting to study STEM, right? But she persevered. And you can read more about her story in Lean In for Graduates by Sheryl Sandberg, the CEO of Facebook. I also want to give a shout out to Aram Tawia, who has more than 20 years of experience in the game development industry. Currently, he is Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Leti Arts, a pioneer game development company that builds interactive games and digital comics based on African culture, folklore, and heritage to encourage younger generations to learn about African history. After his experience with the fellowship, he led Leti Arts to produce more inclusive work, and this sparked the creation of Karmza, a comic featuring the first superheroine with cerebral palsy. This comic launched Leti Arts' Afro Comics app, which won a World Summit Award in the Culture and Tourism category last year. And the list of outstanding YALI alumni just goes on and on. Next slide. The YALI Network online community is also incredibly active, and it's a resource that's available to everyone. So if you're not already, please go on the website, click that yellow button, join the network, and join the YALI Network. Since its creation in 2015, YALI Network members have earned over 450,000 online course certificates, taken nearly 400,000 online campaign pledges to support various priorities, including those in entrepreneurship, and organized over 12,000 YALI Learns offline events. You can access resources on a variety of topics, and which includes several short courses and covering topics like leadership and entrepreneurship at yali.state.gov. Next slide. So how can you get involved? If you are between the ages of 18 and 35, then I encourage you to apply for the regional leadership centers. Or if you're 25 to 35, also to consider the Mandela Washington Fellowship Exchange Program. For the RLCs, those are located in Nairobi, Dakar, which conducts training exclusively in French, Pretoria, and in Accra at the Ghana Institute for Management and Public Administration. The RLCs provide experiential learning for young Africans aged 18 to 35 under the tracks of public management, civic engagement, or business and entrepreneurship. And in-person and online options are available. The flagship Mandela Washington Fellowship Exchange Program provides similar training for those 25 to 35 along those same three tracks, but it also includes an exchange component wherein participants travel to the United States to participate in Leadership Institute. If you're over 35, that's okay. I hope you're still paying attention, because it doesn't matter if you're a CEO, business mogul, public servant, thought leader, or what have you. The bottom line is you want YALI alumni on your team. You've heard about the great work they're doing, and that's just 3 examples. So please think about connecting with Yali alumni for your businesses. So if you want to connect with me and help identify those alumni, please feel free to do so. You can find me on LinkedIn listed as Elizabeth Liu. And so just to conclude, I'll say 10 years on, Yali is a movement inspiring youth across the continent to be a force for positive change. Yali is equipping a new generation of leaders with the tools and skills that are helping to shape the future of the continent and build cross-cultural and economic ties with the United States. Yali's impact is evident as alumni rise to leadership positions in business, government, and civil society. And as we celebrate the past decade and look ahead to the future, one thing is clear, that the future of not only Africa, but the world is in good hands with our Yali. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. And of course, we're sharing the links, of course, to the application with the community so people can definitely engage. So another round of applause to having you be with us again. I know you've been a part of the Africa Future Summit experience, and thank you so much for joining us for Ghana Tech Summit. It was truly a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm thank you and goodbye to Liz from Yali Community. Of course, you heard it here first. Definitely submit your application. Go to the resource page. Of course, she sent the information, and we're sharing that link across all social media platforms to ensure that everyone is aware of how to get involved. This is their 10th year anniversary, so we're really excited to hear the longevity and the work that they've been doing at the State Department. So please give her a warm round of applause for that. Now, as we transition, without further ado, before we kick off with our entrepreneurship panel of the day, we have a 2-minute break and where we're going to welcome our first exhibitor presenter. Amazing, amazing, amazing to welcome the Dynasty to the Ghana Tech Summit 2020 edition. Let me welcome him to the main stage. A pleasure to see you, and thank you so much for your patience. But of course, you make this event happen and accessible. So without further ado, I will pass the stage over to you to give your remarks to the Ghana Tech Summit community before we kick off with entrepreneurship panel. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you, and welcome.
Hi, is it possible to share my screen? Okay, so I'm gonna do that right now.
Just raise your volume just a little bit up. I think we can barely hear you.
Okay.
It's usually best to take off your headphones. Definitely unmute. Unmute yourself on the screen, and let's try again.
All right, yeah, sorry.
There we go.
Okay, all right, so let's do this. All right.
We hear you, go ahead.
My name is Sendgrid. I took up mobile development in 2013 to help my tech company with a bunch of market solutions and getting the KPI educations. It took me a while to connect the solution. I forget about the lecture, and I don't hold it until I come to it. I don't take my social media as the
All right, Dennis, so I think it will be best if you just speak over the video, and if you share with us the link on the private chat, the team will blast it across social media right now for you as you speak. So feel free to speak for the next minute or two about your organization because the audio is not being heard through the media.
Okay, sure. All right, so my name is DigitalOcean, and I'm an app developer. I am not a traditionally trained app developer. I got into app development because the company that I worked with before needed a solution on how to track fuel stations across Ghana. So that's how I first got into app development. So I started with that, and then I fell in love with app development, and then I started with coding. What happened afterwards was that I decided to then register my business, my social media handle, the Dynasty as the name of my business. And after I did that, what happened was that I could not be able to get clients as a result of this. It was difficult for me. And, you know, with us being in the time of visibility and having to create content around our business, the best thing next for me was to figure out how to think of a way to maybe make a mobile application that can be content I can use to promote the work that I do. So I decided to get into game development. But for me to develop a game, I needed to make sure that the game I was going to develop was good enough to meet Apple standard. So I did. I spent 2 years doing that, and then I decided to release the game during COVID lockdown. And I went to bed and woke up, and the game went viral. It did so well that what happened was that the game ended up ranking #1 on both the Apple the Apple App Store and the Android Play Store as well. So afterwards, I was able to build a team of developers. I got in touch with quite a number of people and collaborators. So now my enterprise, the Dinasto, is established with developers from 4 different countries. We are open to working with as many people as possible. Just let us know whatever your requirements are. You don't have to figure everything out. I'll help you through that process, and anything that you need done would easily be done, especially in this time where businesses are looking for ways to go digital. We will be at your assistance, and we'll make sure that this works seamlessly for you. I have my details here, and you can reach out to me on Instagram or on Twitter at the Dinasto, or you can email me at thedinasto@gmail.com, and that's my number. I was also fortunate to win the 2020 40 Under 40 award for software development in September of this year. I'm also on LinkedIn, also at the Dinasto. So that's all I have to share with you today.
Thank you so much for sharing. And of course, please don't forget to share with us the link. Of course, the entire RSVP list will get an email blast, including your information shared to the end of the video. I wish we were able to live stream the video, but not to worry.
Yeah,
we'll share
sure.
it with the community, Dinasto. And thank you so much for sharing your journey as well, because a lot of times people focus on the company, but we're backing your story. So it's an honor to have you, and thank you for supporting Ghana Tech Summit 2020.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. Truly it was. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another round of applause. Our first exhibitor, you can connect with him on LinkedIn. The team has also shared his information on the chat feed, so that way you all can engage with his information, and you'll get an email reminder regarding his work and the company and what they've been doing. So I just want to put his logo back up there. Again, he's an app developer doing amazing things. Let's give him another round of virtual applause. Now, without further ado, we're going to transition into our next panel session of the day. Let's get the video introduction on, and then we're going to get them all live, coming and led by Quina from SAP. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, I want to give a warm welcome to Quina from SAP, George Apia, Atto, Patrick, and Ama Giampo for the Entrepreneurship, a History and Future of Startups, Tech, and Innovation Ecosystems. I don't want to take any more of their time as they kick off the dialogues. They have a lot to share with you all today. Quina, I pass it over to you, and welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Christine, for that lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Gwenda Maboja. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're coming from in the world. I'm coming to you from South Africa today. I'm Global Director at SAP Purpose and Brand Experience, where we're leading SAP's purpose mission to help the world run better and improve people's lives. We also drive partnerships with ecosystem of partners, customers, not-for-profit organizations, and thought leaders to accelerate the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So this is actually, I've been attending Ghana Tech Summit since its inception 3 years ago. So it's always a pleasure to see how the summit has grown over the years. So thanks to Global Startup Ecosystem for our continued partnership with SAP and for inviting me to join this session today. So let's get right into it. We know that Ghana is amongst the fastest growing economies in Africa with a vibrant and thriving startup ecosystem. VC for Africa tells us that Ghana is considered to be amongst the top startup ecosystems in Africa, following Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And one of the reasons identified for the robustness of the ecosystem is around the role of ecosystem supporters and programs, right? So we know that ventures that have gone through support programs, half of them are actually closing investments, and they tend to close higher levels of investment than other ventures. So this is very critical as a strength in terms of driving the ecosystem forward. So I'm looking forward to this conversation today. I'm looking forward to an engaging discussion where we will unpack entrepreneurship, looking at the history and the future of startups, tech and innovation ecosystems in Ghana. And what we really want to do is to gain an understanding of how Ghana's ecosystem has evolved. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And what is the future outlook looking like? So we have a heavy hitting panel of influencers and role players who have been instrumental in building the startup ecosystem in Ghana and have really seen the evolution of the ecosystem over the years. So looking forward to teasing out some of your insights and your experience in terms of how the ecosystem has evolved over the years. So with that, I'd love to introduce our panelists. And looking forward to a great discussion. So first, I'd like to introduce George Apaya, who's the CEO of Kumasi Hive and the Executive Director for Ghana Tech Lab. I'd like to introduce Ato Ozin Apaya, who's the Director of the Ghana Think Foundation. I'd like to introduce Patrick George Kwanson, who's the Head of Digital Transformation at Stanbic Bank in Ghana, as well as Ama Gyampo, who's the co-founder and CEO at Scale Up Africa. So panel, welcome. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for joining the session. Let's get into it. To kick us off, I'd like to begin with a round of intros across the panel. So maybe in a round robin fashion, please give us a brief introduction on the work that you are doing, what your organization is doing, how it's placed within the Ghana tech and startup ecosystem, and maybe also a little bit around the gap that your particular organization is addressing within the ecosystem. So Anna, maybe let's start with you. Let's do ladies first.
Ladies first, love it.
Ladies first.
I was thinking you'd say that. Thank you. Good day, everyone. So yes, my name is Ama Gyampo. I'm based in Accra. We run Scale Up Africa. We're basically a business development organization that works with corporations and foundations to build innovative partnerships to include SMEs. So we basically bridge the gap between big business and small business. That's the gap that we fill. And we have a very specific focus on gender. So we do a lot of work with women to just build capacity in their supply chains, and also with the youth-based organizations as well.
Great. And maybe Atu, you can go next.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so at the Ghana Think Foundation, our mission is to mobilize and organize talent for the primary benefit of Ghana. We believe that there are a lot of young Ghanaians who are really great at what they do, and we want them to be known, and we want them to know each other. Our vision is to build a critical mass of young Ghanaian people who are patriotic, passionate, positive, proactive, progressive, and productive. So basically, through all the things that we do, we want to get like a huge number of people, in this space. So most of the ways that we go about this is through our Barcam Ghana program, which are networking events for young people to meet, to learn. So like most conferences, you'd learn, when you go there from other people. But in particular, we want people to be able to come to these conferences to be able to share who they are and what they do so that they can even learn better, right? So if people come, to the Barcamp and say that, I study computer science and what I want to do is build an app where people can experience Ghanaian movies, then they'll be able to learn from people how to be able to do that. The third thing is the networking, which is also very important here because you have a lot of people with business ideas who are trying to work on the idea, but they need someone to build an app for them. They need someone to build a website for them. So being able to network with people in the ecosystem, people able to meet folks to co-found businesses with. And then the fourth thing is mentoring. So we invite a lot of different people to the bar camps as mentors. Georgia Pierre has been a mentor, for instance, and some of the other speakers at this conference. So they come to be able to share, particular insights for what people are looking for, right? So not so much what they want to share, what people want to know, but what people are trying to find as they are trying to, navigate the tech ecosystem or trying to do different things. So that's one of the main ways that we contribute to the ecosystem in this way. And secondly, we have a program called the Comseco program where we've been training social entrepreneurs. And some of those social entrepreneurs also, work with different people in the tech space. So that's how we mostly contribute to the ecosystem. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Ato. And Patrick, over to you for a brief intro.
Hello, everybody. Patrick Hansen. Even though my title says digital transformation for the bank, these days we tend to think of ourselves more than as a bank. We're gradually becoming a platform orchestrator, bringing ecosystems of producers and consumers together in over 12 different industries. So my day job, I do execution of strategy and help the bank and the bank subsidiaries think through how they are transforming their businesses with relevant fourth industrial revolution tools. For my sins also, I've been asked to supervise the work of our flagship business incubator, the SB Incubator, which for us is living out our people's promise. As a bank, we have a people's promise of Africa as our home, we drive our growth. We think the way we do that is by providing a safe place for young people to ideate, incubate ideas, providing the necessary support, access to market, access to investment, and we just give them the tools to build sustainable business. So the SB Incubator, which started off as an online program about 3 years ago and has now transitioned into a physical space, is our way of really driving Africa's growth. We tend to think of ourselves in the ecosystem as a really critical fulcrum around which the various players operate and around which the various players access opportunities. We are quite in a unique space in the ecosystem, being funded by a big blue, the bank. So we have quite a lot of our resources at our disposal, and we are able to bring together the partners in the ecosystem in a very non-competing way. So we tend to think of our role as just that, as bringing people together in the ecosystem, connecting the dots, and really just allowing the ecosystem to thrive. As a bank also, we are looked on or looked upon as quite friendly to fintechs because we consume quite a lot of fintech innovation. About 3 years ago, I think the big bank that we are, 3 years ago, we came to the realization in a very obvious way that we were not the custodians of innovation. So we went generally into the digital ecosystem to partner fintechs who were solving real customer problems, or fintechs who were providing us richer data sets about our customers, etc. And we've partnered them in ways that allows us to bring our competencies, our skills to bear, whilst really allowing them to grow in what they tend to do. So those are sort of the two ways that I feed generally into the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Ghana.
Thank you for that, Patrick. So it sounds like we have a very good mix here, looking at some of the pillars that are driving ecosystems. So making sure that we have pipeline of talent in young people, making sure that we have inclusivity through the gender lens, and making sure that we have women that are coming in, and then making sure that everyone is playing a role in terms of what corporates can bring to tech ecosystems. So I think what we want to understand as well is from a historical perspective, right? In order to move forward, we have to know where we've come from and where to move forward. So I'd love just some insight from you, from your unique standpoint. Oh, I think George is back. Hi, George.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, George. How are you? Welcome back. Before I transition to the next question, George, maybe could you just spend just a minute or two just introducing yourself? So we've just done a round of intros across the room. So if you could have your moment, 1 or 2 minutes, please, just to introduce yourself.
That's okay. All right. So, hi, everyone. My name is George Apia. I'm the CEO and co-founder for Kumasi Hive. Kumasi Hive is a tech innovation hub based in Kumasi. And also, I am the executive director and co-founder for Ghana Tech Lab. Ghana Tech Lab is an ecosystem hub that has the mandate of pushing digital entrepreneurship and digital skills across the country. So we work with partnering hubs across 13 regions right now, delivering on digital entrepreneurship across. Yeah.
Thank you, George. So I think now we can move on with addressing the historical view and just understanding where the ecosystem has come from. And I'd love your unique perspectives around, you know, what insights you might have around the history and the evolution of the Ghana tech ecosystem. So again, let's do ladies first. Maybe from your perspective and looking particularly at the role of women, right? How has that historically played itself out for the tech ecosystem in Ghana?
Yeah, I think we're still very underrepresented. You know, we just saw Regina Honu as one of our flagship poster girls for tech in Ghana, but in Africa generally. So I think that's still a problem, and that's where we found a bit of a gap, and not just for tech, but you know, normal SMEs with you know, plans to grow and using technology and digital to grow their businesses as an inherent part of what they do, as opposed to something totally separate. So that's part of the work that we've been doing to just, you know, focus a bit of a lens on the gender side of things and attract the necessary resources towards more women-led enterprises and help them to scale and grow their businesses as well. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but we like to think that we're flying the flag for that particular conversation, and generally just for growth as well, because there's a lot of focus on startups and pitching and ideation. I've definitely seen a progression. You know, I worked with George on one of his advisory boards for Kumasi Hive. I'd worked with Cosmos Innovation Center, Ato's organization, one of his many hats that he wears. But you know, we all wear multiple hats. We're all entrepreneurs. We all kind of do so many things in the ecosystem. And right. Just recently, you know, we set up what we call an entrepreneurship value chain approach, which we launched at Accelerate 2030, which was an event a couple of weeks ago. But that's just been, again, a long time coming of, you know, with various stakeholders like ourselves here, but you know, investors, you know, business development service providers, incubator operators, just coming together and understanding, okay, fine, you know, I'm iSpace, I'm community, I'm ideation. Okay, Scale Up Africa is more gender, we are more, you know, growth stage, or having more to do with the growth conversation and resources around that, investor readiness, introduction to investors. So it's been great to kind of see the mapping that we're all gradually doing and coming together a little bit more to collaborate. I feel like compared to 5-8 years ago, we have come a long way, and you know, we have, you know, several hubs in Ghana. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 27 in Ghana. You know, and so it's developing. We're having conversations. We're working more closely together. I think we're getting to know each other a bit more, where our strengths lie. So it's encouraging.
So I think it's great to have this gender lens. Obviously, from an inclusivity perspective, we know that women, for example, in the US, only 3% of the investment went to women. And I think this is a trend that we're seeing across the board, and we really need to make sure that we have inclusivity, even from the perspective of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. By addressing gender equality, you actually are touching on so many of the other SDGs. So it's great to hear the work that's being done there. Ato, from your perspective, historically, from a youth lens, right? Because I think this is really your focus area. Could you please share some insights on where we've come from as a tech ecosystem?
We are trying to ensure that we have a huge majority of Ghanaian youth be awesome, so that the country will be much better. So basically, I think from what we've seen, I want to touch upon kind of like what is happening around the country. So personally, I returned to Ghana in 2011. And around that time, you know, we didn't have any hubs, right? So most of what was happening in the tech ecosystem, where, you know, you had like Google developer groups, developer groups linked to, different companies. You had, different communities in the universities. You had some startups. Some of the earliest things that we saw was when you had Busy Internet starting the Busy Incubator, quite very early, and Hubtel, which is one of the, top fintech companies in Ghana, kind of came out of that. So gradually, we had a lot of different events that were bringing people together, for them to be able to network, right? And a lot of these things were happening in Accra. But, for some of the work that we did with the bar camps and other, folks in the ecosystem, a lot of these started to happen in Kumasi and all over the regions. And then I think the big game changer for our ecosystem is the starting of all the tech hubs. So starting with iSpace and, what has now become Impact Hub Africa, George starting, Kumasi Hive, Albert and Co starting, Hyperspace in Kumasi. I think that has been the big changer because now you have a lot of tech people in the ecosystem who have, great, cheaper places to be able to work out of, better resourced, they can have, places to be able to host launches and when they couldn't afford hotels before. So for me, that's been the big game changer around the country. And it's great, especially for what we do with Ghana Think in the bar camps. We work with all the tech hubs all over the country, promoting their events. They come to our events as well, because I think it's really important for people around the country to know what is happening in the ecosystem, right? Because you don't want a lot of people to reinvent the wheel. Like someone is starting a new startup in 2020, and first, sadly, they are worried about someone stealing the idea, but they don't know people who tried that same startup 5 years ago. So for me, I think the biggest issue that we still face in our ecosystem is ensuring that information is flowing, and then people know what has happened in the past, and people don't know what is happening around them, at any point in time. So, I think the other thing is due to how kind of like the ecosystem has grown, you have a lot of young people who are getting into positions where they're able to affect what happens to our tech ecosystem, right? So first, you have the Ministry of Business Development that was created by the government that also kind of like just won the election, working very closely with a lot of tech hubs, which I think is one of the best things that the government has been doing, because a lot of, people in the startup ecosystem always talk about the government not supporting. But I think they have really tried. There's definitely more they can do. Maybe George can share about that. So, you have a lot of young people who are getting into positions where they can influence more things happening for us in the tech ecosystem. And I think that is great. So, yeah, that's what I want to share. I think that's where we've gotten to.
Yes, thank you so much, Ato, for sharing that. Of course, we know as a continent, the youth are our greatest asset. And it's important that they are enabled to play a role within tech ecosystems. George, from your perspective, right, you are in Kumasi, right? And one would think that, the innovation center is Accra. Naturally, that's the assumption. So I'm curious from your perspective to share some insights, being outside of the typical innovation center, how you've seen the ecosystems evolve, being outside of Accra, being in a different region, in a different city.
Well, I must say that I think it has been a wonderful, let's say, 5 years to 6 years now that we've started witnessing a gradual growth of the entrepreneurship ecosystem beyond Accra. So when I was in the university, the whole of Nita Kumasi, where you could see any form of startup activity or tech activities was on campus. And then this is something that we set out to change when we started Kumasi Hive, being the first hub outside Accra. That was our goal in terms of creating this environment that prevent or avoid something like startup migration. Because then you see a lot of wonderful young startups, such as we have Farmerline coming up. We have a number of young startups that are coming up from Kumasi. But some way for them to do well, they have to be coming to Accra for programs, meet investors, go for community preaching programs. You have to just travel here just to to get access to some of these services. There's no co-working space in Kumasi and all that. So we saw the opportunity to start something like that. And I can say that that has actually led to a number of startup hubs springing across the country. I must mention 27, but Amma, you might be surprised that we have over 50 hubs currently in the country, which is amazing. When we started Ghana Tech Lab, which that was also a focus to drive entrepreneurship across the country. So where there was no hub, we kind of pushed for the establishment of a hub over there, because to us, the hub serves as a nucleus of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So if you want to create an entrepreneurship ecosystem or strengthen it, the hubs helped with that. So we were able to support to the seeing the springing of hubs across the various regions. So now we have hubs in Wa, we have hubs in Boga, we have hubs in Wale Wale, we have hubs in Hohoi, Sunyane. I mean, in 3 years ago, there were nothing like this, right? And in places like in the northern region, some of the programs that we're doing is witnesses for the first time. They see a digital entrepreneurship program being done over there, like a web development, like AI. It has never happened there before. So we are seeing that growth over the past 5 years. We are seeing the grassroots of the entrepreneurship ecosystem being strengthened. A lot of skills are being given. A lot of innovative startups are coming up. So I think that really set us for the future, because the skills are very critical. The access to support is also very critical in building the ecosystem. So this is what I've been witnessing for the past 5 years, I'll put it. We have seen tremendous efforts in the area of entrepreneurship.
Great to hear kind of how that has progressed over the years. Patrick, from your perspective, bringing in the corporate view, I mean, you've highlighted some of the programs that you're running at the bank to work with entrepreneurs. How have you seen that evolve, just in terms of the role of corporates? Where have we come from? If you could share some insight on that.
Thank you very much. I think, just dovetailing from Atu and what George said, I think just observing this from an eagle's eye view, indeed, the critical pivot has been the hubs, because they now are providing a safe space for people to feel fast, to experiment, and really just to have access to market and to invest. So the real heroes or sheroes are the rest of the panel here. I think what is coming along for me quite nicely, coming from where we are coming from, is now the defined role by corporates like ourselves and the others who are getting into it, and also quite clearly defined role by the government. Because you have to take those three and put them together around how we create and scale that enabling environment. And I think the corporates are now playing a critical role in a number of ways. One, we are beginning to consume innovation, which is also a new trend, because hitherto, especially for software, etc., a lot of Ghanaian companies will consume foreign technology, especially from India, etc. So I think we're beginning to consume innovation locally, and as a result of that, we are paying more and more attention to innovation close and close to us, right? Also, I think we are becoming the best place for the innovation ecosystem and the tech ecosystem to scale, because we bring a customer base, we bring money to the table to purchase software, to purchase time and material out of the many talents, etc. So increasingly, the corporates are becoming that, becoming the place where the companies scale and begin to really just commercialize their ideas, etc. But I think most importantly, corporate like us who have a purpose really around helping, are also doing that really positively through this ecosystem, so that we can, really just help provide the enabling environment. We don't tend to see ourselves as the expert on that thing. We're just blessed with enough investment and ecosystems to come to the table to help all the heroes and heroes on the call do their work at scale. Because I think that's what is missing. It's just really doing this at scale and having the story told in ways that really complement what is on the ground. Because innovation has always been with us. I think the storytelling is just what is improving now and spotlighting the great work that is being done. And that has to be done in a way that each of the partners involved find value in telling the story. Because for a lot of the hubs also, just surviving is hard work. And by that, we find quite a lot of scattered focus for the hubs who power this to chase whatever money they can to survive. And I think with the corporates, then comes that focus, because the corporate can set the agenda, support it with a budget, and then allow the value creators around the table to really do what they do best to support the corporate's end goal. So I think you're going to see many more corporate get into this for the reasons I've outlined. But if for nothing else, to be in a position to really just leverage the level of sophistication of innovation that's really being seen around the country.
So I think ultimately, what I'm hearing, Patrick, is that everyone has a role to play, right? And we can bring your collective strengths to support the ecosystem. But the key here is to connect the dots and to have collaboration in mind. It's that saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But I think by partnering well, you can go fast and far. And that's the scaling part, right? And just leveraging the right partnerships. So I think with time, with the interest of time, maybe to wrap this conversation up, maybe we can look at the future, right? So what is the future outlook? What does that look like? What's 2021 looking like? We know that we're living in interesting times with the pandemic, how that's influencing innovation going forward. So from each of you, I'd like to know the future outlook. Where are we moving as an ecosystem? What needs to happen? And where are we going? What's the outlook? So, Ato, maybe you can begin.
Okay, so for me, I think throughout the last 10 years, one of the most important things is the addressable markets for people who are running tech startups or in Ghana. So I would like to see that continue to increase a lot. And I think, thanks to a lot of the work that we are doing around the country, we are expanding the markets, past the regional capitals, right? Because as more people get, used to, different tech things, participate in workshops, they would also be able to appreciate other tech startups and what they are doing and to be able to buy into what they are doing, right? So, to give a few examples, like, we always talk about how many, Ghanaian apps people have on their phones. Ghanaians, like what kind of Ghanaian apps they have on their phones. And people hardly have these apps for different reasons. They don't know about these apps. Their phones don't have enough space. The second one is the excuse that most people give. So if you have, if you're running like, an app from Ghana and you have 100,000, 200,000 users, you are doing very, very well. Right. And that might be different from the South African case. That might be different from the US case. So I think for me, I'd like to see, obviously, as internet penetration improves, I'd like to be able to see that more people are leveraging at the point where they are comfortable using Ghanaian apps, and not worrying about, they are buggy and I installed it and I uninstalled it and I didn't come back to it and things like that. I think that's where we need to get to very soon, because that would trickle down all across our ecosystem. Our startups will do better. They will be able to afford more services that, Kumasi Hive and Hopping Academy and Code Coast and Co are offering. And, they would even be able to, because one of the things we've seen with the Barcamp since we started, and George mentioned Farmerline. Some of the people who came to the Barcamps in the past, we started this in 2008, we've had 111 Barcamps so far in Ghana. Some of them have gotten to the point where they have companies that are actually partnering us with money, right? Or, so
I think what I'm hearing here is a move towards localization and consuming the local innovations, right? As outlook for 2021.
But there are different reasons why we are not seeing the uptick, right? So hopefully we can see that very soon. Yeah.
Thanks. Anna, over to you. What's 2021 looking like in closing as we wrap up the session?
Sure. I mean, this is about entrepreneurship, it's about community partnerships, collaboration, and I think that is the word for 2021. And, it's a revolution, right? It's about collaboration, like we heard from New York University. It's really about strategic partnerships, knowing that where the resources are coming from, knowing where the intellectual capital and domain expertise lies, and really understanding how to map up strategic partnerships. I must say a word about beyond the return, because this was part of the theme for today's summit. There are a lot of people who've gone, they've come back, they're thinking about partnering in the local marketplace across the continent. I think we also need to leverage that to just, the free trade agreement is here. We've only got a couple of weeks to go. It's a massive opportunity. It's the one that we should all be looking to in terms of collaboration, partnerships, capacity building, digital learning, human capital being the biggest infrastructure problem we probably do have. We need to really leverage on that, demographic advantage that we have as a continent. So I think all these things, are important, and I think we can look to just, we wear so many hats as creative problem solvers. It's really about just pulling it all together, and I look forward to doing more of that and continuing on the message of the year of return.
Thank you, Amma. And Patrick, from your perspective, just a minute or so on the outlook for 2021.
I think 2021 is really looking up, and it doesn't look too obvious. The outlook is probably the vaccine will come later on next year for this side of the world. So I think it doesn't look too obvious, but 2021 is really looking up. We're seeing level of investment increase in the country through organized donors like your MasterCard Foundation. So I think to Am's point, deeper partnership really is just ecosystems. And I think for me, it's that trilogy coming between the hubs, the government, and corporate. I think the deeper that ecosystem deepens, the better for all the businesses starting up. I think for people in the tech ecosystem generally also, because of COVID and because of especially the rise of e-commerce across the continent, I think we're going to see quite a significant boom of really relevant technology online and really relevant ones that scale that customers actually want. So I see 2021, even though it looks quite grim, I see it as a really important springboard, really around how we begin to allow companies to scale and really leverage off all the hard work that's gone into the ecosystems.
Thank you, Patrick. And George, in closing, over to you, 2021 outlook, if you could just close us off 30 seconds on where we're going in the future. George, I think you're on mute. George? Okay. I think George might be having some technical difficulties there, but it sounds like overall the outlook is looking great for 2021. We have a positive hope. We've had a rough 2020, and we're looking for things to boom and be better in the coming year, certainly for the tech ecosystem here in Ghana. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to our speakers for sharing all of your knowledge and insights and experience. And I think we've given the audience, some things to think about in terms of building ecosystems, the role of partnerships, and what can happen going forward in 2021.
Thank you so much. Truly an amazing panel. Of course, just to reiterate, entrepreneurship, a history and future of startups, tech, and innovation ecosystems. And each of you are obviously pillars and ecosystem builders in your own right in what you've done for Ghana and what you've done to represent Africa. So another round of virtual applause. And before we end the panel, I do know that we have a quick video from Amma to share some, some experiences of what her organization has been doing during the year of return festivities. So without further ado, thank you so much for being a part of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. You know, we'll be back at it and welcome you back again for 2021. I do want to reiterate that I believe Quina is a veteran speaker for Ghana Tech Summit 2018, 2019, 2020. And of course, I know Ato and Ama and George have been a part of the Ghana Tech Summit family. Patrick, welcome to the community as well. So we look forward to building and collaborating with each of you in the future. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the Ghana Tech ecosystem.
You're welcome. More to
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All the best.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get excited. Let's play that video, and then we'll transition to our next keynote speaker, Irene from IDB.
Ghana's year of return generated $1.9 billion in revenue for the country. This was fueled by African and diaspora entrepreneurs and creators across the spectrum. In December 2019, fashion e-commerce firm Africrea partnered with Ghanaian entrepreneur Ama Jampo to host the Africrea Gifting Villa campaign in the East Legon neighborhood, which attracted diaspora Instagram tourists and celebrities such as Stoneboy, Jocelyn Dumas, Lupita Nyong'o, Nicole Ari Parker, aka Mrs. Boris Kojo, Vanessa Williams, and a host of diaspora influencers.
Thank you to the Scale Up team. This is an incredible conference that you put on. I've been watching all day. It's incredible.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now transition to our next keynote speaker, Irene Arias-Hoffman, the CEO of IDB Lab, is here with us. She's been a guest speaker at many of our previous events. It's truly an honor to welcome her back to Ghana Tech Summit, and of course, welcome her to the GSC community. So, of course, without further ado, let's welcome Irene to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. I won't take any of your time. I'll pass the floor right over to you.
Thank you so much, Christine. And it's been great to listen to the other speakers. And it's really quite special for me to be able to join you in this particular event, because I spent quite a bit of my career in Africa, and I lived on and off in Lagos, in Johannesburg, and other places there. And I did go to Accra quite a number of times. So I'm sort of very happy to be transported there and be able to share with you how we are seeing the future and the potential of innovation and entrepreneurship from the Latin American Caribbean angle. But I guess you may be or may not be surprised how similar some of the insights and opportunities are to what I've been seeing and I've been hearing here from Ghana. First off, the future is digital, is here to stay. What our purpose at the IDB Lab, the Innovation Laboratory of the Inter-American Development Bank, is to make sure that it's inclusive as well. And this is because I think there is no question that from Accra to Buenos Aires, it doesn't matter where you are. We are all living through this situation of accelerated digital economy growth, but that at the same time it's created a huge number of inequalities. And in a way, in a nutshell, if you look at the phrase that's here in terms of the next 5 years will be more disruptive than the last 15, and it's not business as usual. This is actually a phrase from years ago now, and it would be now more relevant than ever. And in fact, it's probably at an even faster pace. And I think those of us who are involved with entrepreneurs and the innovation ecosystem are not terrified by this, are actually encouraged by this, and see this as a great opportunity to make an impact and to make some positive change. But however, we do see that the pandemic is not has not been democratic at all. It has been a huge new source of disruption, but it has affected very unequally society, and certainly in all parts of the world. Latin America and the Caribbean, which has been hit so hard by the pandemic, is no exception. We've seen how despite of all the measures of confinement that were taken, or maybe because of all of the confinement measures that could not be followed by a lot of people that are in the largely informal economy, the pandemic has hit much harder those with less education, those with more informal jobs. And on top of it, if you layer the climate crisis and natural disasters, that creates one more layer of vulnerability. We've seen that recently with the 2 hurricanes that hit Central America. And we've also seen more layers of vulnerability with like the huge migration waves and crisis that has hit many regions. And for Latin America and the Caribbean, that has been a huge factor in the last few years. Almost 5 million Venezuelans leaving their country, and also migration from Central American countries and others. So overall, I think this just creates a massive sense of urgency to do something, to look at how we can create a new, more inclusive society built up from this crisis. It cannot be just building back what there was before. And that brings me to, okay, how is the global innovation ecosystem? Because a lot of, if we want to do that, we need to, we are going to rely on the new ideas and the entrepreneurial talent that is able to come up with new solutions. And what we see worldwide, and this is obviously been documented in the Global Startup Ecosystem Report and others, is that more than 40% of startups worldwide have less than 3 months of runway. They have seen almost 2/3 a sharp decline in their income, and more than half have really not had a buffer, have not had any kind of support. So it's been quite tough, and the region is now at a very critical state. This applies also to Latin America and the Caribbean. We've seen that out of 10 have been really hit by the crisis, and many have stopped production. However, what we have seen is that the pandemic has also been very unequal in how it's affected different sectors, and you've seen that in Ghana and other parts of Africa as well, where companies that were more data-driven, companies that were already in the digital economy and were taking advantage of the unprecedented amount of opportunities given a more asset-light world where you can disrupt new industries without the heavy barriers of before, have been able to make actually, or either have had less impact or have been able to grow exponentially. I mean, we've seen it with companies like Platzi in the education sector, more than 1 million users. And we've seen it, of course, with a lot of companies in the digital finance world. The latest unicorn in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is now number 19, more than double of what was 2 years ago, is DLocal, a company from Uruguay, one of the smaller countries. So innovation can happen everywhere. It's not just in Brazil or Mexico or Argentina. And I've been hearing a lot here about how a lot of the innovation and opportunities are coming from other outside of the capitals of the countries, and that's also true for Latin America and the Caribbean. We've seen how during the crisis, for example, hub accelerators, like a great accelerator biotech companies in Argentina called CITES, has been able to really accelerate the growth of some of the rising stars in biotech. So that gives us hope. Now, what are some of those other drivers? Of course, we know that it's data. It's data collected from digital footprints, personal, social, business activity, combined in new ways. Like, for example, Simply, a company in Colombia that is growing very rapidly, lending to small businesses with a model that is completely changing the way small businesses used to be banked or were not being banked by the commercial banking sector. They are doing it with a much more customer-centric approach, faster, more, better service, cheaper. Their NPS, their Net Promoter Score, is like 5 times the one of commercial banks. So there is a lot of drive that is coming out of companies that are able to be data-driven and take advantage of this. Of course, we need to make sure that it's done in a responsible way, especially when we're talking about companies that are using personal data, companies in the health sector, for example, and we are paying a lot of attention to providing tools to entrepreneurs in those sectors to make sure that we not just take advantage of these new trends in technology, but are also keeping an eye out for making sure that it's done in a sound way. Platforms as well. I mean, we see how most of the or a lot of the new employment is coming out in digital job platforms. This is creating huge opportunities for many workers, also for companies to connect with them and come up with completely new solutions for logistics, for then embedded services in those logistics platforms, from insurance to finance. However, the workers themselves of these digital job platforms are facing a great situation of vulnerability that has been really exposed during the pandemic. So we are developing a whole range of new companies and services around worker tech. So digital services for those workers, so that they are not left in a vacuum without a pension, without an unemployment insurance, etc. And again, going back to the question of let's take advantage of the new digital economy, but let's do it in an inclusive and responsible way. Now, from IDB Lab, the innovation laboratory of the Inter-American Development Bank. So the IDB is a sister organization to the African Development Bank, so dedicated as the main development finance provider to Latin America and the Caribbean. Within the umbrella of the IDB Lab has the amazing mandate of supporting the innovation ecosystem and being the largest investor among the multilaterals in startups. We have a portfolio of 450 startups. We have seeded and are investing in and have invested in more than 90 venture capital funds. And this is something that we do also providing 3 types of services. Not just the financing, but also knowledge and connections. And this is why this type of partnership with global startup ecosystem is so important for us. I think many of the startups and the companies that are speaking here in Africa are solving some of the same challenges that others are solving in Latin America and the Caribbean. I think, and if there is one thing that we follow are the digital development principles of not reinventing, of reusing, of interoperability, and really making sure that what we support scales and can really be a solution at scale. And for that, these connections with global ecosystems is really, really important. So looking forward to deepen those connections with Ghana and with many other countries in Africa. Now, just some examples of verticals or areas where we could do just that. One of them is in innovation to teach relevant skills. I mean, there's a huge gap of skills, digital skills and coding and beyond. also not just the technical skills, but technical skills with socio-emotional skills. We're working really, really a lot on that. For example, through Bola de Cristal, or in English, Crystal Ball, in Costa Rica. They do also the matchmaking between future skills and what corporates are needing using AI. We also have a great partnership with the Polytechnic Institute in Suriname. This is focused on making sure that what we do builds on the strengths of each of the countries and each of the local ecosystems. And in this case, this is particularly transforming the creative industry through digital skills, training in robotics, in AI and algorithms. Now, how do we also make sure that we spread the socioeconomic impact of knowledge and technology? How do we, let's take a look at some of the partners that could be linked to partners in Africa, like the ones that were speaking in the previous panel. Nexus Hub in Guyana, this is one of them. We have also 10 Habitat in Barbados, led by Selwyn Cambridge. All of these, we have also the Tech Beach Retreat Lab out of Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. So English-speaking Caribbean is really seeing a big acceleration of new hubs and new efforts to do things from code, from skills and connections and coding to actual investments in entrepreneurs from very early stages and seed capital and acceleration at the early stages, all the way to Series B and growth. And so you do have a lot of, we're mapping these out, and we're working with different partners to make sure that we can cover for the Caribbean the continuum of what the entrepreneurial, an entrepreneur along the journey would need. And now I wanted to also just maybe put a focus on what's happening in the, what is different now than before the pandemic crisis. And what's different is that, we always work with the innovation ecosystem, but we saw a much more open and willingness to come together and collaborate across public, private, corporate. We made a call during the first months in February of the pandemic, when it started hitting Latin America and the Caribbean. In just 2 weeks, we had 500 new ideas just for the medical emergency. We selected the top 20. These are some of the ones here, from telemedicine to contact tracing app in Ecuador, which has now almost 1 million users, to sensors and IoT for monitoring and combining it with medical devices and making hospitals more able to cope with the pandemic. I wanted to also highlight that it wasn't just the emergency itself, also looking beyond that, how we, from the beginning of the pandemic, we could start thinking of how sectors that were definitely going to be hit very hard, and where countries, particularly the Caribbean and Central America, depend strongly on, like tourism, could be transformed in terms of their workforce, their business model, how they connect, and how they can get customers back. And so that was we've done this through collaboration. I've heard the word a lot here. So this was a great collaboration with the World Tourism Organization and a lot of entrepreneurs across the region. And also with other organizations, we are making a big effort to connect our efforts around the world. And one of those ways is Moonshots for Development, is a sort of an informal name we gave to what is the community of the heads of innovation labs of other international finance organizations, so that we leverage each other's efforts and we can come together more to be much more effective in how we support a lot of the great ideas and entrepreneurs and partners that are here today. Thank you so much for having me. look forward to interacting with you. Want to leave you just with this thought, the future has to be inclusive. It's going to be a big change for everyone, and how inclusive do we want it to be? This is the conversation and the work that we'd like to do with all of you. So please connect. We are here and would love to connect with you and be the gateway to Latin America and the Caribbean innovation ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And of course, as everyone knows, we're always trying to connect the global ecosystem to what's happening in different parts of the world. So thank you for shedding light on what's happening at the Interdevelopment Bank for IDB Live in the Caribbean, but also your personal connection to Ghana. You've been to Accra, so you've seen the vibrancy, you see the synergies. So thank you for sharing that, Irene. And of course, the team is sharing updates and links to what you share, especially the moonshots. Lab, I think that's a really unique name to get people thinking 10, 20, 30x with their ideas and really think about real innovation and tech future. So thank you so much, Irene. As always, a pleasure to have you, and welcome again to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. We'll definitely be in touch.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, give her another round of virtual applause. I want to reiterate who we had with us here today. Irene Arias Hoffman, CEO of Interdevelopment Bank IDB Lab, was here with us, giving us an amazing overview of what's happening at IDB Labs. And now, without further ado, we're going to transition to our keynote speaker. But before we do, let's take a 30-second clip before we welcome her to the main stage and give a warm introduction to our next amazing keynote speaker from LinkedIn.
As partners. Sometimes it just takes one person to believe in you, and I'm glad that Will believed in me last year and gave me the opportunity.
There's significant gains that need to be made for the broader Ghanaian society to keep moving forward. And as a tech community, that should never get lost on us as we build.
The majority, at least in the digital space, the majority of the revenue does come from advertising, right? Again, for some app developers in the room, they might disagree with that. Of course, there are a lot of other ways, but for the majority of businesses that we work with on the continent, the large share of their revenue will come from advertising.
GDC is a
amazing. This got me dancing and excited. Of course, Ty was with us last year for Ghana Tech Summit 2019. So you remember the memories, the collaboration, the networking, and the fun. But I definitely want to give a formal, warm welcome to the LinkedIn team. And of course, Ty Heath, always with us at GST family since our inception. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to you, Ty, because I know you're going to dynamically engage us with your presentation as always. Over to you.
Thank you, and hello. Thanks for having me. Of course, I wish I could be in Ghana with everyone, and I'm looking forward to being back there next year. I always have had such a wonderful time, and I miss connecting with all of you in person. So yes, let me share my screen because I've got some research to share with you. Last year, I shared information on the future of work. And this is sort of a continuation of those efforts. So for those of you who I don't know, and we'll get those slides up on the screen in just a moment, I am Ty Heath, and I am a director at our B2B Institute at LinkedIn. The B2B Institute is a think tank that focuses on how to accelerate business relationships. And in particular, we investigate how marketers and salespeople can create more value. And so that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today with this new research we've launched called Work in Beta, the Rising Business Decision Makers. And so this research is meant to be a snapshot of a time that we find us in, a time of dislocation where we're all kind of speculating about the future. I'm just watching Irene's presentation, and she was sharing some insights. So in that same vein, this is a global study of 10 different markets, 17,000 respondents, to help us understand what the next decades hold for people that are making decisions in the space of business. And so what's becoming clear and Irene touched on this, is that the pandemic is accelerating trends and things that we have been experiencing for some years, and that this is an opportunity for us to really get out ahead of that. We've been seeing inequities, disparities, social justice, the remote working, all of these things have impacted us. And so let's dive into what we can do about that. Okay, so key reason why this conversation should be top of mind is that no matter what you do, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a marketer, if you're a salesperson, all of us are trying to reach someone that's going to be making a decision about what it is that we want to do, whether we're seeking funding, whether we are seeking to market our services, whether we're seeking to sell. We are all obsessed with reaching the decision makers. But as I just said, a number of different things have happened that make it necessary for us to really rethink the mental models we're using for this. So sorry, just a moment here. Just hearing noise here. Okay, so just to rethink the mental models we're using to make the decisions that we want to make about how we invest. Do we really know who today's decision makers are? Because there is a new generation of decision makers that's coming into play here. And so for this generation of over the past 20 years, this generation has really influenced the direction of business. And so what I'm talking about here are what we call betas, or the millennial generation. And everyone from 21 to 40 years old, we feel this, we see it, we live this every day. So we're doing spin classes, we're booking taxis on apps, we're buying clean, we're conscious consumers, and we are streaming music rather than buying the music directly. And so all of this information plays into the way that our new generation is making, buying decisions. And so as we explore how we invest in that, it's important for us to understand this. And so the betas, each of these different letters stands for a different characteristic that denotes how this group, this cohort shows up. So B is for the line between work and life is blurred. E is identity. T being evolving. T is for technology, so the tech native nature of the betas. And then A is for activism. So I have a video to show you. I'm hoping we can go ahead and cue the video because I'd love for everyone to learn a little bit more about the betas, and then we'll talk about it. So team.
Generational trends have long been the cohort of consumer marketing. This year, we're looking at their business identity. Decision makers, buyers, sellers, innovators, sector definers, and entrepreneurs. A new leadership. We call them the betas. Coping fluently with the challenges of working from home, working on the move. In an era of disruption, they're adaptable and dynamic. B is for blurred boundaries. Made more profound by pandemic lockdown, this generation has blurred the boundaries between home and work, business and leisure, in their outlook and in their behavior. E is for evolving. The betas want to build their personal brands and focus on self-improvement. This is a generation of public transformation. T is for tech native. They've grown up immersed in a tech world of social media saturation, new tech models, and smartphone culture. A is for activist. Just as with consumer goods, in business, the betas demand social awareness, allyship, inclusivity, and environmental responsibility. COVID has introduced seismic changes to our world, especially at work. Young careers will be shaped by this time. How they relate to their peers, their leaders, and the generation under them will depend on how well their values, habits, stresses, and challenges are managed. This means embracing new ways of working, pivotal to business success. They will navigate the momentous challenges we face in the 2020s. Their life is blurred, evolving, tech native, and activist. They are the betas.
Great. Thank you so much for cueing that video. Let me go on here to the next slide. So the thing to understand about the betas here, so I mentioned this group is 21 to 40. I imagine there are many betas on the call, that this group came of age during a pivotal time. So we're talking about a time when the iPhone, the Uber, Facebook, really came into prominence. So these technologies have really shaped the worldview of the betas. And this research taps into why it's important for us to think about how they think. And of course, the term beta is also a nod to Silicon Valley beta, right? So 57% of betas are key influencers in identifying new business, 47% in responsible for approving purchases, and 40% are stakeholders in testing new prospective vendors. And so this is a group that we want to pay attention to. And we haven't really done a ton of research on this in the past. I think a lot of conversation about millennials in particular has centered around how millennials consume. People even make jokes like, we drink lattes, we talk about avocado toast. But guess what? We've grown up and now we are in business decision-making capacity. So it's deserving of the respect to look at how business decisions are made. Because we are making those. 75% of the workforce by 2025 will be this cohort. And I'm not saying that older generations are not showing these characteristics. What I am saying is that these characteristics that I'm about to show you were really pronounced in 21 to 40, and in particular for people aged 20 to 30. What that tells us is that these trends are actually getting stronger and increasing over time. So with that, let me not keep you in the dark any longer. Let's actually look through these different pieces of what makes a beta a beta. So the first one is blurred. So the line between their life and work is blurred. What does this mean? Well, let me know. You can say it in the chat. If you are using tools that you use personally for work as well. So this is a very beta characteristic, to use Zoom and WhatsApp and Slack for business and professional reasons, right? These tools, this is becoming more and more common, and actually 52% of betas are using work and personal apps together. The next thing to know about the betas is that they are defined, not repelled by blurred work-life boundaries. So in the United States, I've been working from home since March of this year. And around the world, that's happening in various capacities. Betas actually see this remote working as an opportunity. In fact, betas are interested in permanently having the flexibility to work from home. So we look at this data and we see that 70% of betas want to continue to have this flexibility and work from home versus other professionals. So another defining characteristic. Another thing that you may be feeling is this work-life balance strain. So this interesting thing about the betas is that we are more likely to work late, work overtime, and then because that boundary is so blurred, we're checking emails and messages even informally outside of work hours on weekends. So this is something to pay attention to, especially when it comes to guarding against burnout, but also thinking about how betas may communicate more informally and how you connect with them as a buyer, as a seller, as a marketer, all of those things. Next up is E. So E is for evolving. And so the thing to understand about betas is that their work is their life. A lot of people equate their work identity or where they work with part of their whole identity. And it's also all about the personal brand and shining and self-evolution. So let me break this down. Betas care about status. Status and influence is very important to betas. And so what this means is that if you look at this chart here, betas are twice as likely as other groups, and especially 51 to 64, 3 times as likely to invest in something if you can tell them that will enhance their status or their reputation. So as you think about selling to a beta or marketing, if there's a way for you to have them shine and to build a reputation, maybe to invest in their personal brand by maybe having a profile on LinkedIn, shameless plug. This is something that betas care about quite a bit. The other thing to understand for evolving is that betas want to be innovative, but at the same time, there's a risk aversion to decision making. So pretend you're a beta here. I'm guessing a lot of you are. Betas are almost 3 times less likely to consider new vendors when an existing contract is up. But they research more vendors and other professionals. But ultimately, in the decision making around those vendors, they're nearly 2 times more likely to buy from a provider they've heard from before. So if I'm a beta and I don't know your brand exists, I am less likely to buy from you. So this really matters. While betas are willing to test all sorts of different products, ultimately what it comes down to is, do they know you and do they know your brand? So what they see other people choosing, comparing what their competitors are choosing, all of this matters very much to a beta. Moving on to T. T is for technology. So we call this generation the LinkedIn generation. LinkedIn has been around the entire time this generation has been on, and it has definitely influenced the mindset. One thing to take away: smartphones, smartphones, smartphones. Smartphones top the list for the first time this year. You all feel it, I'm sure. We're using our phones to do just about everything. So we're no longer using our desktops or laptops as much. Smartphones was #1 for the first time. One thing to really understand about betas is that betas clocked in at an eye-watering 550 additional hours per year than other professionals in terms of the time spent on the smartphone. So as we show up with our business, we want to show up mobile first, mobile ready, because this is how betas are using their phones. That's a lot of phone time. And then again, as I said, this is the first LinkedIn generation. So of course, we know this, we're using social media for just about anything. People are even using social media to communicate at work. So it's not just about writing the emails. People are having conversations, of course, about business and personal over LinkedIn, over Instagram, over other channels as well. So we want to start to think more informally about how we communicate. And then also, more and more betas are getting their news from social media. One of the things we've been advising businesses to do is to consider having even a LinkedIn first strategy when you go to market. So launching on LinkedIn, projecting your news on LinkedIn through maybe your company page. So this is a way to really leverage social media in the way that betas are consuming the information. The next thing is that betas are more likely to use online learning. So 4 out of 5 betas are doing something around online learning. So for you entrepreneurs, for you marketers, for salespeople out there, think about how you might create a course or a learning instance where betas can tap more deeply into what you have to offer. It offers credibility, it offers entertainment, and betas love using online learning to advance industry knowledge. So last but not least, moving on to the final letter in the betas, and that's A. A is for activism. And this is a trend we've seen increasing in particular this summer with the events happening in the United States and other places around Black Lives Matter. This is critical. Betas expect that personally, that action is being taken on issues that impact our communities. So we care about multiculturalism, community contribution. There's a desire to be surrounded by different people and cultures and to contribute and give back. Now, there are some cultural nuances here. So for example, in Brazil and India, for example, people are happy to express their support for social justice issues on social media. But in the United States and the UK, social media is at the bottom and people prefer action. So we have to think about the different cultural nuances in this report. But overall, betas expect this focus on taking care of the community and social justice issues. And I just want to emphasize this: talk isn't enough. Meaningful change is expected. So if you're running a business, you want to start to think about what is your North Star as a business that guides your brand investment in social justice conversations, so that when you get questions about what you're doing, how you're doing it, that you're very clear on that stance that you have. Betas expect for brands to take bold action on community issues. So this is an opportunity to think about your policies, make sure you have diversity in the suppliers that you're using, because betas really care about this. So just a quick recap before we answer, and I'm not sure if we'll have time for questions, but hopefully I can answer some if you have any. But here are some recommendations. You want to cut through the noise. You want to celebrate wins publicly. You want to mitigate the risk by sharing thought leadership. T, technology, ensuring your solutions are seamless and tech-centric. People want the same experience they can get on an app as they're doing the business buying process. So you want to think about the Netflixification of how you sell and buy and make the experience seamless. And then A is for activism. So taking action on those issues that impact the community. So with that, you can find this report at b2binstitute.org. I barely scratched the surface in the time that I have with you, but for anyone, if you're an entrepreneur, a marketer, a salesperson, and you're looking to really tap into this next generation of decision makers, this report is for you. And as always, definitely feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. We do seminars, we do research like this to keep you on top of everything in the future of work, whether it's the future of work, whether it's marketing, whether it's sales. And I want to hear what you're up to, and hopefully look forward to connecting with you live again next year.
Thank you so much, Ty. I know with the interest of time, we don't have time for questions, but I do want to make sure that the team is sharing the link. I know they're sharing it across social media and going to engage and obviously do a follow-up email blast regarding the B2B Institute regarding the betas. So thank you so much. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of virtual applause to the one and only Ty Heath from LinkedIn, Work in Beta, the Rising Business Decision Makers. Phenomenal, phenomenal presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to our next keynote speaker on behalf of LinkedIn and Turn Left Media, let's get the 30-second engagement live on the ready. And we're going to obviously introduce our next amazing speaker to the session from Turn Left Media and LinkedIn. So let's kick it. There you have it, just a quick clip from our Ghana Tech Summit year return tour from last year. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Ayanda, building brands on LinkedIn Africa, B2B marketing expert extraordinaire from Turn Left Media. Without further ado, thank you and welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. I pass it over to you to kick off on our amazing workshop session on Rock Your LinkedIn Profile. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Christine, and greetings to everyone. As introduced to you by Christine, my name is Ayanda Mbata. I am the Relationship Manager at Turn Left Media, who are the exclusive partners for LinkedIn in Sub-Saharan Africa. And my mandate today, I'm actually going to try share my screen quickly, is to help show you how to rock your LinkedIn profile. So quickly just get a hold of my screen. And there we go. So we're good to go. So as mentioned today, the agenda for today is really pretty simple. It's really around helping you build a strong LinkedIn profile that will attract the right people, developing a plan to boost your professional brand with LinkedIn, and then also thinking about how to grow the size of your LinkedIn network, sharing the right content that makes a difference with your prospects, and then also just looking at how we engage and nurture our audiences and how we measure that success as well. So I think before we get into the nitty-gritties of actually building an all-star profile, I want to give you a general overview and background of what the LinkedIn ecosystem is like, how our audiences behave and interact and engage on a daily basis. So, first things first, we need to think about how the member engagement is very different in terms of different social media platforms that we all visit. So if you think about yourself and going onto your personal networks, you probably go there because you're looking to spend time, right? So you go there because you want to keep up to date with what's happening with your friends and family. You're probably wanting to catch up on the latest lifestyle trends and really just to entertain yourself. However, if you come onto a professional network such as LinkedIn, you come there because you're looking to invest your time. So we know that our LinkedIn members come onto the platform because they're wanting to keep up to date with what's happening in their careers. They're wanting to learn more from brands and organizations. So they start following companies that matter most to themselves as professionals. And they also want to keep up to date with what's happening in the current affairs as well. So if you think again, a little bit more about that, in terms of how people behave, we know that our LinkedIn members are coming there because they're wanting to look for new opportunities. They're looking to upskill themselves as professionals. They're probably looking to start following expert leaders, influencers, and people who will really be influential within their line of work and business. So what does that look like in terms of the environment that you're in when you're in LinkedIn? When coming onto LinkedIn, you know for sure that you are in an ecosystem, an environment that is, safe for brands. There's a lot of transparency. It's a trusted platform, and there's also very quality and respectful conversations and engagements that happen on the platform. Because remember, you're really connecting with like-minded individuals, you're networking with the right people who are invested in doing business and also just really trying to learn more about your business and about yourself as a professional as well. I think my colleague Rylan mentioned this earlier on in the session, where he mentioned that LinkedIn's mission has always been to connect the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful. So if there's anything that I would challenge you to take out of this session today is, how do you make yourself more productive and successful on the platform? And that's obviously based on the quality of the people you connected to, the quality of the businesses that you choose to follow on the page, and also the types of engagement that you participate in on the platform. And then in turn as well, when you start putting up articles and content on the platform, think about the next person and how you make them more productive and successful, because essentially that's what the mission is, and that's what the goal is for individuals as well. And what's also quite important to note is that it's actually for the third year in a row now that LinkedIn has been announced by Business Insider as the most trusted platform for both individuals as well as brands alike. And if you think about it, when you go onto LinkedIn, it's really a safe place, like I mentioned earlier on, to be able to engage with like-minded individuals, to be able to participate in polls or anything that companies are wanting to get your personal opinion on. And it's also a place where people are really thinking about their professional reputation, their professional identity, and how they are perceived by the next person. So as a result, we know that their behavior and their engagement is actually 99.9% most of the time very positive. So if we look a little bit, around the numbers, this is a nice little bit of a snapshot overview of what our global numbers look like. At the moment, we're sitting at 720 million members globally, and we know that that comprises of about 30 million companies, skills that people have added onto their profiles. We know what schools these people have gone to, but I mean, the number that always really makes me, kind of raise my eyes is this 109 billion content impressions that are being updated and viewed on a weekly basis. Now, that's a huge number if you think about it. And what it means is that LinkedIn is no longer only about coming onto the platform and actively looking for a job. It's more now about coming onto LinkedIn to consume content that matters to you, to look up on trends that are of interest to you, to see what the latest topics that are being discussed within your industry or your line of work or field of study is. So it really has become this very much of a content-driven platform as opposed to just only a place where people are looking for jobs. So the perception definitely has to steer away from only job seeking to also being a place where there's a lot of content consumption that happens on the platform. So what does our African member look like? So let me give you a little bit of a quick snapshot overview of the African numbers. We know that in Africa, in total, we have about 37 million active members. And what we know about these members is that they are the economically driven individuals who want to invest in companies, who want to partner with, businesses and individuals who are in their line of work or who they have interest in. And I mean, you can, have a nice little squiz over here of what those numbers look like across the different regions. In Ghana, we have about 1.6 million members. So, I mean, I think what this actually means is that we have this ability to tap into senior decision makers within, various businesses. We're able to tap into various stakeholders, not only in Africa, but globally as well. And we know that these are people who pay their personal income tax. They are economically driven and they want to make the right decisions for their regions, for their society, and just to have that socioeconomic conversation driven really well. So think about yourself as a LinkedIn member and what you do when you come onto the platform. This is what we know about our LinkedIn members, and most importantly, probably what we know about you. We know that our members come onto the platform because they're looking to, keep up to date with what's happening in the industry. They want to be top of mind. They want to make sure that they are still well informed about the conversations that matter at the current moment. They also come onto the platform because they are, reading up on long form posts. There's this perception that, LinkedIn goes quiet during the holiday season or on weekends. However, that's actually very much false because that's the time where people, sit back and relax and read those long form posts through articles, and they really want to start engaging with thought leaders as well, which is where we see a lot of our members starting to follow experts as well as thought leaders such as your Richard Bransons, the likes of your Oprah Winfrey's, as well as Bill Gates. But then also, like I mentioned earlier on, we can't steer away from the fact that LinkedIn was originally created or built as a job portal. It has obviously, evolved over time, but we still do find people and individuals who come onto the platform because they're actively looking for jobs. But also LinkedIn is a place, like I said, that's looking to upskill and help people develop themselves as professionals. So we have what we call LinkedIn Learning, where people are able to come onto the platform to, take up short courses that are within their field of study or line of work as well. So, this slide really tells you that there's this opportunity to tap into different touch points at any different time to talk to different individuals that you are connected to on LinkedIn, right? And what that means is that you yourself need to think about having a very strong and great profile. And that's where your real journey on LinkedIn starts. I think it was earlier on again, where in the panel discussion, Ifoma mentioned that when she goes onto LinkedIn, she goes and she looks at the individual's profile to really better understand who they are, what their professional history is, what their journey has looked like, are they a reputable individual? So it's that very important thing that you also need to take into perspective and bear in mind when you wanting to connect with, very senior people. Is your profile up to date, and is it a good representation of who you are as a professional? And that's what I'm looking to help you with today. So the first step into making sure that you have a great profile is making sure that you add a photo. I know that this sounds so maybe cliche or probably not so important, but you do find individuals who don't have a profile picture. And immediately, I as an individual will probably want to shy away from being connected to you or accepting your invite if I don't see an image of who you are. And like I mentioned earlier on, LinkedIn is quite distinctive against, other social media platforms where it is a professional site. So you perhaps want to shy away from having a picture with your pet or with your partner, but really just have a nice headshot image of, you as a professional and ready to engage and connect with people on the network. And what we've seen with people who actually have a picture is that they have 9 times more connection requests. They have a lot more people viewing their profiles and also wanting to engage and interact with them through messages. The next step is then to make sure that you draft a really compelling summary. So this is not where you want to tell us your day-to-day jobs. There's a section for that. This section is more around looking at an elevator pitch and what your actual professional journey and your career story looks like. So a snapshot overview of who you are as a professional is where your compelling summary will sit in. When you want to actually now start giving us your day-to-day, job role and what you do on a daily basis is step number 3, where you'll give us a detailed, description of your work experience, what it is that you do on a day-to-day, what's expected of you, what you do with your partners and with your clients and within the business to really help it grow. And again, similar to the previous steps, we find that, people who have detailed work experience have more connection requests as well, and higher profile views and engagement within their messaging as well. And step number 4 is you actually want to then start adding examples of your work. And I'll use myself as an example. So if you were to go look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see all of the, conferences or places where I've been a speaker or where I've talked at or articles that I've written, but that really gives you a good overview of who I am as a professional, what my professional journey has looked like. And that's definitely what you want to do to really help yourself stand out against your peers and really show people what it is that you've done and the quality of work that you're able to present back to your clients or to your potential customers. And then also very important, step number 5 is you want to also go and add skills and get endorsed as much as possible. But I always say, try to stay as authentic as possible within the skills that you add or whatever endorsements that you approve or get onto your profile. Remember, LinkedIn, again, it's not a place where it's easy to lie. I'm not able to go and say I am the LinkedIn CEO or founder and director because I will be called out for it. So similar to this, you also want to make sure that the skills that you include here and what you're being endorsed for is truly who you are as a professional, because essentially the people you connect with and the people that you network with are wanting and looking for people who in fact do really have these skills. And then step number 6, which is the last one, is making sure that you request those recommendations. It can either be from current colleagues, from your current employer, previous colleagues and employers, as well as clients that you may be working with right now or that you have worked with in the past. And what this really, helps with is just to get your profile to that all-star status, to help us better understand what your quality of work is and how you work with other individuals and peers as well. So not necessarily because we, trying to see or kind of see the quality of your work, but just to understand what kind of a professional you are and how you work with other people as well. So it's a definite good point to have there on your profile as well. And then finally, important, what people do forget a lot of the times is, adding that location, giving us all of your accomplishments and your publications that you've put out, and also the level of your education and what you've done, as a professional. How that helps, again, is that people are able to find you, because findability is obviously very, very crucial and important. So if people are able to see where you are located, what accomplishments and publications you have, they're already able to familiarize themselves with you and see if they are ready to actually connect and do business with you. I guess the main point is really around looking to gain knowledge by following the right companies. So again, within your industry or line of work or business or field of study, follow the companies that matter to you. Start being active on the platform. Start thinking about, what is it that's trending? What are the trending topics? What's happening within, my industry and the business? And how can I contribute and engage to also be a professional who's giving back to the industry that I work within? And then the next thing is you also want to go and gain insights, so you can go and follow industry influencers to stay on top of the key trends as well. And, just to really understand what they're doing within their business and if you can perhaps mirror that on your side as well. And then also searching at scale is also a really great opportunity where LinkedIn has advanced its search filters to help you find, what matters most quickly. So, either whether you're searching for a job or a company or people, you can turn on those desired filters to get all of the most relevant search results for you. And I think that's what's so incredible about LinkedIn. It's all of those insights and those analytics that it's able to share back with you, just so that you can have the best experience on the platform. And then also customizing your feed is also super crucial for yourself, because it's all about the experience that you have on the platform, right? The quality of your news feed will always be based on the companies that you follow and the people that you're connected with. So as a member on LinkedIn, I know that LinkedIn gives you full control over your LinkedIn feed, and they really want to empower you to consume the content that matters most. You can manage your feed preferences by clicking on those 3 dots on the top right of any post and select or improve your feed. You can follow or unfollow people that you feel are contributing good quality to your news feed. You can hide specific posts that you feel like are no longer relevant to your interests. So it really is flexible in terms of making sure that you tailor make the experience to work for yourself. And then lastly, around being influential. Think about positioning yourself as the face of your business or as an advocate for the company or organization that you work for. I always say that people will always trust and believe what people say. And if you, on average, have connections of about 100 on your profile, every other member has on average about 100 connections as well. So if you go and post something, each of those individuals who you're connected to will obviously, have the ability or potential to go and spread that word by sharing your content, which means that you can reach people at scale as well. So how are you then able to be intentionally influential within your expertise, within your line of work, and making sure that, that word is really spread out far and wide? And this, quote is one that I really, really love to include into my sessions, where it's, from Brene Brown. She says, authenticity is a collection of choices that we have to make every day. It's about the choice to show up and be real, the choice to be honest, the choice to let our true selves be seen. And it's all about authenticity and really being a true leader within your business by being as real as possible. Like I mentioned, people will always believe people first and trust people before the brand or the organization. So how do you then use yourself as thought leaders, whether it be the executive leadership within the business or the employees within the business, to be advocates for yourselves? If they don't feel comfortable, posting something up, ask your employees to perhaps, share what's on your company page, what's on your feed. Again, it's all about reaching people at maximum scale in the most cost-effective ways. So what are the practical tips, in doing this and in helping you kind of, get started? How this really, really helps support your goals is that it builds your network. You're able to start connecting with the right people and, creating this nice pool of quality connections by, starting to book more meetings as well. You're able to share your ideas and information and get people to contribute their ideas by engaging with you. And you also are able to have, really interesting conversations through the creation of new content, or also following those companies and connecting with, like-minded individuals as well. And then lastly, how do you then think about positioning yourself as that thought leader, and where do you get started? So it's really, first of all, looking at where the opportunity is. I'm sure you've already started following people who are, maybe if you're in the financial services or the tech industry, you know what people are talking about. So try find a different angle in which you'll talk about that particular topic. How can you be relevant? We're able to help you, pull data that can really show you where the relevance is, where the topics are most trending, what people are interested in, what the audience is really looking for within the platform, which will then start helping you make sure that you write the content that matters to your audience or to your connections at that particular time. And then obviously having a clear vision of, what your company's future is looking like, and use that to inform your thought leadership topics is a great way. And then step number 4, trust obviously is very, very crucial and important, because that speaks back to your own reputation and the company's reputation. So being a trusted source of information is key to driving that thought leadership and engagement. So think about how you can position yourself. And I mean, we can help you guys, with more in-depth sessions around, crafting that brand matrix to find that topic that speaks specifically to who you are as a professional and how you feed that back into your company or organization. And then also being concise, or don't overthink it. You don't have to, reinvent any wheel here, or rather you can reinvent a wheel, but it's really just around being clever and smart, not having to put up, long form posts every single day, but sharing and resharing and engaging with content that is already there. And lastly, what LinkedIn is really incredibly good at is showing you analytics on the back end on your own profile. So you're able to really go and measure your progress by seeing how many people have viewed your content, how many people have engaged and shared and liked. And, as a result, you're able to start seeing what people really enjoy reading or consuming or watching from your own page. And then you can start obviously curating content that speaks back to that. But yeah, from my side, that is it. And thank you very much for having me. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Ayanda. That was such a powerful presentation, a useful one. I know for the interest of time, we can't take all the questions that's been bombarding social media chats from your presentation, but we'll take about 1 or 2 quick ones before we transition to the Startup Lab Pitch competition. And this question is coming from Abby. Can you share with us, how did you get started with these strategies and tips to build your profile as an influencer at Turn Left Media? So I guess they're asking how you're applying it in your profile on LinkedIn.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, the first thing I thought about is, what am I really passionate about and what do I enjoy doing the most, right? Because essentially it then comes naturally for me to be able to create content with things that I enjoy doing the most. So with me, I'm definitely a lover of speaking, and I'm very passionate about growing brands as well. So I've looked at ways in which, I can use my own personal experiences to tell people, about how they can mirror that similar concept equipped into building their brands as well. So it's really just thinking about what are you passionate about, what will make it easy for you to start, and not overthinking it. And then through that, I think it just becomes a lot more easier in terms of just dissecting your content.
Well said. And I know with the interest of time, last quick question. Can you share with us where can we follow you for more tips and tricks like that was shared today?
Yeah, so please do connect with me on LinkedIn. As you can see on the screen, my name is Ayanda Mbata. I work at Turn Left Media on behalf of LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to organize a session with you where we can really do a deep delve into this, and we'll have a lot more time to do this together. So please do reach out. Always happy to help.
Well, Ayanda, it was a pleasure again to have you at Ghana Tech Summit 2020. We'll definitely be in touch. Have an amazing day. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rock Your LinkedIn Profile Workshop. You just got a 30-minute deep dive on behalf of LinkedIn, our main sponsor of Ghana Tech Summit 2020, right here from the makers, Ayanda, on behalf of Turn Left Media. And please do take into account all the feedback and information that was shared today. And again, I do want to round up and say that was the last LinkedIn session. We have more to come, but I do want to reiterate again and say a warm welcome and congratulations to LinkedIn for being our proud sponsor of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Without further ado, we're now going to transition into the next portion of our summit. I know we're behind time, but we are excited to welcome our 3 startup pitch presenters. Each of them are going to have 2 minutes to present their companies. They're going to go live here in about 30 seconds. We're going to cue video and welcome them to the stage. We're going to start with Michael, who's going to be our first presenter, and then we're going to kick off the Startup Lab competition. So let's get excited for the Startup Lab competition. Let's do a quick intro video before we transition to this amazing round of amazing entrepreneurs. So let's cue in and get excited.
Yanko, what does Yanko mean? For the Ghanaians in this room, what does Yanko mean, please? Okay, so when I say Ghana Tech Summit, I want everybody to say Yanko. Ghana Tech Summit. Ghana Tech Summit. Last time, God.
There you have it. So we're now going to engage with our first presenter for the Startup Lab pitch competition. We have Samuel Dadu. You are the first presenter to pitch. Please feel free to kick it off. The platform is all yours. And congratulations on becoming a finalist to present your company at Startup Labs 2020. Go ahead and feel free to unmute. Samuel, you're ready to go. You are live. And Michael and other presenters, get ready to go live as well. Your presentation is coming up on the screen. Feel free to now engage and start your presentation. Startup Lab finalists, please be ready to go and show your video so we can welcome you to the session. So Samuel, you're ready to go. Can you please unmute your mic and speak? I think you're having a couple technical difficulties. We do need you to speak so we can hear your audio and make sure that you're live and ready to go. Other Startup Live finalists, please feel free to come on with your video. Let's transition now to our next presenter. Michael, are you ready to go and present? Let's see if we can hear your audio as we wait and engage for the next presenter. Are you ready to go?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Feel free to take off your headphones. It's usually better to present without headphones for audio.
Okay, currently I'm having a challenge. That is why I'm using the headphones.
All right. Team, let's make sure we're helping the Startup Lab finalists. Are you, Abdallah, ready to go and present?
Okay. Hello.
Yes, you have 2 minutes to present. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Please present. You're live.
I'm Abdallah Misbah. Let me share my screen. Okay. I'm Abdallah Misbah, and I'm the founder and CEO of EPDL. EPDL stands for Exec Pronto Digital Literacy, and it's an edtech company
that provides individuals with solution-oriented IT education and training which is needed for a successful career, job, hobby, and daily life. From these statistics, we can see from these statistics, we can see an unprecedented rise in mobile phone connections in Ghana, which is from January 2019 to January 2020, with a 2.1% increase in mobile phone connections, internet users 7.5% increase, and active social media users by 12%. Then what does this statistics tell us? Even though with these huge internet connections, we still have troubles in our educational sector, in the entrepreneurship sector, and people searching for jobs. That's why EPDL is for students, small business owners, and job seekers who want to be equipped with digital literacy skills. EPDL, we are an edtech company and we provide variety of course packages which has been pre-designed to suit the digital needs of the current populace. This is carried out in class and online. Our target customers are students. We also have the SME owners or the entrepreneurs and the unemployed or those seeking for jobs. Our cost structure are enrolled on our courses are enrolled on at 60 cedis each, and we commenced our in-class sessions 3 months ago, and we have since trained and equipped 17 individuals with IT skills and knowledge. In next year, we hope to train about 1,000 individuals in Ghana, making between 660,000 Ghana cedis of income. And now I started teaching digital literacy skills online and for free until about 3 months ago when the lockdown was lifted in Ghana. I relocated and resumed an in-class session. I'm looking for a mentor and an investor to help make this dream of digitizing the whole of Africa a dream come true. Thank you.
Well done. And again, congratulations on being selected as a finalist for the Startup Lab Pitch Competition. Amazing to hear your story and also your traction during this pandemic. We're now going to transition to the next Startup Lab presenter. Don't go away. We'll welcome you back on the live stream to welcome all of you at the same time pretty shortly. All right, so let's now transition to Samuel, our next presenter who's going to go live. Next presenter goes live. Samuel, are you ready to go? All right, I think there's still some audio issues. We're now going to transition to Michael. Michael, are you ready to go share a screen? You have 2 minutes to present. Congratulations again for being selected. Feel free to speak. You are now live.
Hi, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Feel free to present.
All right. My name is Michael. I'm co-founder and CEO of Hypercat. Now, what problem are we solving? In Ghana, shopping and retail dominates city markets due to pricing and then variety. But then buyers oftentimes spend 4 to 10 hours each and every day to buy from these markets. Buyers often endure stress of carrying their items around, navigating traffic jams, and also congestion in these markets. Now, we also do have, however, the retailers in these markets often are not able to leverage web technology to be able to sell beyond their shops and in these markets. So how did we respond? There's also one problem. We do have local grocery retailers in this market who endure up to 3% post-harvest losses, which eats like 15, up to 10% of their $15 weekly profits, which they make at the end of every week. We do have some of these grocery retailers also sharing profits with the owners of the groceries that they sell at the end of every week. So we want to create a platform. We have created a platform that allows people to be able to shop from this market, from the best vendors in this market, for it to be delivered to their doorstep. Now, we do allow them to be able to buy from the vendors at the price that they want to be able to get them, and as well as the conditions that they want to experience if they are actually going to the vendors themselves. So our platform makes it almost 5 times faster to be able to buy from these retailers. So how do we deliver? We do deliver by partnering with these retailers in this open city market, and then we have wholesalers and as well as shoppers for our grocery platform. So we do have 2 platforms, a multi-vendor retail platform and a grocery shopping application. So we do have shoppers who work on our grocery platform, who we partner with to be able to deliver. We do have logistic partners to help us to be able to deliver items from these vendors to the doorsteps of customers within 2 hours or within the same day. We do have import partners. The reason for import partners is that it helps us, our import partners and then distributors helps us to be able to source inventory for these vendors that we work with, to be able to maintain good pricing and as well as competitive pricing for our end users on our platforms. We have also use a vendor side inventory management approach and as well as our retail technology. So our target market, the middle to high income, our target market consists of a $396 million users. And then these people are the middle to high income earners, and then as well as tertiary institutions, the various tertiary institutions. The reason is that these tertiary institutions do consist of a high population density of productive internet users in a localized area. And then, so we want to have particular focus on this market to be able to scale through the various tertiary institutions in Ghana, and then on a regional scale. Yes, please. So our goal is, our direction is to be able to scale through user and subscriber data, understand the demography of this market, and as well as their behavior. Now, we do make money from commissions from these vendors. Our margins are about 10%. We have made some progress. We started off in KNUST, one tertiary institution in Ghana. We started off as whilst we were students, and when we were just about to be able to scale a little bit, that is when COVID came in. And because our platform was focused on serving or bootstrapping with tertiary institutions, we were hit by the COVID, and we had to find a little bit of a way to survive. So we are currently looking at the Kumasi metropolitan market to be able to serve them as well. So we have started seed funding. We've raised just 250K cedis. That's about just $5K. We've had some revenue, but we've not yet broken even. And we hope that within the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to break even. Now, we do have a team that has more than 6 years experience in digital retail and logistics. We are seeking for $83,000 to be able to successfully scale through our target market and be able to gain about 10% of the the e-commerce market in Ghana within the next 2 to 3 years. So this is our goal, and we hope that our platform will be able to create jobs, especially using our shopper platform for the youth in Ghana, and as well as to be able to make work convenient for local retailers in the open city market. They will be able to sell beyond their shops. Some grocery retailers won't have to share profits with the owners of the groceries they sell. And this is the project we are embarking on, and we hope to have your support in it. So we are looking for investment and acceleration, and as well as the advice and the mentorship to be able to make this a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael, and congrats again for being a Startup Live finalist, and again for presenting your company. Don't go away yet. We're going to welcome you back after our last presenter, and congrats again. Pleasure to hear you.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, Samuel, we'll have you back again. Can you hear us, and are you able to go live? I know you're sharing your presentation. We can see it. Let us know if you're ready to go live. Samuel, just speak so we can hear you. Samuel, feel free to speak so we can hear you. We can see you. Feel free to speak so we can hear you, so we can make sure we can hear you. You just muted. Samuel, please feel free to just unmute. You're unmuted now. Just speak so we can hear you. All right, I think we're still having some audio challenges. Samuel, try one more time. We really want to make sure we can hear your presentation. You're one of the final finalists that we would love to hear from today. So don't worry about sharing your screen. We just want to make sure we can hear you. We could definitely see you, Samuel. Can you speak again and try again? All right, Samuel, what we'll do is we're going to have to just log out and log back in. We'll try to see if we can add you right after the next presenter so that way we could try to get your audio going because we definitely want to have you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring them back again after the next keynote speaker to see if we could get Samuel to do his 1-minute presentation. And with that, I do want to remind you all, these are an amazing lineup of startup entrepreneurs who have been successful in building their business in Ghana. As always, Ghana Tech Summit, we're always trying to highlight the best and the best entrepreneurs. So please have some patience. Samuel is the last presenter that will be going live today during the course of the event. Without further ado, I do now want to transition to our next keynote speaker, Ryan Folan, author at Digital Act. He's one of our veteran speakers within the GSC community. He's also a veteran speaker at Ghana Tech Summit. It's such an honor and privilege to welcome him to Ghana Tech Summit 2020. So without further ado, the redhead ginger himself is live. Let's pass the stage over to him for his 10-minute keynote remarks, and then he'll be followed by our keynote speaker from Grow with Google to continue on with the session. So Ryan, over to you. Welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020, my dear. Feel free to unmute. There you go.
The phrase or the quote of 2020 is going to be "you're on mute." Well, I am off mute, and you have me here for the next 10 minutes, and I'm very excited to share something I created specifically for everybody here. I am going to share my screen, and let's see. You're going to see my messy desktop momentarily, and then I will present here. Okay, do you see my slides? Christine, can you confirm? Because all I see is...
Yes, we can. We can see you in the screen. No worries.
All right. Aquaba. Did I get that right? In your own screen, you can tell me Aquaba. I wanted to first recognize that I wish I was there in person. Last year at the Ghana Tech Summit, I had so much fun meeting so many amazing people, and we had a great time. I also will tell you that I severely missed those small little peanuts, which I ate way too many of. My name is Ryan Folan. I'm a speaker, I'm an author, and I'm a ginger. But in Ghana, I'm known as Bra Kwike Ginger. Now, if you know what that means, great. I am here to be your big brother. I am here to help guide you and inspire you. So today, I thought I'd do something special. And I am going to talk about dancing, right? I mean, why not? I want to first ask everybody a question. Now, I know that there's not a chat function. Maybe there is. But I want you to ask yourself, on a scale of 0 to 10, how good of a dancer are you? Okay, how good of a dancer are you? If you're a very bad dancer, then you'd be on the lower scale. I have a friend from Canada, Peter's here. I'm guessing he's probably not the best dancer as well. But some of you may be great dancers. So think of a number and associate your dancing skills with 0 to 10. Okay. Now I want to show you me dancing in Ghana. And I was taking a break from being inside, and I heard all this amazing music. And so I went out there just casually to see what's going on and enjoy the entertainment. And then this gentleman here saw me, pointed to me, and said, "Come here, come here." I looked around. I was the only person he pointed to. And so I jumped out there on to the stage. Now, I had no idea what I was doing. I was actually scared. Okay, I have no dance moves. At least what he was doing, I was very intimidated by. And I decided to go and dance. Now, this dance was one of a few dances I did while in Ghana. But the reason that I'm telling you this story is because dancing is a lot like pitching. Dancing can be scary. There's nothing more vulnerable than people watching you make your moves while everyone is just staring on the sidelines. When you're trying to dance, you need some moves, right? Some of them are kind of outdated. Some of them may look good. Maybe you can default to the Macarena. But the reality is that in order to dance, you have to have something that you're doing. And thirdly, it takes two. Because if I'm just dancing by myself, that's not really dancing. And as you saw, it was somebody who actually grabbed me and brought me back. So as you see here, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I am just following his lead. He's running with high leads. I guess that's a dance move. And then we continue to go. But I want you to understand, I was scared. I didn't know what to do, but I still got out there on the dance floor. When it comes to pitching, pitching is scary. Technology could go wrong on you. Lighting could be bad. Your microphone might not work. You might be afraid you go over time. There are so many things that genuinely are frightening about putting your idea, what you are passionate about, out onto the stage or the dance floor. Number two, you need moves when you're pitching. You need to have a structure. You need to know what you're opening with. You got to have slides. There's all these moving components. And number three, when you're pitching, it takes two. Because if you're just talking to yourself, you might be convincing yourself, but that's not truly pitching. So I'm going to go through and break each one of these down so that you can help yourself become a better dancer and pitcher at the same time. When it comes to dancing and pitching, it is scary. But the antidote to being scared is to have fun. Even if you don't think you're going to have fun, it's important that you help yourself frame the mindset that it will be fun. Thoughts become words and words become things. So think the thoughts you want. One more. Thoughts become words and words become things. So think the thoughts that you want. If you are preparing to pitch and you think to yourself, I am scared. I don't know if I'm going to do well. I might mess it up. Guess what? You will be scared and you will likely mess it up. But if you start your thought process thinking, I've worked so hard and this is my opportunity. I'm so excited to let the world know what my idea is. You reframe it into something that's fun, and there's a good chance you will have fun. Now, I will also tell you from an action item, how to find the fun is to practice, practice, practice. Those are the three things you need to do. Now, there is an asterisk, because my martial arts teacher taught me a long time ago that perfect practice makes perfect. Because if you're going to say, yeah, Ryan, I'll practice my pitch, and then you just go through it and go through the motions and you're not perfecting it and you're not really taking it seriously, well, then guess what happens when it's time to pitch? You're not going to be perfect. You are not going to be as polished as you could be. So pitching and dancing can be scary, but by having the right mind frame and practicing, you will prepare yourself and you will deliver a better pitch. Now, dancing and pitching, you need moves. Well, guess what? You might not know the best moves. And I sure did not know the moves that I was about to dance when I was out there on the dance floor in Ghana. But the solution to that is mentorship. If you're going to be a good dancer, find some dance moves that you like. Find some dance moves from people who are good dancers. And when that comes to pitching, it's the same thing. It is mentorship. Now, where can you find mentorship? What about all of the amazing speakers here at this event? You have a connection that you can start with. So I don't want to hear an excuse that nobody's going to mentor you. I actually heard the speaker before me say, talk to me, reach out to me. These speakers, as well as myself, we're here to support you. I can help you teach. I can help teach you how to pitch, but you've got to reach out. You've got to start that communication. So if you need some moves, find out other people who can help mentor you through those. Now, I want to be clear that in order to get mentorship, you need to be humble, you need to be patient, and you need to be professional. So don't just focus on one person. Find the right people that might create a good mentor capacity for you, and then reach out and come to them in a humble way. Let them know you saw them talk, that you like their work, Be patient because they might not just get back to you immediately, and be professional because your reputation is more important than any pitch. And guess what? Your pitch may not be perfect, but if you get the right type of mentorship, they will help to continue to put you in front of the right people. Now, finally, dancing and pitching takes more than one person. Otherwise, you're dancing with yourself and you're talking with yourself. Think of pitching as a conversation, even if you're talking to multiple people at a time. Because the reality is, entrepreneurs talk too much. If you go over time, you talk too much. If the person you are talking with doesn't talk, you are talking too much. If you're out there on the dance floor and you're like, get out of here, it's my dance floor circle, and you're in the middle the whole time, well, guess what? It's not going to be as engaging. The more you talk, the less people listen. And the less you talk, the more people ask questions. So when you're on the dance floor, don't be the person that's trying to show off your moves the whole time. Do a little bit of a dance and then step back and let somebody else into the circle. When you do that, it becomes less of a pitch and more of a conversation. So, who wants to dance? Or more importantly, who wants to pitch? You have a unique opportunity. You are part of the Ghana Tech Summit. You are part of this community. You are part of this startup lab. You are connected to a global startup competition. But I want to tell you one thing. If you weren't one of the 3 people that were chosen to pitch just now, who cares? Congratulations to those who did. But you don't need a stage to pitch. You can be pitching all the time, just like you can be dancing all the time. You create your own dance floor. You create your own stage. Now, if I was there, you better believe it, we would be dancing right now. And so in order to make that happen, I am going to kick on a little bit of music and I am going to dance. Here we go. Now, dancing may seem stupid. Pitching may seem stupid. You may feel stupid. But sometimes all you got to do is get up there, get on the dance floor, move around, make up your own moves, practice, get some mentorship, and at the end of the day, if you get on the dance floor, you have a better chance of actually being seen, being heard, and having your idea into the world. Ladies and gentlemen, brought Quickway Ginger all the way from Long Beach to your house. I just want to share with you that I believe in your dance skills, even if you don't think you can dance. I believe in your pitching, even if you don't want to pitch because you're scared, you don't know how to do it, or you just won't. I love the comments. Thank you, everybody. And just real quickly, I do want to share, let me make sure I can see here. I just want to make sure I can share how you can get in touch with me. So let me share here. And real quick, I do have a podcast, the 313 Challenge. If you want to learn how to pitch, I work people through my process. If you want to sign up for a newsletter and get something every week from me to stay in touch, you can do that. And if you want to connect with me on social media, by all means. If you want to dance, just let me know. Back to you guys and girls.
As always, truly amazing to have you. And I know in interest of time, we don't have time for too many questions, but there's one quick question that has been repeating throughout the thread. How does someone learn how to present with so much fun like you? This is something that's been coming up. Just 30-second closing remarks on that point.
Yeah. Well, you have to take yourself out of the idea that you're pitching, right? My next book, spoiler alert, is called Ditch the Pitch. If you think that you are presenting and you're pitching like, oh my gosh, my life depends on this. If I get this, I will become rich. I will win hundreds. Like you put all the pressure on you. I just danced like a fool in front of everybody. Why? Because who cares? So as soon as you start to change the narrative in your own head, you are your worst critic. You tell yourself, I'm going to suck before I go up on stage. You say, I'm not ready before you go up on stage. So you won't do good because you're not ready. The one thing that you can do is find the fun in what you're doing. And I love to present, like this is what I do. And so I thought to myself, what would make for a fun presentation, not only for me, but for everyone? And I'm like, that one time I got called out on the dance floor in Ghana, really put perspective on being prepared. And if you are a good dancer, you can be a good pitcher. If you're a bad dancer, you can still get better. And therefore, you can also be a bad pitcher and become better. It's just about how you frame it, because it should be fun.
And you see the live social media faces, like everyone's just going wild. They love it. So thanks again, Ryan. As always, a pleasure to have you. I'm honored to hear you over and over again. Every time is always new. I never get tired of it. Thank you so much for being a part of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. We know your time is precious, but you spend it with us. Thank you so, so much, Ryan.
All right. And for those of you who are out there on social media, you can tweet me, you can LinkedIn me, but I want you to reference something about dancing. You know, let's dance. Think of mentorship conversations as a way to dance, right? You're not just going to bring me on the dance floor, but let's get some movement going. Let's get it going. So you have a lot of amazing speakers. They can all be potential dance partners or mentors. Christine, I've enjoyed dancing with you and Einstein and the whole crew for so long. And it's even better when we're on a boat off the coast. Okay, I'm just saying.
No worries. Thank you so much, Ryan. We'll be back at you pretty soon. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Ryan Folan, the Brakriku Ginger. Awesome to have you, man. With that, I want to now quickly transition to our next amazing final speaker of the day. And I want to also highlight the Global Startup Foundation's partnership with Grow with Google. This amazing speaker is going to be talking about digital skills for everyday tasks with the Grow with Google community. Her name is Patia Abdur Razak. I hope I said her name right, but she's amazing. She's a digital marketing strategist and Grow with Google speaker. She's #MomBoss. So you already know she's dynamic. She's a powerhouse. So let's get excited to welcome her to the main stage. Patia, it's amazing to welcome you. I'm so sorry for the time, but whatever time you can share with us today, we welcome you. We salute you. Thank you so much. And welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2020.
Thank you, Christine, and I'm so happy to be here. I've been peaking throughout my day. Of course, I'm working, but whenever I could take a little break, I've been peaking, and this is an amazing summit. Congrats to you. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. My name is Patia Abdur Razak, as Christine said. She said it right. And in addition to being a Grow with Google speaker, I also own a boutique marketing firm in New York City called the Stylista Group. And we provide email marketing services, all things social media, as well as micro-influencer collaborations for lifestyle brands. If you are unfamiliar with the Grow with Google program, Grow with Google brings the best-in-class digital skills training to individuals so that they can learn skills to improve their careers as well as to grow their business. And if you're curious to find out more, please visit google.com/grow. All right, so let's jump right in. Please do connect with me on social media. These are my handles. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn, Patia A. Abdur Razak, and I think that I'm the only one. And be sure to hashtag Grow with Google if you want to share any tips about today's presentation that you found to be useful. All right, so today we'll focus on 3 digital skills that can make your everyday work life easier, both while you're working remotely, which has been almost the entire of 2020, and at a traditional office when we get back to those days. Now, let's acknowledge the fact that when you're trying to stay productive at home, it can be even more important to keep track of your to-do list and also to find ways to collaborate with your team and keep your organization and business partners updated about all of the progress that you're making. So to highlight these business needs today, we'll demonstrate several digital skills using an example scenario. And our example scenario is going to be planning a company summit. But keep in mind that these skills and applications can work for a variety of workplace situations. So what we'll do today to demonstrate the tools is we'll build 3 example projects that demonstrate exactly how to enhance your productivity and make progress on your work. And you can implement these skills immediately after this presentation. So let's dive in and get started. If you wanted to take a quick snapshot of exactly what we're going to cover, you can do so. But as we go through the presentation, you should be able to keep up. All right. So many of you joining us today may have already had an event that you have planned, Christine, like a virtual summit, or you're in the process of planning that event right now. Like I said, we will practice these tools in the context of planning an event. But again, keep in mind that these digital skills can be applied to many situations. For example, you can use a sheet to create a budget or a job search plan. You can use a Google document to create a resume or a cover letter, design a flyer, or brainstorm for a really big project. The starting point, as always, is that we need to first access these applications, and to do so, we need to sign into our Google accounts. And so many people are like, I don't have a Google account. If you have a Gmail address, you have a Google account. Signing into your Google account allows you to access lots of Google applications that you can use for both work and home. If you don't have a Google account, you can simply create one by going to gmail.com and following the prompts. The whole process never takes more than 5 minutes top, actually more like 2 to 3. So like I said, signing into your Google account allows you to access all the products you learn about today and many more. And on the screen, you're seeing the applications that are most widely used. But I encourage you to click that More button and you will be shocked as to how many applications you have access to at no charge just by having a Gmail address, which gives you access to Google's applications. Once you've signed into your Google account, feel free to do some more exploring. As always, we take a really quick look at Google Drive, since this is where all your projects are always automatically stored. Google Drive allows you to store, access, and share files like documents, slideshows, forms, and pictures in one central place. Instead of being stored on your computer, your Google Drive files are stored securely in the cloud. The great benefit of Google Drive is that after you have accessed a document and you have begun to work on it, Google Drive automatically saves those documents for you, so you never have to remember to hit that save button. And after your documents are safely saved in Google Drive, you can easily access them from any computer, smartphone, or tablet as long as you have internet access. So that's another great benefit of using these tools. So let's dive right in and take a look at our example projects. The first project we will create together today is a to-do list sheet, and we will use this sheet to track tasks for our big virtual event. As we all know, the first step in planning any major event or getting on top of your virtual workload is to build a list of everything that needs to get done, either by you or by your team. While you can create a new blank project for this kind of work, Google Drive offers a library of great time-saving templates. These templates provide basic information and formatting and keeps you from having to start from scratch every single time you create a sheet or project. Google Sheets happens to have a template that will fit our to-do list nicely. And what do you know? It's actually called to-do list. To work on this list, you will select New, then Google Sheets, and then select from a template. This opens the template gallery with lots of templates for both work and home. In this case, we're going to open the to-do list. The first step when using all of these documents, whether it's a templated document or a blank document, is to give your sheet a name. So for example, we're planning a summit, so we'll call it XYZ Summit to-do list or something like that. This becomes the official name of the file and is the way that you find it going forward in your Google Drive. You will notice that as soon as you open the sheet template, it is saved automatically for you. Now, if you've never seen a template in Google Drive before, this may look a little different from a blank spreadsheet, but it still has all of the elements. The image on the slide that you're viewing shows a to-do list with a column for tasks, and 3 tasks are listed as examples. These are just placeholders, of course. You can add text, formatting, formulas, and functions to these cells. And because you're using a template specifically designed for a to-do list, there is already some formatting that has been built in for you. There are columns for check marks to indicate if a task is complete and for the deadline of each task as well. And there's also a space that's left for a description of the task itself. Now again, this is just a foundation document, so you can feel free to add additional columns as they make sense in terms of your specific event that you're planning. If you're experimenting as we speak today, which some people like to do, you can try typing 2 or 3 tasks that are related to an actual event that you may be planning. Then add a few dates. When you build this project for your own team, verify that you have the correct dates and that the deadlines are reasonable. If you happen to have hard deadlines, like an event you have already scheduled, make sure that you include those as well. Now, let's say that you want to collaborate with several people and divide up the responsibilities to get your event going. The image on the right shows a to-do list with 2 tasks, along with a new column that details the owner of each project. You can add that additional column for owner and write a name in your, for example, the name of a team member in the row for each task. To do so, if you're unfamiliar, you would click column C and then click Insert and then column Right. Now click inside cell D1 and type a title or give the column a new heading like owner. The next step, of course, would be to add a few names in the rows below. Now, just by adding a column for task owners, this turns this document into an official team to-do list. Now let's talk about changing the way your sheet looks by changing colors, fonts, and other style aspects of your sheet. It is very easy to change the format of this template to reflect your own style or something about that specific event you're planning. For example, if it's a party for your favorite sports team, you can change it to your team colors. Or if it's a meeting for work, you can change this to reflect your job's brand colors as well. To do so, all you would need to do is select the cells in question, select the color picker from the menu above, and navigate changing the colors of the cells that you need to change. Additionally, you can adjust the font size, style, or color by selecting a cell or group of cells and selecting new font settings. And this kind of manipulation is pretty basic word processing, so we should all be familiar with that. Again, your sheet is automatically saved on your Google Drive, which should still be open in Chrome. To test this, you can feel free to navigate to the browser tab icon to access the application. And voila, it will be right there. Now, let's move on to take a look at Google Docs. Remember the list of owners that you just created in your to-do list? Now imagine that you're going to ask all of those people to attend a virtual meeting. We're living in the virtual world, right? And help you to plan this event. One way to have a useful and productive meeting is to keep notes as you're discussing. And using Google Docs, you can do just that by creating and sharing meeting notes and even collaborating on the same document at the same time from different locations. Just like we did with the sheet, we're going to start off with a template to help with some of the overall design and basic elements for this document. You will first select New, then Docs, then From a Template, and choose a template for a meeting agenda. Just like you saw with sheets, there are lots of document templates from which to choose. In this scenario, we will open the meeting notes template since that's the one that's the most applicable for the scenario that we are talking about today. Once again, your template will open in a new tab and will automatically save to your Google Drive. And as a test, what's the first thing that we do when we open our documents in Google Drive? We give that file a unique name. Okay, so all the templates for this style of document have the same basic information: meeting date, list of attendees, agenda, notes, action items, and of course, items to follow up for the next meeting. You would simply click the placeholder text under last meeting follow-up and type something here, like maybe a simple reminder about a task that's in progress. Similar to the spreadsheet formatting that we just completed together, you can format this document however you want. You can select the text and change the numbered list to bulleted list, if that makes more sense. You can change the font sizes, styles, or colors. And in this slideshow, we're using the meeting notes template, and in the animation, the user selects the body text. Then he or she are using the formatting tool at the top of the page to choose bulleted list and change some of the text to blue. So it's really that simple. Additionally, you can add comments to the document to make notes about things without actually changing the body text. For example, you might want to quickly add a comment about what to do or something else that needs to be added to the meeting agenda, but that you will get to later. And I actually use this feature to kind of like write reminder notes to myself. Or you may want to add a reminder to ask a coworker a question during the actual meeting. To leave a comment, you will select the text in the document, and you can select one word, a sentence, or even just a character, which is pretty cool. Then click the plus button on the side of the page, or open the insert menu and choose comment. In the little box that appears, type the comment. All right, so this is what is demonstrated on the screen. If you guys are wondering why I'm looking up this way, that's the screen that I'm sharing with you today. I just like to check in to make sure we're on the same page. Here's a really cool trick that makes collaboration much easier. If you add a comment for someone else, type the plus sign and then their email address. When you do so, Google Docs will send an email to that person with your comment and a link to the document. So, if you want a team member to fill in the agenda before the meeting, you can add a comment, or you can add a plus sign and then their email address. If you want, you can choose to assign the comment to your teammate so that they see it as an action item. When you assign a comment to someone, they will know that they're responsible for resolving it. Once you decide whether or not to assign the comment, select comment and add it to the document. Then type the plus icon, add that team member's email address, and select assign. If your teammates don't yet have access to the document, Google Docs prompts you to choose what kind of access they should have. And this becomes really important if you're sharing confidential information, right? So let's talk about different ways to share access to a digital file. One of the most useful features of Google Docs and many other Google applications is the ability to collaborate in the same document at the same time. With Google Docs, you can collaborate on projects with anyone, anywhere, and at the same time by simply making changes to that central document. Again, Google Docs will save all of these changes for you. You can choose which documents you share with which people, and most importantly, you can control how much access they have. By controlling the sharing settings, you can give different team members of your team different levels of access as they need them. If you added someone to a comment, you may have already been prompted to give them access to it. Another way to grant access is to share the document with someone directly. To do so, you would select Share in the upper right corner, then type that person's email address in the box. And if you want to try practicing doing so today and you have 2 email addresses, excuse me, then you can just do that and send it to your second email address. Next, you can choose what the person can do with your project. And these are the levels of access that you can give someone. Can edit access allows the person to edit the document directly. So if someone is helping you take notes for the meeting, they'll need edit access. Can comment allows the person to add comments to the document but not change anything. Can view access allows the person to see the document but not make any alterations at all. So for example, this could be a volunteer for your event or a person who is not involved in the planning but who does need to be kept abreast of everything that's happening. You will notice the box at the bottom labeled Notify People. When you share a document, sheet, or presentation with someone, they will receive an email about it. If you do not want to send an email, uncheck this box. But most times you do, so you would leave it checked. Next, you can add a note about the document and simply click Send. What happens is that the next time that person checks their Gmail, they will have an email from Google Docs that includes your note and links to access the document. Here's an even cooler part of this. When you store files in your drive, you can give different files access to different people, but you can also create folders that are also automatically shared. What's even more useful is that you can share documents giving different levels of access as you need to. One thing to note, however, is that if you create a folder that is shared, all documents in that folder will be viewable by everyone that you share that folder with. So you have to be careful here. So in the example that you're viewing, maybe you created a draft agenda for your event and you want everyone on your event planning committee to have access to the agenda. So that's the path that you're seeing on the left side of your screen. But maybe you also have a budget file and you only want one person, so we're talking about confidential information. You only want one person to have access to that file, and so that is the path that you're seeing on the right. So the point here is that you are able to control the levels of access that everyone has to your documents, with the exception of when you share a folder, because everything that is in that shared folder will be viewable by everyone that you have shared the folder with. So I just like to focus on that a bit so that it's clear. All right. So now imagine that you have planned your virtual event using the to-do list we went through and collaborated with your team to make an agenda for the event. Next, you might need a way of communicating effectively with a large group of people. For example, in planning this virtual summit, you might want to give everyone who's not necessarily involved in the planning an update on your progress, so the rest of the organization. Or if you're pitching a new business to a possible investor, you might want to plan out what to say during your presentation. We just heard some pitches a few minutes ago. For these situations and for plenty of others in the workplace, you can use Google Slides to build a presentation. Even if your event is just a small team meeting, using a slide deck can keep everyone on track, on pace, and most importantly, engaged. Now let's take a look at how to use a presentation to share your progress or ideas at work. As always, you can start from a blank slide, or as you guessed it, Google Slides offers several templates for common purposes. Excuse me. As we demonstrated in the other exercises, we're going to start off with a template to help with some of the overall design and basic elements. And to do so, and you guys should be experts on how to do this by now, from your Google Drive, you will select New, Google Slides this time, and then from a template. This opens the Google Slides template gallery. Here you can find options for all kinds of presentations you may want to give, like presenting your research at a professional conference, delivering a sales pitch, or even teaching a lesson. Take a look at the templates, select one that matches your needs, and open the template that you want to use. We'll start with a status report template and build an example presentation for updating and organization on all the work that you've done from home to plan this summit. As always, your template opens in a new tab and automatically saves to your Google Drive. As you can see, this template has built-in categories designed to update a stakeholder on deadlines, road bumps, and your team's accomplishments. Different templates include different categories, slide layouts, colors, and of course, design. Let's start customizing your slide by creating a tile slide. As we're seeing in the animation, the user changes the placeholder text box so that it says Status Report, New Marketing Campaign. Then they move the text box. You can edit the text on the slide to explain the purpose of your individual presentation. You can also move text boxes or shapes simply by clicking the placeholder text and then type in something that makes more sense for your individual needs. Every template includes pre-designed layouts. Layouts include pre-arranged text boxes and formatting. And slides make suggestions for how you can use each of these layouts. You can select different layouts to present different information like a main point, important data, or even a caption. To add a new slide, you would just select Add a New Slide, and then select a new layout that helps you present the information you need to share with your team or business partners. As you build out your presentation, you may want to demonstrate information or ideas with a visual. Visuals are highly engaging, right? So to do so, you can add images and videos to get your audience's attention. For example, if your presentation is a new employee onboarding training, you might include a photo of your team or workplace. Or for a budget update presentation, you can link a chart or graph from a Google Sheet. To add these elements, you would simply access the Insert menu, choose the kind of visual you want to include, and simply select where that graphic or visual will be coming from your computer. So at this point, we've accomplished a lot in 25 minutes? We've built a slide deck to support the presentation. We've gone through how to select layouts, customize text, add charts, images, or other visuals to enhance it. Now it's time to share the presentation. You might want to share the slide deck with your team to get their input. Or, if you like, you can make it available to everyone who will be in the audience. You can even embed this presentation on a web page. To access these settings, use the share icon, just like you did in Google Docs and Sheets. Type a teammate's email address and decide what kind of access you will give them. Or if you prefer, get the sharing link to add it to the other files and documents. We're almost out of time today, but I hope you're feeling a little more comfortable with sheets and documents now. In this really short period of time, we have examined the benefits of using Google Drive, creating a to-do list sheet from a template, adding tasks, dates, and owners to the sheet, and adding formatting to your sheet as well. We also opened a Google Docs template for a meeting agenda and notes. You saw how to change the placeholder text in the template, customize the colors, add comments, and most importantly, how to share your projects. Finally, we built a status update presentation using Google Slides. You saw how a template can make your slide deck look polished and professional. And we looked at how to customize layouts for your unique presentations and needs. Google Docs and Sheets can get you started with useful projects for your professional and personal lives. Again, for example, you can build resumes using a template, or you might design a budget using Sheets. Google also offers several other apps you may want to explore. On this slide, we show 5 app icons. The first one is for Forms, followed by Sites. We went through Slides together. Then there's also Calendar and Google Meet. After the workshop, here's some homework. Check out Forms to create surveys to collect feedback from others. We went through the benefits of using Slides together. Calendar to create appointments and book meetings. Google Meet to video conference and meet with people remotely. And even Sites to create your own websites for a business or to share your work portfolio. We have really just barely scratched the surface of all the features that Google applications offer. I hope this has gotten you thinking of ways that you can use these digital tools in your own work or personal lives. We want you to leave this session with a clear sense of what you should do next. So here are a few ways that you can move forward. Visit docs.google.com and review possible templates that you may be able to use for work. Also, check out the additional templates available in Google Sheets. And finally, consider some of Google's remaining or other professional workshops to continue to grow your career. And so what I'm going to do next really quickly, because we're on a time schedule, is that I'm just going to show you some additional resources that you can access directly to upgrade your digital skills and access the free training that Google has available. So there's applied skills, which is excellent, a specific section on remote work, grow.google/remote work, and specific sites that speak to the usefulness of individual tools. And many people like to take a quick snapshot of this slide. Again, Grow with Google is a new initiative where you can find information, training, resources, and more specially tailored for small businesses, job seekers and students, veterans and military families, educators, developers, as well as startups. That's my time today. I hope that you guys found this presentation useful. Christine, I will turn it over to you. I don't know if we have any questions.
Thank you so much, Fatia. Truly amazing to have your presentation today. And of course, the ecosystem definitely was buzzing with the engagements and information that you shared about just how we could just leverage, all the tools that Google has to offer, when it comes to everyday tasks. Because I'm sure many people use Google almost each and every day.
Right.
And you're able to simplify some of the use cases of using it. And without further ado, I know over time, I know you have a tight schedule. So I will end by just saying thank you so much for coming on live. We have social media feeds and everything with the whole social media community. And welcome again to Ghana Tech Summit 2020.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Truly an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are still pinging her to follow her on social media. Definitely follow. Again, it's a huge, huge welcome to have Grow with Google here with us today. Truly a pleasure and an honor to have them. And to close out our startup section of the day, of course, you heard, the pitch presentation by Ryan Foland about how to present yourself. Obviously, we had the Startup Live finalists. We had the Grow with Google session. But I just want to give another round of applause to our finalists from the Startup Lab. I know Michael is still on. Just want to give him a warm welcome. I know Samuel wasn't able to present live today, but we will be sharing his pitch video recording with the community on social media tomorrow. So please give him a warm welcome to all the finalists for Startup Lab pitch competition. So we have Ms. Bawu from EPDL, Samuel from Kanadua, and Michael from HyperCards. A huge round of virtual congratulations to all three of them for being finalists for this year's Startup Lab program. All of them will be receiving an email with perks and resources from our partners at IBM, AWS, Google Cloud, and the like. So congratulations to them. Truly amazing to have had them on the session. So with that, I know we're coming to an end here. And of course, you all have been with us for the entire day to engage with keynotes and sessions. My name is Christina Tim. I was your host for today. As a Chief Marketing Officer of Global Startup Ecosystem, a proud Ghanaian, I am so happy to have engaged with all of you today. I hope that you enjoyed all the keynote sessions and panels and fireside chats that we explored today in multiple conversations. Over 50 global speakers from across the Ghana ecosystem in Africa and around the world was here with us. We had members from the IDB, from the State Department, from Google, from LinkedIn, IBM, the Diaspora Affairs Office, GIPC, the Israel Embassy, the Prosper USAID division. We've had such a multitude and range of companies, New York University, the UNDP. We had such a range of influencers from across the ecosystem join us today, SAP, of course. And so we're really excited that, our 2020 partners made this possible. It truly was an honor to have all of our partners involved from this. Of course, to make this program accessible, I want to say a huge thank you to all of them for spreading the word about Ghana Tech Summit 2020. Of course, we want to send another huge gratitude and thanks to our exhibitors who also, our patrons and made this possible. So the Dynasty, where we had Dynasty speak about his company. And of course, Marcia from InHive Group is another exhibitor that presented today. And a third presenter from Ben Otatara was also another exhibitor presenter that we had for today. So I want to also give them another shout out. You'll be seeing more about them through our email blast. I know you've heard about these exhibitors throughout the day, but they also were a big supporter of Ghana Tech Summit. Of course, I always want to make sure I give my VIP acknowledgments. This was a free program, but of course, these VIP patrons, along with getting access to the PowerPoints and video recordings post the event, they make this program possible. By sponsoring and providing their support, they make it free and accessible to as many members of the community as possible. So just want to give some VIP acknowledgments to these guests. And of course, last but not least, let's please give another final round of virtual applause to LinkedIn. Truly was an honor and pleasure to partner with them again for this year's Ghana Tech Summit. You saw the LinkedIn team last year live at the second edition of Ghana Tech Summit, and they were back again virtually to engage with us. Obviously, they had some amazing very informational sessions. We had the keynote with Ty Heath, Work in Beta, the Rising Business Decision Makers. Then we had an amazing panel discussion with 4 members of the LinkedIn community and Turn Left Media on how to build your business with LinkedIn. Truly an honor to have Jacqueline, Rylan, Tunde, and Ifioma to join us for that session. And then, of course, we had an amazing Rock Your LinkedIn Profile workshop from Ayanda on behalf of Turn Left Media and LinkedIn. Truly a pleasure to have LinkedIn be a part of this. And of course, we just concluded with our next partner on behalf of the Global Startup Foundation, Grow with Google, presenting digital skills for everyday tasks with your Google resources. So definitely was an action-packed day. And of course, we couldn't have done this without the support of the global startup ecosystem, which powers not only Ghana Tech Summit every single year, but dozens of summits around the world. We are the world's first and largest digital accelerator. Our 3 pillars of engagements, as mentioned before, is entrepreneurship, employment, and education. So we run these tech summit programs around the world to really empower entrepreneurs. Of course, we empower the youth generation ages 18 to 35 around the world through our career programs to empower through employment. And of course, we are one of the biggest networks for free education, free programs like this, where you get access to such great content leadership in terms of our education pillars. So this is something that we're truly passionate about at GSC. So it truly was an honor and a pleasure to engage all of you on behalf of Ghana Tech Summit this year for the 3rd annual edition, where we welcome 50 global speakers, close to 80 global partners, and of course, 3,000 guests is what we expected. We surpassed 7,000 registrations on LinkedIn and Eventbrite to join this program. So it's such an honor to have thousands of views from across all our social media channels for this program. Without further ado, I do want to kick off a really quick final video before we pass it on to our next keynote and closing remarks speaker, Einstein Tim, who's the CEO of the global startup ecosystem. You'll be hearing from him next for closing remarks. Get ready and get excited. Let's transition with a video.
I think it's emotional for everybody. Every African American should experience it for their own soul. It's for your soul. You know, your soul is here. And so it's nothing but greatness being here. I mean, you know, this is home. It's when we get here, the first time I came here, I couldn't stop crying because I had come to a place called home, which I had never been. And I felt robbed. And so I'm good now. Now, you know, we're doing some business over here. We're going to create some opportunity over here. We're going to change the thought process, you know, and this is going to help shape, especially bridge the gap between African Americans and Africans, because that's what you have to do. You know, we all know what America is. You know, we've done some wonderful things. They accomplished a great deal, but you don't know what it is. You got to go home, though.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm a human being in Africa, but a black man in America, African in England.
There's one thing that no country can ever claim in this world, except Ghana. We are right plumb in the center of the world. Ghana is the only country that is on longitude 0, closest to latitude 0. No other country can do that. So even as a logistics hub, we are uniquely positioned. We are equidistant from everywhere else, but we are uniquely positioned to draw everybody into this small country of ours called Ghana. That is why it's very important that the year of return is being celebrated in Ghana today, because we play that sport and we will lead Africa into the promised land, as we say.
Now have a look through history's binoculars.
Because of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which brings all of us, all 55 countries in Africa, into one big market. Entering into Ghana gives you an African opportunity. That is a market just waiting to happen.
The last 400 years has been fabulous. We've been working as slaves, living ravenous. But to overdo your stay can be hazardous. Now what time to go home, thanks for
It is no coincidence that this is the year of return for you, that you have declared. But we have come to declare too that we want to close the circle, and we want to build the Atlantic Bridge. And we too are your offspring, your family, and that we too believe that we can work to build a stronger global civilization with the contribution of the people of Africa.
As we draw the
what else is there left to say but a big thank you to all of you. And I played that video to kind of just pay homage to all the Afro-descendant people from around the world who tuned into the program, who came to Ghana Tech Summit last year, who've become part of our global family, and also extending a branch from both people on the international side to people on the local side as well. We are all on a mission to help transform Ghana into an international tech hub by 2030, right? And how amazing is it that this mission to make Ghana into the leading tech hub of the world, of Africa, has combined so well with Ghana becoming the mecca for the Afro-future movement, for the Africa future establishment and movement. So big thank you to all of you who've made this program possible, because as you know, in the famous African quote, right? For those who go far, you can go far alone. For those who travel best, travel together. And I'm glad you've all been part of this journey so far. And to our troopers who've been with us from the early hours of the morning all the way to evening time, thank you so much. I want to firstly say a big thank you to the amazing GSC team, Onam, Letitia, Staniel, Echo, Nee, Abigail, Stefa, Jacob, Zainab, Kwame, Prince, and the people from the diaspora side who are on the panel today, Christina, Cami, Arnold, Derek, Samuel. Like you guys have made this program such a phenomenal success. And of course, our madam and our host with the most, a big thank you to Christine and Tim, who led this program with such enthusiasm, vibrancy, energy. And if you guys recognize, she's been on stage for about over 8 hours, still running the show behind the scenes. So phenomenal work, Christine. Thank you so much for your dedication to this mission that we're trying to accomplish with Ghana Tech Summit. And also a big shout out and a big love to all of our partners who made the program possible, especially LinkedIn, to the diaspora office in Ghana, and the many other partners who've made this program possible. As you can see on the logo, we went out of our way to ensure that we can have all the ecosystem partners, all the media partners, logo featured throughout the entire program. So you know that this was made possible because of the ecosystem support and the partnership that made it possible, of course. And to the platform providers as well, thank you so much for making this program a reality in many ways. And of course, to all of you who tune in, who registered, we thought, every year since we started in 2018, it was 1,000 people, 2019, 2,000 people. So of course, we're aiming for 3,000 people. Who would have thought we would have exceeded that number by thousands? Close upwards of 11,000 people, with 7,000 just on LinkedIn alone, about 5,000, 6,000 people on Eventbrite, Facebook, all around the world. Thank you so much for believing in what we're trying to do, for recognizing the hard work that's taken to bring this program to where it is so far. And also another shout out and a big love to the Shoe Gang team who made this beautiful video for us. And I'm going to play the video one more time so you guys can see the program of Ghana Tech Summit 2020. So much love to Shoe Gang for bringing this to life. So thank you to the Shoe Gang team, from Derek to Fred, Francis, and Asante. You guys did a phenomenal job. And I'm not the emotional type of guy, so when I do get emotional, it stands out for me personally, and I feel such an enormous amount of warmth to all of you who've made this program possible, and also to our speakers for coming on, taking time out of your day. These are CEOs, these are leaders of industries who took time out of the day to come and share insights to all of us and help offer themselves as supporters, ecosystem players, and partners that can mentor us on the journey. Thank you so much for this. And we picked the theme Beyond the Return because it just encapsulates so much of what's been put out there from the government and the president, who mentioned that we went from the year of return to now the Beyond the Return. But also me personally, as somebody who's working on a book called The Singularity Africa, and Africa's leapfrogging mechanism to become the core innovation hub of the entire world. This Beyond the Return theme is so much more significant because it tackles the issue of how can we look to the future and prepare ourselves for the future of Africa in that sense. And I want to first come on full screen and say, we have to prepare ourselves effectively. And that's why GSE is such an important organization making this thing happen, by organizing educational programs, these big summits, by helping people find work no matter where they are in the world, whether you are in Kigali, Accra, Tamale, Cape Town, to find quality work no matter where you are in the world, and upskilling people in order to find these kind of opportunities for those who are seeking to build their careers and their professional employment. But also for those who are looking to start their own businesses, we are the place that can help you accelerate your company by pioneering the first digital accelerator concept in that way. But in addition to all this thing we do with the commercial side of things, we believe in empowering of the ecosystem, empowering young people. And that's why every year we've hosted this Ghana Tech Summit to help provide training and taking the learnings and education to people where they are. And I'm going to play a short clip for you so you can experience what that looks like.
As I said, my name is Prince again. We are from Global Startup Ecosystem. I repeat again. We are from Global Startup Ecosystem. I hope a lot of you have heard of ecosystem before. Yes. So if I may ask, just lay some few answers. One, Valley. What is ecosystem? Ecosystem, what is it? Ecosystem.
And as Prince so eloquently put it to the young students at the school, what is an ecosystem, right? We say that I know our name, the Global Startup Ecosystem. For those of you who have to type in and send me an email, I know it can feel a bit elongated, but we picked that name for a set reason, because we understand that you need to build an ecosystem in order to accelerate a community effectively. For people to be able to do qualified, dignified, digital-based work, they need to be educated around that side. For people to be able to grow their startups and their companies, they need investment, better policies that can accelerate that process, incubators. For people to be able to move forward and be better equipped for the future that's at hand, we need a buy-in from all the players in order for things to come together and help things move in the right and according path. And that's why we champion this ecosystem movement around education, employment, and entrepreneurship, right? So now, understanding that part, Beyond the Return is looking to the future. And I have a task for all of you who are still with us right now. At GSC and Ghana Tech Summit, we are launching this remarkable competition called Ghana at 100. And I want all of you to take part in this competition, which is, how do you imagine Ghana at 100 years' time? And Ghana as a stand-in for how we perceive a future African city, a future African utopia. And that's where we have the whole Afro future movement. So the competition requires that for those who are willing to take part in it, submit either a poem that depicts your imagination of what Ghana will look like in 100 years, a picture, a drawing, an illustration, a short story, a video, a dance. It doesn't matter. So long as it's an earnest expression of who you are and your imagination of what Ghana would look like in 100 years' time. And the winner of this competition, which will run between now and the Independence Day of Ghana, would either get a fully expense-paid trip to Ghana, to the Ghana Tech Summit, or to the Africa Future Summit in New York, right? So Ghana at 100, I urge all of you to participate in it and take part in it, express yourself and show to the world how you picture what Ghana would look like in 100 years' time through whatever medium you can do it best. And that's why we say we go from Wakanda to Wagana, right? So with all of you, please take part and participate in that so we can get the real future that we want for our nation, the real future we want for Africa, the real future we want for all Afro-descendant people and the friends of Afro-descendant people all around the world. So with that being said, I want to say a big thank you to all of you for taking part in this program. Reach out to myself on LinkedIn, reach out to the team. We're here to help you, and please join our community in order to be able to feed off each other, learn from each other, connect with each other. Join our community by going to our website, globalstartupecosystem.org and .com. Join our website, join our community, and learn and upskill yourself. Whether you feel you're already where you want to be, and you want to go further, or you are at the beginning stages and want to accelerate your career or accelerate your business or accelerate your learnings around technology and innovation. So let's look beyond the return now and prepare for a future of innovation and acceleration and technology by the Singularity Africa concept and this competition of Ghana at 100 years. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your energy. This is just the beginning. I want to see submissions coming through across LinkedIn, across Facebook, across social media, and to the emails as well. Thank you all so much for your time, your energy, dedication. And I'll pause right here and say Akwaba and Wagana forever. Thank you very much.
I'm happy that a lot of us from the diaspora are coming home, sharing what we do know about tech, sharing.
Hi, my name is Einstein, Kofi, and Tim. I'm the founder of the Ghana Tech Summit and also founding partner of the global startup ecosystem. People recognize that when it comes to technology, it's not just about space or AI, it's about your mobile phone.
And these are all diasporas who have come home looking for partnership. We ever say that when the diaspora come, they want everything for themselves. They are looking for partnership with Ghanaians to be able to do what the partners do.
My name is Bradley Popo-Mankwa. We're not as advanced as some countries such as the USA with Silicon Valley and all, but we're definitely emerging.
I want to see a Pan-African social media hub emerge from Ghana. We are all willing and ready to embrace that technology, especially the youth, as you have seen.
Very welcome to have you here. Thank you so much for being here at the Ghana Tech Summit launch.
All right, and that's a wrap. Yeah! Woo! Ghana Tech Summit, and next year, we'll see you next year. Woo! I'm sweaty, I was ready. Now it's time to what, go home, right? Time to go home. All right, here we go.
Welcome to Ghana Tech Summit 2019.
We should be in a world where literally the opportunities that they need to help thrive and survive and do well is available for them where they are right now. My goal is for us to create a new future for Africa, right? One where we are self-sufficient, where we have all that we need wherever we are. It's because we do have it all in many ways.
Every ecosystem is quite unique based on their location.
We need to build institutions that equip these individuals with the ability for them to do
certain things in our ecosystem backed by tech.
People also need to be able to choose their mentors carefully.
When you change the way you see things, the things that you see change.
You're going to be seeing the next most innovative companies in the world coming from Africa.
The women are starting to work together. They are supporting each other, and a lot of men are becoming allies of these women.
Advances in technology and business are changing how and where we work.
Can you start by what are your pro tips? What are your favorite? As an insider knowing the network.
It is a business context. You're going there to build your brand as a business person.
The one big thing, never give up.
It's really a 360 degree on how you can improve yourself on a personal, professional level, which is what LinkedIn is all about.
These three things, the problem you solve, your solution in your market, that's all you need to know.
We need to ensure that the global workforce that we're building should be project-based and competency-based teaching.
So just want to kick off by saying welcome to the Year of Return London edition. We've been doing this roadshow around the world to about 35 different cities. So I'm not sure if you're tracking what we're doing under the Ghana Tech Summit team, but we've done it in places like Silicon Valley, New York, around pretty much spaces where people of the diaspora reside. And of course, you can't do a Year of Return for the African diaspora. We're not doing it in London. So big ups to you guys. We're really excited to be here for the first time doing a Year of Return in London.
I'm the CEO of the global startup ecosystem, which builds tech communities around emerging markets via accelerators, tech summits, and investing in companies as well, right? And as of that, with the investment right now, I'm also the managing partner of the Africa Future Fund, which is a $25 million fund to invest in tech initiatives within Africa and by African founders.
Now, speaking at the second annual Ghana Tech Summit here in Accra, he said that Ghana must create more jobs to help facilitate economic development in the country.
The second annual Ghana Tech Summit is aimed at repositioning Ghana's economy as the global case study for catalyzed innovation within an emerging market. The summit brought together hundreds of entrepreneurs, investors, and digital marketers to address challenges of entrepreneurship and innovation. Executive Director of YMCA, Kwabena Nketia Adai, said the summit will help the youth acquire the needed skills in the changing world of technology.
At the heart of Africa's challenge is the non-recognition of our youth as creators of wealth and drivers of innovation and development. 60% of all Africa's unemployed are youth. Yet between 10 to 12 million youth join the labor market each year across the continent. These statistics reflect a crisis that requires innovative, sustainable solutions.
Einstein Intim is the founder of Ghana Tech Summit.
Oh, we've had incredible responses. I'll start with, because last year we had 100 global speakers, over 1,000 attendees at the Accra International Conference Center for the main summit and the VIP gala at Kempinski Hotel. And from that, you heard about the Google AI Center. It was launched at the Ghana Tech Summit. Microsoft was one of our partners that we brought to Ghana, and they had a recruitment campaign at the summit and recruited 12 people on the spot. I think the Ghanaian entrepreneurs have a long way to go. But it's not just up to them alone. It's up to the ecosystem to provide the support networks to make it possible, like the facilities, the legal firms, the accountancy, the stock exchanges, and the like.
Unless we really come together as an ecosystem, as a collective, and I'm not just talking about the technology players, we're talking about the different sectors, the agriculture sector, the mining sector, the business development managers, the project managers, the textiles, the fashion artists, the creatives. Everyone needs to come together, because within 5 to 7 years, unless we implement some kind of tech within our sectors, we're going to become obsolete because of the way that technology is moving so fast.
Director of Ghana Think, Ato Olzenapia, encouraged young entrepreneurs to have role models to develop ideas for their business.
Once people, pick on something that they're interested in, learn it very well, be part of the right networks, talk to the right people, and join the right organizations, they will be able to do most of the things that they want to do. So I think in choosing mentors, it takes time to be able to get a mentor who has similar interests as you and wants to help you, can benefit from you, because it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street.
Yanko, what does Yanko mean? For the Ghanaians in this room, what does Yanko mean, please? Okay, so when I say Ghana Tech Summit, I want everybody to say Yanko. Ghana Tech Summit. Ghana Tech Summit. Last time, Ghana